Good morning, everybody. As we are going to start the opening session, I would like to ask you to take your seat, please.
Hein? Je sais bien, mais il faut continuer là. En fait, là, il y a la ministre qui va arriver. Si tout le monde est debout quand elle arrive, ça le fait pas.
Je vais faire le tour aussi.
Ok, je t'en prie. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm just going to ask you to take a seat, please, because we're going to start shortly. So please, everyone, take a seat. Thank you very much. sorry, if you could just all take a seat, please, right now. We're going to start within a few minutes. So please take a seat. Thank you very much. Oui, on va vous trouver ça.
Et vous en avez une à gauche.
Parfait.
Et vous parlerez de là.
D'accord.
Allô, allô, c'est bon? Okay, good morning. Welcome to all of you to this 14th edition of the European Space Conference, placed under the high patronage of the European Parliament and of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Belgium. This edition, once again, for the second year, has a special format. The speakers are with us here on stage, and the majority of the audience, the huge audience, is with us online. Thank you to all of you to be with us. Our online platform will allow us to meet all together. Use it, raise your question, do not hesitate to network online via our platform or via our social media. The hashtag of the conference is BBE SpaceConf. I'm pleased this morning to be accompanied for this opening by Sophie Wilmès, Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium, by Commissioner for International Market Thierry Breton, and by the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Mr. Chris Peeters. So this conference is placed this year under the French presidency. The French Minister of Economy, Bruno Le Maire, and the French Minister of the Armed Forces, Madame Florence Parly, will join the debate later during this Thursday. Monsieur Le Maire is currently having an audition in the European Parliament, but he will join us just after this opening. So I hope we will have a 2-day of rich debate on the future of European space. Several topics will be addressed during those 2 days. Secure connectivity, strategic autonomy, competitiveness, new space, green and digital transition, defense, cybersecurity, the use of our data, space application, science, innovation. I want to particularly thank the European Space Agency, the European Commission, the European Parliament, the European Council, the national agencies, Eurospace, and of course, all the numerous key industrial partners who are supporting this European Space Conference for many years. We have created 40 years ago, and all together, and I'm used to say that we are stronger all together. Madame Wilmès, I want to thank you for your support to this conference by granting us the high patronage of the Kingdom of Belgium. We are back here in the Egmont Palace with the speakers, and this is an important symbol for the member states, for the policymakers, and for the European Space Agency, for all of us. In your capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs, you know how space policy is a major challenge, geopolitical and for the security issue. I'm really pleased to give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure to welcome you to the 14th edition of the European Space Conference. The COVID-19 pandemic still enforces us to take necessary sanitary measures in view of our protection, your protection. Nonetheless, online participation did not refrain you from interaction with panelists and keynote speakers, as demonstrated clearly at the previous edition last year. I encourage you to take advantage of all digital means offered by the organization to engage debate on the strategic potential that space has to offer. Next year, I really do hope, to welcome you all in a live setting at the exclusive premises of the Egmont Palace. In this edition of the conference, we look for solutions and answers to strengthen our space industries in a growing competitive and a more globally oriented market. European space companies provide products and services as industry leaders as well as in niche markets. Both ends of this particular but precious ecosystem are fostered by the European Union and the European Space Agency. An example is the European Launchers Alliance, a flagship enterprise that will be discussed later in this conference. Also, Belgium looks for a better link for its space industry to this European ecosystem and the global market. The Belgian space sector represents more than 3,000 full-time jobs and state-of-art niche industries such as satellite production, geospatial intelligence, and remote sensing. The Belgian government is confident that our European and international partners are open for cooperation with our promising space industry. A crucial prerequisite for new space is the existence of an operational traffic space management. Companies and authorities need a system of traffic management to conduct space operation in a safe and secure manner. Recently, the leadership of the European Union and ESA have urged for this traffic management on several occasions. On this item, the European Council has elaborated extensively last year. Next month, the European Commission will issue a communication, but more needs to be done. On the technical level, the European Union and ESA already made important efforts in standardization and harmonization. This, lead as an example, should motivate the international community to follow, so that this technical exercise will result in a single accepted regime, as are nowadays the international recognized and complied traffic management standards for the maritime and air transport sectors. A rule-based international order for outer space is still an important work in progress, as reflected in the United Nations Common Agenda, which identifies outer space as a priority. Within the UN, different fora are established in view of this important mission. The Working Group on the Implementation of the Guidelines for Long-Term Sustainability of Space Activities and the Working Group on Space Resources in Vienna, as well as the Working Group on Space Resources, the Working Group on Responsible Behavior in Outer Space in Geneva, to name just a few. Belgium, together with its international partner, is committed to develop necessary norms to address congestion and contestation in outer space, to avoid miscalculation and to mitigate space debris. The Russian-guided anti-satellite test conducted in the low Earth orbit zone on 15 November last year, which was strongly condemned by the international community, illustrate the great need for a rule-based order in outer space as well. The launching of the Jeb Webb Telescope, a joint mission of ESA, the United States and Canada last December, is to be considered a pivotal moment in outer space exploration. Scientific research and exploration remains a key priority in Belgium's space policy. Our country attaches great importance to a balance shared between scientific research and economic development of space operation. Belgium has a leading participation in European space research mission, such as PROBA mission for the monitoring of ozone layer and the HERA mission regarding space safety. Additionally, Belgium demonstrates a world-class competence in space weather observation. Space systems constitute a vital part of an increasingly digital economy and society. Recently, the European Union adopted a robust cybersecurity policy to make space site systems resilient against hostile operation from criminal or state-sponsored service. In view of implementing this EU policy and in cooperation with ESA, a space operation cybersecurity center will become operational in Redu. My colleague, Thomas Dermine, will elaborate further on the importance of this center and on the essentiality of cybersecurity in a thematic session of this conference later this day. I would like also to insist on the fact that space industry has also an essential role to play in the recovery of the European economy. With the support of the national recovery and resilience plans, we have a real opportunity to boost and transform the space industry for decades ahead. As every year, the program of this conference is dense. The broad range of items offered highlights the multidimensionality of space policy. I therefore wish you a productive debate that will enable us to take another step forwards, achieving our ambition. Before I finish this speech, I just would like to reflect on something that has been said this morning when we had the opportunity to talk in a smaller group with the spatial industry. We were referring to a very well-known motto which says that some countries create, some other countries copy, and other powers legislate. Let's do hope that Europe will be more than legislating in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilmès. We will have Mr. Dermine with us later on the day. We will also have the Prime Minister of Belgium who will join us for the conclusion of this day. Commissioner Breton, we are honored to welcome you today. The online audience of this conference is huge and from all over the world. So this highlights the key challenge that the European space sector is facing. As Commissioner for the internal market, we know all the importance you give to foster a strong and innovative space industry. You are the man of orchestra, all the sectors that interpenetrate space, industry, digital and defense, taking into consideration all the initiatives put forward by the European Commission under your aegis. I'm sure that we will all be pleased to listen to you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning, all dear ministers, dear representatives from member states, Madame la Vice-Premier Ministre, ma chère Sophie, honorable members of the Parliament, cher Christian, ladies and gentlemen, first, and dear friends, I'm extremely happy here again to be able to open this morning this European Space Conference, more or less live, and that's very good to see at least all of you in this room this morning. I will start with something that you know, Christian. Europe is a space power. And we all know that, and we are working for this to continue, of course. It has the necessary expertise, industrial capacity, of course, startups, assets to wait on the global stage. But of course, we know also that there is no time for complacency. The space sector is under massive transformation. On one side, the booming of private operators changes the business model of space, combining both small and large industry, space and digital ecosystems. And this is, of course, a major opportunity for all of us in Europe. And we need to unleash this opportunity. But on the other side, space is also exponentially a contested domain. And the recent Russian anti-missile test made it clear. space is a strategic place where big powers are now competing. And we cannot be naive anymore. Europe must defend its interest and freedom to operate in space. And this brings a new strategic dimension to space that must become a strong driver for all our plans. Against this background, I would like to present this morning to you my 4 priorities for this year ahead. My first priority will be, of course, to consolidate our existing assets while developing them to face all the upcoming challenges, and we'll come back on this later on. Galileo, of course, is the best satellite navigation system in the world. However, our competitors are moving fast, and we all know that. Following my decision to accelerate the deployment of the second generation, we have now prepared all the necessary contractual conditions, and we are expecting to receive the first second generation satellite in 2024 for a launch in 2024. And with this new generation, Galileo will operate real technological breakthrough, such as digitally configurable antennas, inter-satellite links, new atomic clock technologies, use, of course, of full electric propulsion systems, to say a few of these new capacities. Copernicus is, of course, the best Earth observation system in the world. However, it is also facing a growing and very acute competition from private actors. But while keeping the fundamentals of Copernicus, we need to, let's say, rethink how it works and how it can better answer evolving needs towards more green, more digital, more resilient, more reactivity. In a few weeks, I will have the opportunity to present this modernization strategy, taking into account all these aspects. One word on launchers, of course. Europe can rely on its historic launchers with, of course, Ariane and Vega, which are the result of decades of investment and accumulated know-how. But here again, against a strong competition, we must develop a fully fledged European launcher strategy that will ensure its needs, its global position, and its autonomy for the next 20 to 30 years. We will soon launch, in this perspective, the European Space Launcher Alliance to define a technological roadmap and an holistic European approach to launchers, combining the need to consolidate our existing and, of course, indispensable launchers, while setting also at the same time the right framework for small and micro launchers to emerge. My second priority is to prepare and project Europe into the realities of tomorrow, anticipate the future challenges, and of course avoid potential strategic dependencies. First, I consider Europe should equip itself with a space-based connectivity infrastructure. As promised last year, I will present to Member States and to the European Parliament a legislative proposal to establish this initiative in the coming weeks. With this infrastructure, we will have 4 pillars, let's say, for ambition. First, we will provide high-speed internet access for all Europeans, putting an end to dead zones. Second, we will ensure redundancy with terrestrial infrastructure and thus allow Europe to remain connected whatever happens on terrestrial networks. It is imperative for our resilience. Third, we will set up an ultra-secure infrastructure thanks to quantum encryption. The other regions of the world are initiating it. Europe cannot lag behind on this technological dimension, which will condition the cybersecurity of tomorrow. And finally, it is a true geopolitical infrastructure. It will reduce European dependencies on non-European commercial initiatives under development. It will also provide Africa with the necessary connectivity, offering a European alternative, a first global gateway initiative. We have tested its feasibility through studies over the past year with industries as well as with startups. Details of its architecture will be presented in a few weeks. However, there are already points of importance, and I would like to mention 5 of these. First, it should be a multi-orbital, allowing to benefit and use all the assets we have today in Europe. Second, it should have a governmental and commercial service. Third, it should integrate from the start the military usage and needs. Using LEO satellites, it opens up several fields of interest in this perspective. Fourth, being a strategic constellation, we will make sure that the right governance and eligibility conditions are put in place to avoid any dependencies on third countries. And fifth, we will rely on the whole expertise of our space industries, large corporations and startups, and we will make sure that this initiative is run on a new space spirit. Once presented, I count on the Member States and the European Parliament to move fast, so we can hopefully conclude in a year's time the negotiation and have the first services deployed already by 2024. I know it is ambitious, but I know that it is also feasible. The second critical initiative I will launch in the coming weeks is to define the European strategy for space traffic management. An increasingly congested space is threatening the viability and security of space infrastructure and operation. We all know that more than 1 million debris are today orbiting around Earth, and it is constantly increasing. It is expected that in the next year to come, more than 30,000 additional satellites will be launched. And the Union, of course, already has surveillance and tracking systems and capabilities, thanks to the capabilities made available by the Member States with the EU SST consortium. We monitor already, by the way, more than 240 satellites in real time, including, of course, Galileo and Copernicus, in order to protect them against risk and collisions. But faced with the challenges of the multiplication of threats, we must go further and define a holistic STEM approach, including through the strengthening of our existing capabilities. We must reduce also our dependencies on the American systems while ensuring, of course, interoperability. It is also a geostrategic question to be able to monitor autonomously space and to enhance our collective situation, awareness of threats of the European and national space assets. My third priority will be on space innovation. It is absolutely imperative for Europe to develop a real strategy to spur innovation in space. I want them to mobilize all the instruments at our disposal in this spirit. First, through the first ever space partnership, we will bring together the space industry, research institute, academia, public authorities with one aim: design, through technological roadmaps, long-term plan and coordinate investment in space innovation. Second, I am determined to use public procurement in a strategic way, including in our large space project. This will be the case, of course, for Copernicus, new generation satellites, or for the connectivity project. Public procurement lower commercial risk and also provide long-term prospect to stabilize the business of small companies, but not only. It also has a very positive effect on the private investors. And in the same vein, we will also use public procurement to test and de-risk new solutions. This is precisely the purpose of our in-orbit validation demonstration initiative for a new entrant, spaceflight heritage in real condition is definitely a must. Without there is no commercial opportunity. So drawing the lessons from our past experience and together with ESA, Josep, we will then ensure speed and annuality of the program to make it more efficient. And in a few weeks, we will publish a new call to collect potential candidates, payloads or experiments that need in-orbit demonstrations and validation services. We will also use public procurement to stimulate the launcher ecosystem, and in particular for mini and micro launchers, by giving them launch services opportunities. This is a flight ticket initiative. And as of 2023, new launch systems will have the possibility to provide launch services for certain institutional launches, starting with in-orbit demonstration and validation. Third, access to finance is absolutely critical for innovation. We will increase our cooperation with the EIC building on the positive experience of last year, and additionally, today, we are signing the start of the Cassini Space Investment Fund with the EIF. It will deploy an investment capability of at least €1 billion in support of space startups that want to scale up. Europe is not short, of course, of this very, let's say, vibrant ecosystem of startups which have disruptive ideas and technologies, but many of our startups cannot get sizable equity investment in the EU once they need to scale up. So they have no choice but to turn to non-EU investors, and of course we need to answer to this issue. And this is, if we don't act, a major loss for Europe, and this is why the Cassini Fund will be definitely a game changer. It will be complemented by a debt instrument through the EIB to make sure that new space companies get access to loans, in particular when they are not accessible for traditional sources. My last priority, the fourth one, is about the defense dimension of our space policy. 2 weeks ago, I participated in a discussion with all our EU defense ministers on space, together with the High Representative, my friend Josep Borrell. It was in Brest. We discussed about the strategic nature of space and the need to have a plan on how to enhance our resilience in and from space. Beyond the traditional defense domain, we collectively face new threats. And especially in this so-called now new strategic and contested area. It is, of course, the case for the cyberspace, we know that, but also, of course, in space, which is absolutely becoming more and more crucial for our security. So this is why we are proposing, as part of the strategic compass, which is under discussion now, which will be finalized in the next few weeks, the vehicle of our collective ambition in defense cooperation. So we propose to put forward by next year a space and defense strategy. We should first expand the defense dimension in existing and upcoming EU infrastructure. Galileo, of course, is a clear demonstration that a common infrastructure under civilian control can meet defense and security needs, and that we can set up the right governance based on trust. And it works. We should then replicate this approach for the evolution of Copernicus, but also in the new Secure Connectivity Initiative, and of course in our new STM strategy. Second, we should develop new infrastructures as dual use by design, integrating the defense need from the outset. For instance, the secured connectivity infrastructure could be equipped with a payload on the LEO satellites, allowing to monitor space from space. Third, we should reduce our technological dependencies and reinforce the resilience of our supply chains in critical sectors for space such as quantum, artificial intelligence, and of course, chips. This is absolutely critical to ensure the integrity, the security, and the operations of our space infrastructure. And finally, we should set up new governance for our space program to best reply on the threats. In addition to the established crisis management protocol, we could better organize joint situational awareness with the participation of course, all actors. Our aim on the mid to long run could be to establish, let's say, a true European Space Command. So to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we have, of course, a full program ahead of us to enhance our space ambition. 2022 will be extremely important year for space, a year during which we consolidate our existing assets, Galileo, Copernicus, and of course the launchers, while of course also preparing and projecting ourselves for the next decade. A year with new initiatives where we go from words to concrete implementation, space connectivity, STM, and of course new space. And a year finally where we will concretely and fully integrate the defense and strategic dimension of space in our approach and policies. The Commission is working with, of course, determination to deliver it. I count on all of you, Member States, Member of the Parliament, industry, of course my friend from ESA, and the national agencies, which make also fantastic work together to make sure that we can progress together fast. We all know that in our industry, more than ever, time is of the essence. And of course, you know also that you can definitely count on me to make sure that we will win together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Breton, for your determination. Madame Wilmès, thank you. Mr. Breton, I'm sure your introductory speech will pave the way for the interesting debate during those 2 days of conference. As the Commissioner said, we need the access of finance to boost the competitiveness of the space industry. We need strong link between the public entities, the banks, and the venture capitals. During those 2 days, in addition to the major industrial actors of the European space sector, we will also have several key young entrepreneurs and startups with us. I'm pleased now to welcome Chris Peters, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank. Please, I'm pleased to give you the floor, Mr. Peters.
Dear Excellencies, dear Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to be back in Brussels and see you all again at this most important conference on the European space sector. And I would like to thank the European Space Conference for inviting me, of course. And it's not a moment too soon, I must say. Space is in the news like never before, as we are entering, and that you know very well, the new space era. Satellite constellations in low Earth orbit link up almost every aspect of our daily life, from mobile phones to the internet and television to transport network, and even banking systems use the space for their systems. In brief, our European model of living depends increasingly on our ability to control space applications and set European standards and regulations, like the Commissioner have said. The space economy is estimated, you know that, to account for over 10% of the European economy, and it's expected to double in revenues over the next decade. It is also seen as an increasingly strategic sector, especially when it comes to defense, security, climate, and connectivity. This unpredicted speed of development in space sector requires us to accelerate our support for space-related innovations, research, and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, only then Europe can become a leader in space entrepreneurship. In this effort, we, the European Investment Bank and European Investment Fund, are working closely with many partners, also here in the room, ESPA, ESA, and European Commission, of course, and in particular also DG DEFIS. Together, we are all committed to meet the market needs of our companies as well as the public sector and create the right financial environment, of course, to really keep up with our global competitors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me say some words about the private sector, you. Without a doubt, in an era of geostrategic competition, key technologies, including space, are creating new sources of power and security in international affairs. Certainly today, very important. For a long time, these core technologies with implications for defense and security have been developed and financed foremost by governments. However, and you know that very well today, the development of space, quantum or AI that impact defense and security in the 21st century are increasingly or even mainly driven by the private sector. That is why improving Europe's competitiveness and supporting new business creation are so important for achieving strategic autonomy. It ensures that Europe has the capacities and capabilities it needs to defend its values. Europe has historically always been at the forefront of publicly funded space activities, investing in space infrastructure such as the Copernicus, already said by the Commissioner, and Galileo satellites programs. And while Europe will boost economic and academic and scientific excellence, we are at risk of failing behind in the next wave of space innovation. We need to stimulate more private investment in the new space sector, especially, ladies and gentlemen, for innovative small and medium-sized enterprises. Combining with this Europe's leading role in the sustainable and green transition, it might actually be the sweet spot of pushing the space agenda even further. Now, what can we do as EIB and the European Investment Fund? Unfortunately, we know from our EIB study on the future of European space sector launched in 2019 and a recent study undertaken together with DG DEFIS and ESPA that European space entrepreneurs feel there is a lack of private financing sources. They therefore tend to keep an eye on private capital outside of the EU, especially, ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America. In this context, European public financial instruments play an essential role in unlocking private capital for the space sector. 40% of the European companies seek public funding, which serves as a seal of approval in the market as a precondition for further private investment. This is an effort to compete with the expansion of the private sector in the space domain, particularly in the United States. The EIB Group, and you know that, as the European investment arm, offers an integrated package of financing and, ladies and gentlemen, advisory support for the European space ecosystem. For example, we are very successful in venture debt for starting ups, as well as senior investment loans to larger companies. We finance upstream assets such as launchers and satellites and downstream commercial applications. If mandated to do so, the bank would aim at scaling up the investments necessary for European companies to go and to grow in Europe and keep up in the new space race. We can provide the support that established leaders and innovative startups need to develop new space solutions in all market segments, ranging from transport automatization to precise agriculture, geomatics, and rescue services. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, to bring finance closer to space and space closer to finance, we also initiate the Space Finance Lab. The aim is to facilitate the development of innovative funding instruments for the European space industry by initiating the discussions and connecting companies, financiers, and policymakers. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me provide you with some concluding remarks. What is clear is that we are in the midst of an age of disruption for the space sector. A disruption that also affects financing and cuts across many other sectors of the economy. To really make Europe a leading continent for innovative space solutions, for a better planet and improving our lives here on Earth, we need a persistent and substantial investment policy. To match global competitors, Europe has to stand together, closer than ever. We will need to pool our resources and complement one another wherever possible. This reception is an opportunity that we can't afford to miss. And I can tell you that the European Investment Bank and the European Investment Fund shall take some initiatives. The Commissioner already mentioned Cassina, that will be signed later this morning, but also other initiatives shall be decided in the bank, because I am convinced that we can and must play an important role in financing your activities, in financing what you are believing, in financing your dream in space. Thank you.
Mr. Peters. I'm pleased now to welcome Joseph Aschbacher, the General Director of the European Space Agency, and I give now the rest of the session to my colleague George. May I also ask to the other panelists to join us? Thank you.
Working. So, dear ministers, okay, so let's try again. So, dear ministers, Commissioner Breton, European leaders in space, dear Alex, our astronaut, ladies and gentlemen, today's conference theme is shedding light on two important words, vision and action. But allow me to merge them into one, ambition. Ambition is what drove humans to achieve the important, the impossible, the unimaginable. Ambition is what drove Europeans to explore and cross the Atlantic to new lands and later to send first radio signals across the ocean. And ambition is what pushed Europeans to discover the antibiotic and subsequently saved millions of lives. And this is what made Europeans send the first spacecraft to a comet and a lander to its surface in a spectacular finale which was applauded by the whole world. The youth of our planet is brimming with ambition, but they want tangible action, as we recently saw on the streets of Glasgow at COP26. We need to respond to the world's biggest challenges: climate emergency, health and social crisis, geopolitical instability, increasingly fierce global competition between the United States and China, and a private sector entering space with unprecedented speed and energy. Our startups and our European space industry are waiting for our signal, here and now. So what is Europe doing? Europe has some of the best talents with some of the most brilliant ideas. But Europe has weaknesses. Europe is dispersed, access to funding is too limited, and Europe is too slow. To address these head-on, ESA has launched Agenda 2025 in March last year. It shall unite the key European actors in space, ESA and the European Commission. It shall engage the private sector, and it shall take action to ease access to funding. But Agenda 2025 will also speed up processes and transform ESA to be well prepared for the challenges of the next decade. Agenda 25 is a vision and a call for action. As I've expressed many times, I'm really fully committed to working hand in hand with the European Union and the European Commission. Over the past 3 decades, ESA and the European Union have proven that they can launch big programs together. Galileo would not exist without the European Commission. It would also not exist without ESA. And the same applies to Copernicus. We need to join forces. Let me quote from the joint letter which Commissioner Thierry Breton and myself sent to all European ministers last year. Only by collectively joining our forces, the EU, ESA and member states, we will be able to develop an ambitious space agenda for Europe. A few months later, we sealed a strong agreement between the Commission and ESA by signing the Financial Framework Partnership Agreement. Negotiations were done in record time with a deep spirit of trust. I want to thank the teams of Commissioner Thierry Breton and Timo Pesonen for this very, very strong support. Throughout the summer 2021, ESA convened an advisory group of high-level personalities to help us transforming vision into action. The group proposed 3 accelerators and 2 inspirators. The ministers of ESA's member states adopted the Matosinhos Manifesto last November and gave ESA a clear mandate to further develop these concepts, their governance and funding schemes in close cooperation with the European Union and other partners. The first 2 accelerators, Space for a Green Future and Rapid and Resilient Crisis Response, will put satellites and data infrastructures into place using key technologies like artificial intelligence, cognitive cloud computing, quantum gravimetry, high-performance computing, and in-orbit communication to address the biggest challenges to humankind, climate change. All nations in Europe have declared carbon neutrality by mid of this century as the most urgent action. We will develop a digital twin of our planet and create climate information factories throughout small and large industries in Europe to respond to these challenges. The second accelerator on rapid and resilient crisis response will tightly link with the Secure Connectivity Initiative just proposed by Commissioner Thierry Breton. But this is not enough. The number of satellites launched is growing exponentially, dramatically increasing the risk of collisions. We can't leave our astronauts or our satellite infrastructure at risk. This is the third accelerator to contribute to safeguarding and protecting European assets from space debris and from space weather interferences. Through these accelerators, we will support citizens, decision makers, civil protection agencies, firefighters, and rescue forces on the ground. Accelerators will also help unite Europe around programs tackling the key challenges ahead of us while ensuring that users are in the focus. You will notice that these topics appear all throughout this conference, which proves that they are timely and urgent. Finally, we cannot talk about European space ambition without talking about inspiration. Our quest will always be driven by a common dream to better understand our world, to explore and to discover. We have to aim high, to inspire young talents and motivate them. We need a forward-looking, independent, sovereign Europe. We have identified two inspirators, one to explore whether there is life out there through a sample return mission to an icy moon of the outer solar system, and one on human exploration. On the latter one, human exploration, we need political vision and leadership. The Space Summit, in less than a month, will be the next opportunity. The summit will not make funding decisions on human exploration. Still, I do hope to get a strong signal for ESA to come back to our decision makers with clear proposals. In any case, we have many important topics on the agenda on the 16th of February. Some tabled by the European Commission on space traffic management and secure connectivity, as just elaborated by Commissioner Breton, and some by ESA on accelerators and inspirators. They are all complementary. Europe will have the chance to create a political milestone that can make history for Europe in space. The Space Summit will also provide a strong momentum for the ESA Council at ministerial level in November, where I will present a coherent set of attractive program proposals for Europe. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen, by stating that our plans are challenging. Our accelerators and inspirators will incite the younger generation, they will push innovation, and they will catapult our European industry into the worldwide race we cannot be absent from. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here today to present our plans and to offer the full cooperation of ESA in achieving common goals together. Let's make space a multiplier of a visionary, committed and optimistic Europe. Together, let us embark on a common journey for a better life on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. This is starting well. I'm stuck. Thank you very much, Director General, for your kind words. I'm just going to get this one. What happens when you do these conferences? It's technical issues. Well, thank you very much, Director General, for your kind words and for being with us here today. These words are inspiring, and I am very much looking forward, of course, to your to speaking with you later on today in our fireside chat, also with Alexander Gerst, on such inspiring topics and on space exploration as well. Now, my name is Jorge Coelho de Jesus. I'm once again happy to welcome you all to the 14th European Space Conference and to lead this part of the conference. But of course, you're not here to hear from me, so I now have the absolute pleasure of giving the floor to Director General of DG Defense, Industry and Space at the European Commission, Mr. Timo Pesonen. We are, as we have heard from Commissioner Breton, at a very exciting time for European space, with a number of new initiatives launched by or set to be launched by the European Commission. We are all, of course, anxious to hear your thoughts on this matter. So, Director General Pesonen, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Working or not? Now, yes? Okay, good. So good morning also from my part. I think it's a very, very rare pleasure to have this kind of physical event after this almost 2 years of misery, I would say. And we have been, with most of you, I have had numerous Skype meetings and WebEx meetings and Teams meetings, but I think getting together, it is worth of 100 of Skype meetings with friends here and colleagues. And thanks for the organizers also. For my part, we work very closely with organizers as DG DEFIS, as you know. I think I have few messages today. I think it's, as Joseph said, I think it's really time for us to put our act together and to keep Europe in top of the space powers in the world. I think the European Parliament, the support by the European Parliament, member states, ESA of course, and also JUSPA, Rodrigo is here with us, is instrumental for us, but not enough. We need the industry on our side. I think we have achieved an unprecedented success in stabilizing the largest EU budget for space ever. The adoption of the EU space program, enabling the effective and consistent implementation of our space components, and clarified the roles and responsibilities between the Commission, ESA, and JUSPA. And I want to thank Joseph for making this happen. We agreed a little bit less than a year ago that we will have a fresh start in our relationship, and we do not only cooperate, but we work together, hand in hand, as we often say. Commissioner made important announcement this morning. I'm not going to repeat them. I think what I said already earlier, we need to get all our forces together, and we have important initiatives at the table. We need to consolidate our existing space assets, Galileo second generation, future of Copernicus, but we need to develop also new initiatives like secure connectivity and space traffic management. The Commission is working hard to come out to public in still before mid-February, in a few weeks' time, with our proposals. We also need to develop we also need to enhance the defense dimension in our space policy. I don't need to refer what's happening in the world. I think the times of naivety are over. I think we need to be able to protect our space assets and to protect the services what our space assets are offering for our industry, for our citizens, and for our societies as a whole. And we need to foster innovation. And to achieve this, we need strong industry with us. COVID-19 has led to disruptions in global supply chain and shortages of certain critical products in Europe, including for the aerospace and defense ecosystem. We, the Commission, we are and we will remain committed to support the aerospace ecosystem. First of all, we welcome that the space is part of the recovery and resilience facility plans of several EU member states in the context of Next Generation EU. This will contribute to concrete deliveries, for example, in Earth observation, secure communications, and green propulsion. Secondly, thanks to the implementation of the Foreign Direct Investment Regulation since October 2020, the Commission is assessing investments in critical technologies, including in the aerospace ecosystem. And this allows us to protect ourselves from threats to our security interest and public order. And thirdly, the Commission is also proposing to revamp other trade instruments to build a level playing field on global stage. And fourthly, we have also revised competition enforcement rules to make them fit for purpose to reinforce EU competitiveness and strengthen the EU resilience in the global context, ensuring consistency and reflecting the objectives of the EU industrial strategy and our space program. And finally, following the action plan on synergies, we are setting up the new Observatory of Critical Technologies for defense, space, and related civil industries. It will contribute to a more systematic assessment of our strategic value chains. This observatory will identify, monitor, and assess critical technologies, their potential application, and related value and supply chains, identify and analyze existing and foreseeable gaps, risk of strategic dependencies, and vulnerabilities and identify mitigating measures. This will benefit our aerospace ecosystem from semiconductors to quantum satellites and space launchers. Dear friends, 2 years ago, I was first time at this very same podium participating a space conference as a Director General of DG DEFIS. And I had an agenda for myself of 4 C's. I said that in 2 years' time, I will consolidate DG DEFIS, a new DG of defense industry experts and space experts, and also consolidate the space program. And thanks to Sylvia and the friends in the European Parliament, we managed to do that in time, the adoption of the space program. Competitiveness was my second C. We need to be more competitive in Europe in order to be able to compete globally and to make sure that we stay on the top. Thirdly, cooperation. Cooperation and cooperation, and that's what we have been doing with Joseph and the colleagues, everybody of you here. And finally, communication. I worked with President Juncker as his communication chief. We still need to be able to better tell to our citizens what we are doing. And we need to be able to better prove the value of the investments to the space of public money or our taxpayers' money. So that is something I will, and I have discussed with Joseph and Rodrigo, and we have some ideas how we'll do it together. I was in Rome a few months ago with Joseph, and I have a 7-year-old, my youngest son. I went to buy some Legos for him. And I was disappointed. We went to a big Lego shop, and they were huge space assets with NASA logo. Nothing afraid from NASA, but I think I passed the message to Joseph that we need to have ESA logos, ESA t-shirts, and so forth. This is a bit anecdote, but I just want to tell this. So these are still very pertinent C's, but of course I will add one more, which is connectivity. And this is my top priority, and I will urge all of you to support our Secure Connectivity Initiative, which will really promote, the next generation of Europe in the space. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director General Pesonen, for your words and for your vision. This is definitely an exciting time for European space, and we're all here to see it. Now, moving on very swiftly, the last couple of years have been years of much change, of course, for the European space domain, including with the passing of the EU space regulation, which had sort of as a result the transformation into what is now the EU Agency for the Space Program. Now, I am pleased to welcome EUSPA Executive Director Rodrigo da Costa to give his views on the present and the future of European space. Executive Director, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It is really definitely a pleasure to be with you here today, and in particular in person. Strategy without execution is a daydream. And of course, being in the business of space, we are also making people dream. But in the EU Space Program, we are not dreaming. In the EU Space Program, we are delivering. 2021 marked a very important year for the European Union in space, with the entry into force of the EU Space Regulation and the agreement on the FFPA, our agreement between the European Commission, European Space Agency, and us at the European Union Agency for the Space Program. For us in EUSPA, 2021 was, as you can imagine, a year of change. And now, 2022 is the year of implementing the EU Space Program with our partners and delivering on our portfolio. Providing high-quality satellite navigation-based services for Galileo and EGNOS, increasing the market share of the EU Space Program data and services, including as well the commercial use of Copernicus, coordinating GovSatcom with focus on the member state user requirements, and ensuring the security of the space assets on ground and in space, and of the services provided, but also making sure that selected EU space data and services meet the necessary levels for governmental use. Commissioner Breton earlier put a great emphasis on his priority to build resilience EU-wide. And resilience in Europe is for sure also built on space data and space services. It is our task to maintain the Galileo and EGNOS ground and space infrastructure secure and performant at all times, by the way, with exceptional performances measured in 2021, while updating and improving them seamlessly. For example, in 2021, EGNOS improved its robustness and efficiency, and in Galileo, we extended our control center in Italy. After the Galileo launch in December, we will soon welcome 2 new satellites into our operational constellation, bringing us closer to the full operational capability, and 4 more are to come in 2022. Also, in partnership with ESA, we are ramping up our activities for the rollout of the new EGNOS version that will augment Galileo on top of GPS and offer new levels of accuracy. In 2022, we will be making significant progress towards the next PRS milestones, a key service for governmental users. And we will be ramping up our activities to prepare the high accuracy service of Galileo for applications that require stringent levels of accuracy. Likewise, the navigation message authentication is currently undergoing the public test observation phase, and this provides an innovative and unique feature to further strengthen the service robustness and increasing the capability of detecting spoofing events. Later today, we will announce the publication of our new market report that for the first time, it will focus on satellite navigation and Earth observation. The revenues generated by GNSS and Earth observation downstream market will reach almost €500 billion over the next decade. Our mission is to make sure that the EU companies take advantage of the opportunities ahead of them. End of last year, we opened the first Horizon Europe call for space downstream, this time dedicated to the use of Galileo, Copernicus, and EGNOS data and services to support the Green Deal, the digital transition, and increased safety and improved crisis management. And to foster innovation, we encourage both space and non-space entrepreneurs to leverage EU space data with concrete initiatives such as the Cassini My EU Space Challenge. As we all know, and this was mentioned already today, the number of satellites is increasing daily, making the best orbits more and more populated. Also, we see increased anti-satellite actions that demonstrate that space is an operational domain. And threats to ground assets and in the cyberspace are a reality that shall not be overlooked. For all these reasons, security is central to the services that we are delivering. Safety and security are at the center of the EU space operations, guaranteeing the continuous monitoring and protection of our assets, both in space and on the ground. For us, safety and security are not abstract concepts. They are integrated into every aspect of our operations because we provide safety of life services with EGNOS, we provide search and rescue services, we monitor the security of our assets 24/7 in our security monitoring center. And through Council decision, there is a direct link between the Council and our agency in certain security-relevant circumstances. The EU space governmental services such as PRS or secured communication will be of fundamental importance for the security stakeholders in the EU member states. And as we move ahead, other key activities in this domain will come our way because there is a clear bridge between the pillars of the EU strategic compass, space, cyber, and defense. The defense dimension of space is already a reality. Space services and space data provide key support in a wide range of activities for the resilience of our economy, to support Green Deal and digital transition, and to ensure the security and safety of our citizens. So together, let's deliver a successful EU space program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Executive Director, for your words, for your inspiring words as well. I think we have an excellent lineup of speakers here this morning. I now have the pleasure to hand over the floor to a speaker that represents an institution that is central to the decision-making process, not only in the European space domain as a whole, but of course to European democracy. Mr. Christian Sylvie Bouchoy is the chair of the Industry, Research and Energy Committee of the European Parliament, the representative body of Europe's citizens. Mr. Bouchoy, we are anxious to hear your thoughts on European space. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, distinguished speakers, dear guests and audience. Like the very efficient Director General Timo Pesonen, for me also is the third participation to this prestigious event. 2 years ago, it was my first participation as Chairman of Industry, Research and Energy Committee. But this event is at its 14th participation, 14th edition. So sincere congratulations for the excellent organizations and very honored to be here. Last year, we were discussing about space in the European and national recovery plans, only weeks after the Parliament and the Council reached an agreement on EU space program. And we celebrated the clear financial framework for the different components of the program, meaning Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, the Space Surveillance and Tracking System, SST, as well as the Satellite Communication Service under civil and governmental control, GovSatcom, the gain on the budget side with its 5 components of 16 billion euros, but also the potential of the provisions and tools ensuring the efficient functioning as well as its necessary development. But EU space program should be only the beginning. I'm happy to see and I'm proud to support the efforts of a visionary team at the European level formed by my fellow panel colleagues, also with the strong support of Commissioner Thierry Breton, that sees space sector at the heart of the technological revolution, at the heart of the recovery, and as the potential for growth. With space we can and we will strengthen the industrial base and implement EU's political priorities, the Green Deal, the digital era, the recovery and resilience of the EU. In other words, the space will contribute to the resilience of our next generation. The European Parliament has always and will always attach great importance to the space sector that is of major technological and strategic significance for Europe. The ITRE Committee's overall objective is to ensure both maintaining the EU's current position in the space sector and ensure the competitiveness of Europe's space industry. This would only be possible by going forward. And as I earlier said, space program should be only the beginning. It is time now to deliver on the benefits of space for many sectors of the EU industrial market, but also on EU defense strategies, safety and security of EU citizens. It is time to enable space for the Green Deal and the double transition. Space data and services empower the EU industrial ecosystems, benefiting from the synergies between navigation, Galileo, Earth observation imagery, Copernicus, and GovSatcom telecommunications. The synergies between these EU satellite systems are possible thanks to the new EU space program that has under one umbrella all space components. From climate actions, environmental actions, to smart farming, precision agriculture, forestry and critical infrastructure monitoring, maritime, rail, aviation and drone industry, to energy grids and raw materials management, all industrial chains need to innovate in order to be able to use EU satellite systems. Furthermore, European Parliament is looking into proposing a new space market uptake strategy, one that would look into ways of maximizing the socio-economic benefits, in particular by fostering the development of an innovative and competitive European upstream and downstream sectors, including SMEs, startups, thereby enabling growth and job creation in the Union and promoting the widest possible uptake and use of the data, information and services provided by the EU space program's components, both within and outside the Union. Space is of paramount importance not only for the safety and security of the Union and its citizens, but also for all security and defense activities and operations. It is more than necessary to develop a space strategy for security and defense, as proposed by the EU High Representative in the Strategic Compass. And I salute both Commissioner Breton, extremely active, passionate, and visionary for promoting the space projects, the whole team of European Commission, DG Pessonen and his excellent team, and of course, it is very important that the French President and Minister Bruno Le Maire already announced the will to have the strategic compass endorsed by the European Council in March. European Parliament and ITRE Committee is looking forward to work closely on this. We are also looking forward to the upcoming European Commission communication on the European Defence Union. It is needed to maintain and improve the right level of robustness and resilience of the existing space capabilities. We need to develop a better and more autonomous awareness of the space situation with new assets and capabilities, radars, telescopes, even satellites, to develop political and operational initiatives in space traffic management. It was mentioned by Commissioner Breton, by Director Pessonen, and also to strengthen our relation with United States, our main strategic partner, and of course, to be more proactive on the international arena. We also need to further expand our relations with our trusted partners in the security and defense fields by implementing the UN-EU partnership and strengthening the European Union-NATO cooperation. We need to overcome all the challenges addressed and which are brought by technological progress, new technologies, Internet of Things, by enhancing cybersecurity solutions within space, supporting the European cloud infrastructure, as well as starting to work on the European Chips Act. Moreover, we need to continue to support new entrants, private or public, new business models and disruptive technologies, and deploy space solutions in quantum technologies for communications, encryptions, and secured connectivity. Finally, the new European Commission legislative proposal on secure connectivity constellation, la Constellation, will put an end to dead zones by ensuring access to high-speed broadband for everyone. In that way, the Union becomes autonomous and avoids dependence on non-EU infrastructure, creating the framework to define a secure-based connectivity that is beneficial for all EU citizens is of utmost importance. Last but not least, autonomous access to space is mandatory to keep European Union freedom of action in space and towards space. European Parliament is waiting to see that EC achieves the EU launcher ecosystems that has been expected by the EU space industry for many years in order to ensure a competitive and reliable EU Launchers Alliance on which the launching of all new EU satellites relies. I am confident that we will be turning the vision into action, that a new era for space for the European Union will begin. We have received today a token of our commitment, and you also receive from our part strong commitment and strong political support on behalf of Industry, Research and Energy Committee, and I'm sure that I will not mistake by saying of European Parliament. The political will is here, we'll soon have the framework, and what remains is to turn it into actions. I wish you great talks today and looking forward to the discussions and the concrete action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, MEP Bouchoy, for your words. Last but by no means least, of course, I have the pleasure of welcoming the President of the Association of Europe's Space Industry, Eurospace, Mr. André Hubert Roussel. Fruitful and constructive dialogue, of course, I don't have to tell anyone here and online, between Europe's institutions and organizations and its space sector is of great significance for building effective space policy. So, Mr. Roussel, we are eager to hear your words and thoughts on the matter. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real pleasure to be here today again in this conference and to intervene as the president of Eurospace, the association of the European industry. So the last 2 years have been very difficult years. We all know that, sometimes even dramatic for some human activities and some individuals, and have touched all economical sectors. These global dramas have highlighted the key issues in terms of social equity, highlighting the crucial role of the public institutions that we have here and the public service infrastructures to make our society resilient and able to bounce back and recover. So this is there is very good news in this landscape, is that Europe has a very efficient space sector that can provide the key elements of the toolbox that Europe needs to face the crisis. But ladies and gentlemen, even if 2020 was a year of dread, 2021 a year of awareness and high opening, 2022 must be the year when we roll up our sleeves. So with the strong ambitions announced by the current French presidency of the Council, the busy annual work programme of the DG DEFI, the unwavering support of the Parliament, and the exciting proposals that ESA DG has put on the table for the upcoming ESA Space Conference at ministerial level, 2022 will certainly be full of promises. So these promises will be kept, and our collective ambitions for space can be achieved only at certain conditions. First of all, to continue to deliver successful European space programs, to provide the means to prepare the future and to continue to transform ourselves. Europeans should collectively be proud of the accomplishment and the maturity acquired by the industry over the last decades. With only 50,000 employees, space industry contributed over the last decade to an average net surplus of more than $1 billion per year to the European trade balance. European space exports having represented $23 billion in the past decades. And let me be proud that we Europeans have succeeded in doubling the life expectancy of the James Webb Telescope thanks to the precision of our launcher. This is not by luck, this is not even by disruptive innovation. This is the result of the excellence built over years of investment and of collaboration across Europe. So the European space sector is delivering and launching world-class space programs. And the sector is today the most experienced to design, produce, to launch the future space-based secure connectivity system, a new initiative in which industry welcome its early involvement and which offers thrilling new opportunities in terms of new developments and operational capabilities that will benefit to the Europe's digital sovereignty, but also regarding the way we do space in Europe. Another example is given by the upcoming topic of space traffic management, for which it is more than ever urgent to build collectively an EU approach. Industry has already developed world-class capabilities and services already operational, and we expect the EU and the member states to reinforce their existing capacities by using and leveraging as well the industry assets to inject innovation and technological potential. The second aspect in front of us is to prepare the future and to support the ambitions of the Agenda 25. The Director General of ESA has proposed accelerators and inspirators that he presented briefly to us just before, to reinforce the European leadership in the use of space and in science and in technology. It shows that we have nothing to envy to other space powers when it comes of projecting ourselves in the future. Turning these ideas into programs will now be key in putting Europe at the place it deserves as a real space power. And indeed, preparing this next generation of space capacity requires investment. This leads me to an old message, but unfortunately which remains still valid today. More than any other space sector in the world, the European space industry is obliged to win contracts on the rare open markets to sustain itself. So this is really advantageous for our public authorities, public customers. But we should not make a mistake. To achieve this, we need to continue to be competitive. And to be competitive, we need, in particular, efficient support, efficient ambitions in R&D and innovation. And this, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Ministers, is clearly an area where huge progress can continue to be made in Europe. We urgently need more ambitious and more efficient public R&D programs, more synergies between European institutions and space agency, and more professional and inclusive consultation of the industrial stakeholders, and obviously better taking their priorities into account. To finish with, we need to transform ourselves. The space sector is evolving quickly worldwide with digitization, new industrial processes, new actors, new technologies, and it is happening today in Europe too. And allow me to invite you all to forget the idea that we should and there would be an old space and a new space. The only thing that counts in this world is that European industry, whether it is legacy player or startups, delivers efficient and cost-effective products and services to its institutional customers and is competitive on the open market. All other consideration, whether the company is big or small, new or old, are irrelevant and counterproductive. What is new today in the space sector is twofold. The maturity of the industry that allows for a new distribution of costs and risk with the public authorities and the transfer of control of the main technical characteristic of the program to the from the public to the private. And with this maturity, this sector can leave its bubble and its comfort at an increased pace and be the catalyst for the green and digital transformation which is for the society. This is what, in our opinion, we should call the new space. In conclusion, in this area where nothing is stable, where the geopolitical situations are tumultuous, where environmental and security-related challenges emerge and aggravate every day, and where the sector worldwide is evolving so quickly, I would like to insist on the need for Europe to build the evolution of its space policy on two cornerstones. So the first one, increase the public use of space. And we have really good ambitions now popping up. The space policy of all other space power has been driven by military concerns, while Europe has developed world-class civil and public service infrastructures. Let's build on that. Let's do more, and let us give ourselves the space infrastructures necessary to manage the environment, to make verticals grow, to anticipate the security threats. But we must not be naive. Europe has also needs to have the means to defend its space assets and to guarantee that the services can be used by defense actors. And the second cornerstone, given that the European industrial supply chain gives the European supply chain the means to remain competitive through R&D, through innovation, through economic diplomacy, through new procurement approaches, and by reacting swiftly to the evolution of policies of other space powers to favor our competitors. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a nice conference.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roussel, for your words. And I think now just to end this part of the conference, I'd like to ask for a big round of applause from people here and at home for our special addresses. Big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so I would like to, for the moment, call the next panelist. Thank you again. So I'd like to thank you. And I'll see you soon. take your seats. We are slightly delayed, but I'm sure we'll do our very best to catch up with the delay that we currently have. But please take your seats while I introduce the next part of our conference. But before we move on to our first session, I'm told we have a very special guest waiting to speak with us, if I'm not mistaken, from France. Monsieur le ministre Bruno Le Maire nous rejoint virtuellement. On est tous vraiment honorés, monsieur le ministre, de vous avoir avec nous aujourd'hui. Je sais qu'on est tous très intéressés d'entendre la vision de la présidence française du Conseil de l'Union européenne sur le domaine spatial et vos priorités pour votre mandat. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup pour votre invitation à laquelle j'attache beaucoup d'importance. Je voudrais saluer le commissaire Philippe Breton, saluer la ministre Sophie Wilmès, saluer le vice-président de la Banque européenne d'investissement, Chris Peters, et tous les députés européens qui sont présents à cette conférence. Cette 14e conférence à politique spatiale européenne arrive à un moment clé de la construction européenne où la question de l'autonomie stratégique et de l'indépendance européenne est revenue au premier plan de nos préoccupations. Je voudrais dire à quel point, avec le président de la République, nous attachons une importance majeure à la construction de cette indépendance européenne. Or, il n'y aura pas d'indépendance européenne sans maîtrise de l'espace. C'est un des éléments clés, un des briques clés de la construction. ces transformations et de ces nouveaux enjeux stratégiques que je viens d'essayer de définir. Première chose, l'Europe n'est pas en arrière de la main. Et l'Europe doit arrêter de se jeter des sacs de cendres sur la tête comme si elle n'avait pas les technologies, les savoir-faire, la science suffisante pour maîtriser la conquête spatiale. Elle a ces technologies, elle a ses savoir-faire, elle a les laboratoires, elle a la science nécessaire pour être l'une des 3 puissances qui comptent dans le domaine spatial aux côtés de la Chine et aux côtés des États-Unis au XXIe siècle. Nous avons, en matière de recherche fondamentale, de satellites avec Airbus, Thales, OHB, de constellations avec Galileo ou avec Copernicus, satellite d'observation du climat, des outils précieux et extraordinairement efficaces. Et il faut que nous maintenions tous ces acteurs dans la course en considérant que le marché spatial n'est pas nécessairement un marché comme les autres. Cela suppose de définir des orientations stratégiques qui soient les plus claires possibles. Et je vous propose 3 orientations stratégiques pour l'Europe spatiale au XXIe siècle. La première orientation, c'est de prendre le virage du spatial privé pour concurrencer les États-Unis et la Chine à armes égales en soutenant par des moyens publics les acteurs privés. Et en reconnaissant que nous le faisons, en l'admettant, c'est un changement de doctrine. L'Europe s'est toujours refusée à apporter ses financements publics, directs ou indirects, aux acteurs privés. Bien, nous devons le faire comme le font les géants privés américains, comme le font les géants chinois du spatial. Les pays européens doivent, selon moi, et c'est le premier axe, accroître massivement leur soutien public aux nouveaux champions de l'espace en complément de capitaux privés plus importants. Il faut que nous apprenions à subventionner, je n'hésite pas à employer ce terme, les acteurs privés du spatial pour leur permettre de réussir aussi bien que les géants américains ou que les géants chinois. C'est ce que nous avons fait en France avec 2/3 des crédits de France 2030 dédiés au spatial, 1,5 milliard d'euros, qui vont être fléchés vers des acteurs privés. Donc nous jouons carte sur table. Il faut une meilleure articulation entre financement public et financement privé pour réussir le virage du nouvel espace au XXIe siècle. Le deuxième axe stratégique, et vous verrez que tous ces axes stratégiques sont très transgressifs par rapport à tout ce que nous avons connu au XXe. Mais si nous ne changeons pas de pied, si nous n'opérons pas cette révolution copernicienne sur l'espace, nous serons dépassés par la Chine et par les États-Unis. Donc le premier changement, la première révolution copernicienne que je propose, c'est d'admettre que le public soutient le privé et que nous subventionnons nos acteurs privés comme le font la Chine et les États-Unis. Le deuxième principe, c'est la préférence européenne. Les Chinois effectuent leurs tirs sur des fusées chinoises. Les Américains lancent leurs satellites sur des fusées américaines. Il faut que les Européens lancent leurs satellites sur des lanceurs européens et que ce principe de préférence européenne ne puisse jamais être remis en question par quelque État européen que ce soit. Nous, Européens, nous devons effectuer nos tirs spatiaux sur des fusées européennes avec des satellites européens en développant des lanceurs européens plus performants. Sans quoi, une fois encore, nous risquons d'être largués par la Chine et par les États-Unis. Les accords que nous avons signés récemment, nous, Français, avec l'Allemagne et avec l'Italie, vont exactement dans ce sens-là. Rassembler nos forces et assumer une préférence européenne dans le lancement de nos satellites. Nous aurons les premiers tirs de Vega C et d'Ariane 6 en 2022 qui doivent nous permettre d'accélérer notre positionnement dans ce domaine. Enfin, la troisième orientation que je propose, c'est d'investir massivement dans les technologies spatiales critiques de façon à garder un temps d'avance ou de rattraper notre retard par rapport aux autres grands joueurs dans ce domaine. D'abord, nous devons nous engager dans la voie des lanceurs réutilisables. Et de ce point de vue, les mini-lanceurs réutilisables doivent être une première étape dans cette nouvelle orientation que nous avons refusée depuis des années. Là aussi, c'est une nouvelle révolution copernicienne que je vous propose, c'est d'admettre la nécessité d'avancer vers les lanceurs réutilisables. En France, Ariane Group lance le mini-lanceur réutilisable Maya Space. Nous soutenons toutes les startups françaises qui développent des lanceurs, Venture Orbital Systems, Stratospace Systems, Hyperespace, qui vont dans cette direction. Et le site de Kourou sera modernisé pour permettre le lancement des mini et des micro-lanceurs européens. Deuxième révolution, nous voulons avancer vers des constellations de satellites, avec des usages stratégiques pour la couverture des zones blanches, pour la communication sécurisée, les voitures autonomes et les avions. France 2030 financera dès 2022 les projets français de constellation et nous apportons notre soutien au projet du commissaire européen de Thierry Breton de bâtir des constellations de communication européennes. Enfin, toujours dans ces nouvelles technologies, nous proposons qu'il y ait de vraies règles d'usage de l'espace. Il n'y a aujourd'hui ni règles de navigation, ni règles de gestion des déchets en orbite. C'est inacceptable. On ne peut pas développer massivement l'utilisation de l'espace et ne pas, dans le même temps, gérer mieux les déchets en orbite. De ce point de vue-là, nous soutenons la définition de règles communes pour les porter au niveau international à partir des règles européennes, exactement comme on l'a fait pour le numérique avec la RGPD. Il faut faire la RGPD de l'espace, qui permettra de réguler la navigation dans l'espace et les déchets en orbite. Vous le voyez, je ne serai pas plus long, mais il me semble que nous sommes à un tournant dans l'histoire de l'espace en Europe. Soit nous en restons à la politique que nous menons depuis des décennies, sans opérer un virage radical, et dans ce cas-là, soyons clairs, nous serons dépassés par la Chine et par les États-Unis. Soit nous avançons dans cette révolution copernicienne que je vous propose, sur les technologies, sur les financements, sur les usages, et dans ce cas-là, je considère que nous avons toutes les technologies, tous les savoir-faire, toute l'expérience pour être l'un des 3 grands acteurs de l'espace au XXIe siècle. C'est cette orientation que je vous propose et je voudrais, à ce titre-là, saluer l'esprit d'initiative et l'engagement de Thierry Breton et de Joseph Aschbacher, qui ont parfaitement compris les enjeux stratégiques de ces révolutions de l'espace et qui vont nous permettre, avec le soutien de tous les autres États européens, de continuer à rester dans la course. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre, pour vos messages. Et on vous souhaite bien sûr tout le meilleur succès pour votre présidence. Merci beaucoup. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to our next session. I think there's a video to show, and then we will start with session 1. So welcome everyone. Welcome to the first session of the 14th European Space Conference. It's actually 2 sessions. It's actually 2 debates, 2 individual debates on the next generation of European initiatives and accelerators. This first debate will focus on Europe's approach to an evolving space industry. So one of the key developments in the space domain over the past decade has been a shift away from a purely state-driven approach to the space sector, hand in hand with an increasingly prominent role played by the private sector in the space domain, with both new and established companies at the helm of this change. We are, I think, today in a situation where the sector is beyond a shadow of a doubt, or the European space sector is beyond a shadow of a doubt, a lot more dynamic and multifaceted than it has ever been before. Now, taking this into account, the debate today will look at the current state of Europe's space industry, the dynamics involved, and how it foresees its future development. It will also look at Europe's institutional approach to this new reality, and how it will interact with new actors in a balanced manner, and how established companies will relate to and interact with new SMEs. And so I have, for this first debate, an excellent panel with me today. I have Director General of DG DEFIS, Mr. Timo Pessonen, Director General of ESA, Mr. Joseph Aschbacher, President of CEO of Thales Alenia Space, Mr. Hervé Deray, the EVP of Space Systems of Airbus Defence and Space, Mr. Jean-Marc Nasr, and last but by no means least, of course, the President of the YES, a new association that you will, of course, tell us all about space SMEs, Mr. Juan Thomas Hernani. So without further ado, I'm going to launch us into this debate with the first question to our panelists. So maybe to start off, what major developments have taken place in the European space sector in recent years. If you compare the sector now to how it was, say, 10 years ago, what are the noticeable differences? Mr. Nasser.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Look, I was sitting in that chair 2 years ago in the same place, and we were saying that we needed to change something about space. What happened in 2 years, not 10 years, in 2 years, is kind of interesting. We had a pandemic. Most of our industries were heavily impacted, but space boomed like never before. And we've seen the demand for space growing fast. What we have seen is 3 things. Proliferation of space initiatives everywhere. It's interesting to see that business models are changing and people are coming to space more easily than before. We've seen 58 launches in China, 48 launches in the US, 15 launches in Europe. Some of them being from Russia, by the way, with Soyuz. Changes is happening, it's growing. We've seen verticalization. We've seen the big players in the US launching, building satellites, operating all at the same time. We've seen major mergers in the telecom sector with Viasat and Inmarsat. We've seen private money in space, massive private money in space. Just as Airbus, we invested €1 billion of private money in space in the last 10 years, building the Pléiades Neo constellation, which is unrivaled today in the world in terms of resolution and efficiency. This comes together with a lot of difficulties that we have to face. Traffic management, space traffic management, hostile act in space. It's not only debris. What if space becomes a territory of hostility? It's a disaster for our industry. Also, we see this balance between Europe and nations. I'm a truly believer as a European citizen that Europe can cope with national needs. It can be together. It's unique. It's not the US, not China, but it can work. We have to work on it. United we stand, divided we fall. Very clear.
Indeed.
And this is what Chris Peters said this morning. Last but not least, and I will finish with that, citizen awareness. We did a poll in France about citizens, what they think about space. 80% say it's cool, nice. 40% say it's useful. None of them are saying it's vital. But it is vital. If we don't do space, we go back to the 70s. We lose all access to space. So we need to do something about it, and that has changed completely the landscape where we are in.
Yes, yeah, I agree. There's certainly something to be said for the need to communicate. How crucial space is to our citizens, and I think there's a lot of work to be done in this matter. You mentioned at the beginning the sort of proliferation of new actors that have come into space over the past 10 years. I'm going to use that as a segue, maybe to bring in Mr. Hernani. Maybe you could talk to us a little bit about the role that SMEs have had to play in the development of the space sector in the past few years, please.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Yes, I think this chair, one of the novelties of these last years, and maybe only 3-5 years, is that this chair did not exist, or it was occupied by Airbus. So one of the novelties that we bring to the sector is that here we are representing an activity of SMEs that could be a perimeter of over 3,000 engineers. But when we look at it in detail, and we see the average age is 31 years, compared to the average in the sector, which is a very flat pyramid from 30 to 60, it means that we are preparing the future of the people. So not only in terms of the company perspective, but also in terms of the people perspective. If we want our entrepreneurs and engineers to stay in Europe, we have to focus into this new garden that is developing very strongly, but is dependent on the decisions that are taken over here. So the claim is, let's be careful, and instead of having a disorganized movement, that I think let's the market behave freely, but provide channels that this becomes more industrial, more connected to the business and to the contracts. Because in any sector, SMEs represent 80% of the average activity in Europe. And in the case of space, when we go to the GDP, it is a very small fraction. So there is a gap that we have to fill, because if we don't, we will dismiss this opportunity, and it may disappear in the next 3 or 5 years.
Yeah, and the retention of let's say, brain of European expertise is crucial. I think it's crucial for the sector, and it's crucial to ensuring the excellence of Europe's space sector. And I think both established companies and SMEs definitely together contribute to the excellence of our sector. Mr. Dere, how to maintain this excellence, in your opinion? How do we maintain excellence and innovation in the European space industry, and what conditions do you think are needed to make sure that we retain this and to make sure that we reach the potential that Europe's space industry has?
So let's talk indeed about this excellence, but I mean, in which situation are we? Are we facing very challenging times? Yes. Are we, let's say, under the threat of new players that are trying to disrupt us? Yes. But this being said, let's say, trying to answer your question, we should also look at what are our strengths, what are our assets. And starting with the facts and figures. The first is that we contribute, I mean, the space industry contribute for an average net surplus of 1 billion annually for the trade balance of the European Union. Second point, when it comes to, let's say, commercial competitions, on a daily basis, we win. We win on new topics such as Internet of Things constellations. We win on commercial space orbital infrastructure. We win in telecommunication constellations also. I mean, this is a very trendy topic, but when it comes to competitions, we win them. And talking about geostationary SATCOM satellites, if you look at 2021, 70% of the wins have been made by European companies. The second point is that we have a world-class, let's say, industrial capabilities with world-class public service infrastructure. I mean, we talked about them this morning, Galileo, Copernicus, our meteorological satellites. These are extremely strong assets on which we need, obviously, to base, let's say, our future, and on which we need to capitalize to basically serve the two priorities of Europe, which are digital and green. Let me focus, by the way, on one example. I'm going to talk about software-defined satellites. So software-defined satellites, this is, let's say, a new technology that basically allows our customers to do what they always dreamed about, which was to have totally flexible payloads in order to adapt themselves to the market conditions along the life of the satellites. So it's a disruptive, let's say, technology that allows flexibility and reusability. If I may make an analogy, this is the equivalent of reusable launchers in the satellite domain. Okay. Well, this is a domain in which Europe is a pioneer. We have today, let's say, European players, namely Airbus and TAS, we have 100% of market share. 100%. I'm not talking about a market that is a European market. I'm talking about a worldwide market with customers that are across the world. I mean, we recently been selected by Intelsat, SES, and the same applies to Airbus. So, what is the recipe of those successes? Because if we want to succeed in the future, I think we need to understand what are our strengths and assets. First, I think it has been a co-investment from industry and institutions on, let's say, common roadmaps, common technology. Secondly, there were new ways of designing and manufacturing satellites, and for which we took full benefit of the digital transformation. And this applies to design, but this also applies to the new industrial capability that we are building based on Industry 4.0 approaches. And also, I mean, the third element of the recipe is that we have worked with our ecosystem. Not only, let's say, the big primes and big players, but working with SMEs and startups in order to be able to achieve this, let's say, breakthrough technology. So let's be proud of this excellency of the European space industry, and let's obviously build on it. Now, this being said, let's say, we cannot be complacent. We cannot just replicate and continue, let's say, without changing anything. We've got in front of us many challenges. We talked about them this morning, on-orbit servicing, space traffic management. There is a number of new domains that will require, once again, let's say, to invest. And it's clear, and I think this was everybody's message this morning,
we need to accelerate the tempo. We need to be even faster than we've been before, because the innovation cycles are shorter and shorter. Let's say the big competitors out there, the US, if we talk about the US, are faster and faster, and it's up to us to, let's say, be at the same tempo or be even faster. And to do that, we need, obviously, to have an agile industry. We need to, let's say, create ecosystems where we basically capitalize on the innovation and speed of some of the SMEs and startups, but also use the horsepower of the big groups. And I think we should stop opposing the two. I'm personally a bit fed up with the opposition of these two worlds. These two worlds work together, and this applies both to the upstream and to the downstream. We've got many examples in that domain. And by doing so, we can create a very, let's say, attractive domain. We can basically compete. The last element that will be required is, and was mentioned to Commissioner Breton this morning, it's obviously that we need also large programs, large flagship programs. And this is, let's say, on top of Galileo, Copernicus, obviously the European constellation, but also the upcoming programs that we could define out of the inspirators and accelerators that have been proposed by ESA. So we are here, obviously, to support that trend, to support that move, and very eager to contribute to the next wave of space.
Thank you. I think I want to pick up on that, on the point of, you know, the dichotomy that exists and that you said we shouldn't really make anymore between the big established companies and SMEs, because of course they are both part of the ecosystem and we need to leverage that. I wanted to maybe give the floor to our other two industrial speakers here. How do you see the interaction between established companies and SMEs? Maybe Mr. Ernani.
Okay. Yes, I think it's a needed collaboration to build on the existing cooperation, because otherwise it wouldn't be practical. No? But I advocate in favor of transparency, and we are going to do that in the JET syndicate from the perspective of acknowledging the grouping of what is the industrial activity that comes to SMEs. So we have the danger of delivering, let's call it, toys to SMEs that would provide some capital seed, some sort of innovation helps. We're not talking about that. We are talking about representing part of the business of construction of a space. And I think we are, because of the I think new space characteristics, the efficiency in terms of costs is providing a gap that is also interesting for the large companies, so that we can provide productivity in our own activities that can accelerate contracts. So that I think we have to emphasize the share of SMEs in the total cake, because that's very weak at the moment. So it is not true that it is a large percentage. It is a very small percentage. And I think we have to advocate responsibly to provide, on a competitive basis. It couldn't be in any other way, but I think with a stronger position of SMEs, because then it will happen same as in the US. So SpaceX was a company that did not exist in 2001. It was a startup, but it was a serious startup exercise to provide the opportunity of the market. It was not only, they were not given some seed capital to start. It was Elon Musk with a huge opportunity in a program. No? And this is the type of model that we should think of.
Okay, I'll give the floor first to Mr. Nasser and then Mr. Aschbacher.
Yes, on this cooperation between new actors and it works.
Is the microphone on?
No. Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, it works?
Yes.
The cooperation between new actors and old actors, I think it's something like Hervé. I really want that we go beyond that thing which doesn't make sense at all. We speak of next space in Airbus, which is the way we do space in the future. And today the cooperation between big groups and startups and SMEs is threefold. We invest, big groups invest in startups. We have invested at Airbus in 7 startups in space, and we continue to invest. And not only in France, we invest in Germany, we invest in other countries. We've seen incredible startups in Belgium that we are developing as well. I think it's something we need to promote. Second, we integrate startup elements into our programs. And when we win a big contract like Galileo or like Copernicus, we work with small companies. We integrate them in what we do. Last but not least, we signed a contract with a startup recently, 2 weeks ago. We are a subcontractor to a startup. Airbus is subcontractor to Loft Orbital that selected us for close to 20 platforms to develop their business models. What I like in startups is they come with new business models where me as a group, I don't have access to all those models at the same time. So I'm pleased to be a subcontractor of a startup. It's the first time in my life, but I like it. It's really the future, the way I see it, and it will continue to grow. So let's forget about new and old. Let's go next together.
Excellent. Mr. Aschbacher.
I can only share what is said here. There's no sense between new space and old space. This is old space. But as ESA, our job is to develop space in general in Europe. And this is exactly what we're doing. You have been asking, how do you compare Europe from 10 years ago to today? I think we have done a great job, thanks to industry, thanks to many players, institutional and private industry. 10 years ago, take the big flagship programs, Copernicus, Galileo, were in development, somewhere in the infancy. Today, they are the biggest, the best space programs in their domain. Earth observation is led by Copernicus. Navigation, the Galileo system is the most accurate system in the world. So we can do it in Europe if we put our forces together. What do we do in 10 years from today? And I think this is the question.
Indeed.
Europe has strengths, and it was said by many colleagues, and this is fantastic to see that we have the capability, we can do it, but we have to change gear and we have to change the way how we do it for the next 10 years. Certainly much more involving the private sector, driving the private sector, making the private sector succeed. You mentioned SpaceX. We should not forget, and I'm a big fan of SpaceX, I've seen them, I like them, and I like Elon Musk and whatever he's doing. But what we can really learn from that, and I think what happened there is a lesson for us as well. SpaceX would not exist without NASA. Not only the money, of course, 12 billion to build up a launcher very successfully, build up and use it, but also the expertise of NASA. NASA engineers have been helping SpaceX to be built up. Without NASA, again, SpaceX would not exist. And I think this is something I take as a lesson for Europe. As ESA, we are a European Space Agency, we have access to expertise, and I would like to help to develop European industry and make them SpaceXs or whatever you call them in Europe, but certainly very successful big companies. And I think we need to push hard and forcefully in order to make this happen. I think we can do it, but we have to give it a push.
It's hopeful words, excellent. Mr. Pesterman, you want to have the floor?
I fully agree. No, I don't, because I
yeah.
mask off. Okay.
Yeah, I know the pain.
Okay.
This morning.
I look like a dark side. I was a big fan of Luke Skywalker, but I look like a dark
Brilliant.
side. No, but seriously, I fully agree. I think we have no reason of complacency in Europe, nor to be too critical on what we have achieved. And I think what both Hervé and Jean-Marc and Juan Thomas said, of course, we need complementarity between different players, different size of companies. There is no reason for any confrontation or dualism. I think, old or new, who defines what is new, what is old? My children say that I'm old, well, I still think I'm young, so it's a bit artificial to make these distinctions. But I think one point I want to emphasize is skills, that we can keep the skills in Europe. And there I know, we have discussed with Joseph a lot about this, and I think, of course, the big companies, but also SMEs, you have to kind of a responsibility to a certain extent also to pick up the talents, from the academia, from the institute, and then you train them. So that, this is kind of what I'm thinking, that how could we do more also from, let's say, from the public side to support. Joseph has an excellent, small kind of a lab in Rome. Frassati kind of incubator, where you have brought young talents globally, not only from EU countries, but from other parts, together to really hands-on develop new ideas, new frontiers. And of course, I know that you are all, doing the same. Airbus and Thales, and I'm sure that YesNet work the same. So I think this is something when I think we could put our act together and to make sure that the high level, the top level, the world-class level of space expertise and engineers stays and still further develops in Europe.
Excellent. Now I'm going to ask one very last question for very brief sort of concluding remarks. Sort of jumping on what has been said, what will be the role, and taking into account the example also that you gave with the USA, what will be the role that you foresee for the public sector in Europe in the future? And in taking into account, of course, the development of the European space sector, will it be a producer of space assets and services, a buyer, a facilitator, all the above? So what role is desirable? Who'd like to take the floor first?
I would say partner.
A partner. Excellent. Perfect. Mr. Aschbacher.
It's very much a partner. We can, and there's not one or the other. It is true that, let's say, I take the case of ESA, we still need to develop, I would say, more the classical way, big missions, as we do it today, Bepi Colombo and many of those missions. They will always be developed the way we do it today. But what will be new and completely changing our way of working is to work with the private sector. And there I see ourselves as a customer. I would like industry to develop a constellation, and I would like to buy data. Of course, I will check, I will verify that this is working and the quality is appropriate. But industry is very dynamic and very mature in some segments, and they should drive. And I think this combination of us being call it an intelligent customer who along the way forges big programs to be implemented and then buying individual elements is certainly a new role we have to strongly develop, and I've announced to do this within the initiatives of ESA Agenda 25. But in addition, we have to develop technology, make sure that development is fostered, and there we need to have the classical old programs, if I may call it this way, to continue. So it needs both.
Perfect. Any other last words, please?
Yeah, I think we miss over here an additional chair that would be present in the sector, and that is the customer.
The customer,
So we
yes.
have to be realistic in terms of who could be this chair in the next steps. So I guess, of course, the governments are the chair in defense and other applications, but certainly environmental authorities must be a very important chair that should be defining what is next.
Excellent.
So for the time being, I think we have a divorce between upstream and downstream because of the dynamics of the sector, and we need to start being user-driven and pool-driven. So I think environment is a very huge opportunity. Oil and gas is another, the energy sector, maybe one next chair to be talking.
Indeed.
And start normalizing the sector by putting the customer, the user, in the center.
Indeed, and we completely agree with you here at the European Space Conference, because this is something that we also try to push, so definitely agree. Mr. Nasser.
I think the public sector, we should not miss the target here. 80% of our revenues comes from the public sector today. We are very much driven to Earth observation, climate change, secure communication. This is public. I think the public sector is at the same time the North Star of our industry, and it has to remain the North Star. You said about SpaceX, the $12 billion money came from the public sector to make them what they are. I think we should be proud of what we do here. We need the private sector and the public sector to cooperate. It is the way to develop things. And PPP doesn't mean public permanently pays. It means let's cooperate together in a smart way. I welcome the words of Joseph saying that Europe is ready to buy services instead of infrastructure, and we are mature to do that. You will see in the coming months changes in that sector. We are ready to do this. We take the challenge, Joseph, and the Commission. I think we can come with disruptive ideas that will change the way we do things. Yep. But we need you at our side. Timo and Joseph, it's up to you to help us being successful together.
You have us.
Excellent, no pressure. Last word, Mr. Dewey.
Indeed, I think we need the two legs. Coming back to what you said, Joseph, I think there is no space economy that runs, let's say, purely on private. And the US example that is usually given is not explaining the full story and not telling indeed that SpaceX relies heavily on those public investments. So this is required, but to be combined indeed with private and with, in fact, a service business model. And we are totally ready for that challenge. Yeah.
Perfect, and that I would say concludes our first dialogue. So a massive round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our excellent panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your for your insights. And now a couple of minutes while we ask the next speakers to come up, and we ask Mr. Aschbacher and Mr. Pessonen to stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Voilà. Il faut juste nettoyer un petit peu. They're just going to clean it first and then... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please, those who are here, please take your seats. And those who are at home, welcome back. I'm happy to introduce the second dialogue, the second debate of this first session, the debate on future initiatives and the resilience in space. Now, the space domain, as we have heard extensively already today, is vital for the functioning of our societies and economies as a whole, as well as for our security and defense. Now, for this reason, in the face of threats and challenges of all kinds against space infrastructure and the services that arise from them, the notion of resilience is one of increasing importance. Now, to what extent does resilience factor into the approach of the space policy taken by public authorities, as well as in the individual and in the industrial, and investment decisions taken by companies? How will Europe's new initiatives address this important issue, and what role will industry play? These are some of the questions that we will be addressing in this panel. So I'm delighted to have an excellent panel with us today. We have back with us again. I mean, they haven't actually left, and I think we're not going to let them leave. Director General Pessonen and Director General Aschbacher. We also have with us the CEO of Ariane Group, André Hubert-Roussel, the CEO of OHB, Mr. Marco Fuchs, and the CEO of Telespazio, Mr. Luigi Pasquale. So, to launch immediately into this debate, taking into account the recent developments, both security-related ones as well as challenges that have originated from the COVID pandemic, how important is the notion of resilience for the European space domain? Mr. Fuchs.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I don't need to do anything, right?
So, Fuchs.
Big pleasure to be at a conference like this again, and glad to be part of this panel. I think obviously resilience is now has to be taken into account with in all the aspects in the way we do space. And if you listened this morning, a big example for that obviously is the European Commission's program on secure connectivity, the big constellation that is what I can say luckily in the near future probably being announced and being implemented. This obviously is very important for resilience and security-related issues. So we as industry, I'm sure we all strongly support that because obviously resilience of communication is a very big cornerstone for sovereignty. These issues have been largely debated, and I guess the recent developments that we lived through have just highlighted that. I think what is important is that after this phase of studies, of ideas, we now come to a governance that allows a quick implementation, that allows us also to have a modular approach where a constellation can then be evolving. And it's not just another constellation, especially since we have more stakeholders in it, public, private. Of course, there will be some questions to be mapped out. But we heard it before, the panel before was saying that space is evolving much faster than in the past, and that means decision-making has to evolve faster, and that obviously relates also to the government aspects of resilience and security. So I think that's a big opportunity for us as space, but I think we do have to deliver on that. So it's also a big responsibility. And I'm happy to discuss this with my colleagues here.
Mr. Roussel, maybe I'll give the floor to you also for this the question with how important is resilience for space? Of course, Ariane's activities are crucial. Everyone's activities here are crucial, except for mine. I don't. But what are your thoughts on the matter?
Hello? Yeah. This is and your DG, I think, huh?
From Mr. Roussel?
Yes, yes, exactly. I think we met, huh?
No.
We zijn alleen bezig even te kijken, want ik heb een overlappende slot.
There seems to be. Otherwise, you can maybe shout. Although I'd recommend against it. Can we have Mr. Roussel's microphone on, please, from the technical team? Or a microphone, that would also work. We can also go old school. This old school sometimes works. Please. Excellent.
Yeah. The classical tool
there we
is
go.
Working perfectly. So yes, access to space is clearly as well at the heart of the European resilience, and we have demonstrated that in 2021. Even more, I think we have demonstrated excellence, and we have demonstrated that we are still, and we are continue to be at the forefront of the access to space. So with a number of things. First of all, we have once again passed the record in October for the highest mass in to launch geostationary satellites in orbit in the world record. Second, and we have already mentioned it, James Webb Telescope launch. Thanks to the excellence of our access to space technology, thanks to the precision, we have doubled the lifetime of this very precious instrument, so from 10 to 20 years, because we have been saving propellant. And last but not least, we are on our way to 2022 with the sending of the two first Ariane 6 stages, the main stage from Les Mureaux and the upper stage from Bremen towards French Guiana, where it arrived last week, and where we will start the combined test very soon now, before the first flight. So we have demonstrated, I think, resilience and excellence in the crisis. On the institutional side, they have done a lot as well. They have signed and voted the resolution in August to support their access to space with Ariane 6 and Vega C, to really enable that we are able to compete on the open markets on equal footing with our dear American competitors. As well, there have been a lot of agreements signed between France and Germany, between France and Italy, to support as well the preparation of the future. So this is a great basis to build 2022, which will be a year of action and a year of decisions. A year of actions because we will launch for the first time our new launchers, Vega C and Ariane 6, and this is a truly family of launchers, so really the start of a vision. This is not an end, this is a start of a vision of an homogeneous family using common technologies and being able to reach all orbits that we want. What is unique is that before its first launch, Ariane 6 has got a full order book with 11 launches already, both from institutional and commercial customers. So it is really expected, and we have to succeed in there. It will be a year of decision, and we will probably come back on that, but it was already seen. We have both at EU level and ESA level, new ambitions that we want to create and that will be key, obviously, for the strategic autonomy of Europe and based on access to space. Both as well, thanks to the French presidency or presidency of European Union, co-presidency for the European Space Agency Council at the ministerial level at the end of the year. This is where we will renew the ambitions and move forward for space, which is more and more at the heart of the strategic autonomy of Europe, of our security, of our science, technology, defense. All this we will pursue during 2022.
We have a lot to look forward to then in this year. Picking up on what you've said and picking up also, I know we've already spoken a little bit about the constellation. I'd like to give the floor to you, Mr. Pasquale. I'd like to hear your ideas, your vision for the key goals, first of all, with regards to resilience in the coming years, and let's say in the next 5 to 10 years. What actions do you foresee maybe in this realm, and how do you see the new initiatives that have been sort of announced, such as the Constellation, factor into European resilience in space as a whole?
Yeah, I think that starting, is it work? Maybe not. We have the magic solution.
There we go. I think we'll just stick to the magic solution of an old microphone.
Magic solution, yes. So, at the end.
It's like the old Nokias. The old Nokias are a lot better than the current phones. So please.
Yeah. Are you negative or positive? So yes, thanks to the technology. Yes, Gord. I think that I would like to start from your point to say how much the resilience is important, and then looking from the angle of applications, that is the field that I follow. Is it clear, and then this is the reason why we are today here, is that space applications are more pervasive than ever in our society. I mean, it's clear that it's a great asset. Space technology is a great asset for institutions, enterprises, people. So now, also looking to the priorities, you are referring to the main goals. So looking to the priorities of our institutions, it's clear that through space technologies, we may help and support through applications some great, really great priorities. It's environment. Environment means sustainability. Sustainability for our planet, but also sustainability of the near space. And then this is clearly connected with security, is clearly connected with inclusiveness, and then economic growth in general. So this is at this point the equation. Resilience of space infrastructures is equivalent, is coincident with the resilience of our society at the end. So a reason why it's definitely important, the resilience of the space infrastructure, just to simplify in my view, is that because we want to be resilient as a society. So then, which are the priorities? Priority, in my view, is of course to foster the technology uptake. Technology uptake means that, of course, a health downstream sector implies, and by the way, we have a USPA that is making a great work now in Europe, looking to this priority. It's something that may clearly support this, I wouldn't say vision, because as the slogan of the conference, this is really action, so starting from a vision, which is very important to have a clear and sharp European vision, but now I'm speaking about actions. And then clearly the resilience, as we said, may support this, but to be resilient, the space systems have to be protected. And to be protected is clear, and we heard that there is a priority to pay a lot of attention through new programs, a new attitude like space situation awareness, space domain awareness, space traffic management. But again, here Europe is late. Clearly, we have a gap vis-à-vis others, vis-à-vis US, for instance. In our role of operations, meaning maintenance and operating conditions of systems, I can tell you that we every week make a maneuver to protect space assets from collision avoidance. But what is important, most of the cases, the information that the warning does not come from our nations or our countries or from Europe. So this means that we need to reinforce the sensors, we need to reinforce the suite of applications to manage and process data, and finally we need to reinforce the governance. And by the way, we shouldn't forget that we need to reinforce the money, because for that kind of protection, at this moment, the quantity of money that Europe has put in place is a little bit more limited than other applications. So, in my view, resilience is essential. The goals is to uptake technologies and put in place with a certain urgency the protection of assets.
Thank you very much. I think that there's a number of things there that you said. First of all, that the resilience of space infrastructures equals the resilience of our society, I think, is a message that needs to be driven home a lot more across Europe, because we're not just talking about things in the sky. There's always, that idea. Imagine a day without satellites, and see what would happen, right? So this is I think a very, very crucial idea, and of course it's not very reassuring to hear that Europe is late and that there is a gap. But this is the reality, and this is something, of course, that we all need to work together, public authorities and the industry. So I'm going to pass the floor to Mr. Aschbacher and Mr. Pessonen to give us their views on this.
Resilience, as we have heard, has many different facets. Of course, resilience, one thinks immediately of cybersecurity orbits to have a resilient system in place, and this is certainly key, and we are working all very much on this. But resilience also has other dimensions. Access to space was mentioned before by André Hubert. This is crucial. Otherwise, we have not a resilient system. We don't have guaranteed access to space. Also, components. We are depending so much on components from other players outside. And again, this is resilience in order to have your own access to components. Access to information, Earth observation, Copernicus, again, this is crucial for many aspects in order to have a resilient system in place. Secure communication, we have heard it this morning. So that there's really a variety of activities, and I have to say that we really need to work on these various elements together in order to achieve that. But let me just say, I think one important part, and this has always been at the core of it. Why is the US, why is China investing so much money in space? And it was mentioned before, security, strategic compass, these are the keywords that we will hear more and more in the next years, not next weeks probably, and days, and certainly years. And that's something where Europe also has to build up resilience in order to have its own independent, secure system to protect its people, to protect its interests. And this is, for me, a priority into which we would like to engage more, certainly with the European Commission, us being, of course, the technology developer together with industry, but you really being the one, Timo, and your colleagues with the Commissioner, obviously, to define the goals from a political angle. And I think this is, for me, a new domain which I see coming, a very important one, and I think Europe can just not afford not to be active in this domain.
And it's certainly something we're going to hear about not only in a few weeks, but also today and tomorrow, because we have a number of sessions I'd like to draw your attention to on defense and security and resilience this afternoon, so do keep an eye out for that. Mr. Pessonen, the last word is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe, can you hear me? Or, yeah, okay.
Indeed.
So, I mean, this notion of resilience have become more, let's say, pertinent in the debate because of the COVID pandemic. Of course, we have always needed to have this discussion on the Europe's capacity to act autonomously, and our strategic autonomy, our technological independence. In the case of COVID, of course, it means that we can keep our supply chain working. We can protect our citizens. And if you look at the space, I mean, space is an enabler for our key priorities of greening our societies, fight against the CO2 emissions, greening of our industry, and of course, on digitalization. So there, the space assets enable us to have these huge paramount societal changes in the years to come. So this is exactly what Luigi said about the societal importance of space. I'm not going to list, I mean, you have already heard what we are doing. Mm-hmm. We are putting in place a proposal on the secure connectivity, so hyper-secure system. We are working on autonomous access to space together with industry and European Space Agency. We are working on a strategy on space defense and security, as Mr. Breton announced this morning, because we need to be able to protect our assets, and not only the satellites, but of course the data and the information they are providing for our lives. So I think this is the key. There are threats of debris, congestion, and also militarization of the outer space, and this we have to resist together.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think this was an excellent introduction to what will be a debate that we will go into further depth in the days to come. So everyone join me please in giving a round of applause to our excellent panelists. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much. And we will be back shortly with the next part of our program. Thank you very much. Your seats. We're going to now have the fireside chat followed by session 1. Oh, sorry, session 2. Good Lord. No, session. So. I think so, yeah. I mean, we're all tested and vaccinated and so on and so forth. After this. Yes. No, it's fine. Thank you. I think
Talking the whole day.
Sorry?
You're talking the whole day. You need some
It's
water?
I do talk. Yes. It's. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, and we are going to start now. The next part of the program, a part that I have to say, without, of course, detriment to all the other parts of the program, but I am particularly excited for this interaction. I, of course, have the absolute pleasure and the absolute honor of doing a fireside chat now with ESA astronaut Alexander Gerst and ESA Director General Josef Aschbacher. Willkommen in Brussels. Thank you. Welcome to Brussels. Very, very happy to have you both here. Now, I'm going to sort of launch directly into it with a question that I'm pretty sure you've probably have heard very often, but I'm going to pose it anyways. What was the moment you knew that you wanted to be an astronaut?
Oh, wow, yeah, I did get that question a lot, but the problem is I can never answer it because, I don't know, I can't think back that far. I knew flying to space would fascinate me when I was a little kid, when I saw astronauts on television in the space shuttle, or European astronauts, Sigmund Jähn, Ulf Merbold, in space, and I realized, wow, I would love to see that. But I was curious as a little child. I liked other things as well. I also liked to be a scientist, a train driver, a firefighter. And in the end, I became a geophysicist, just like Joseph here. So you actually have the pleasure of speaking to two geophysicists here. And I wanted to discover our planet. And then becoming an astronaut was just a logical extension. Just by, as a geophysicist, we look inside the Earth, and now I look at the outside of it.
Excellent. I mean, that curiosity obviously went through everything that you did, and is of course a key part of what you do now. I think I wanted to become a vet at some point. Look where I am now. I'm not anywhere near close to that. So you went to space for the first time in 2014. What were your thoughts, sort of sitting in that spacecraft, way for the first time from space? What was going through your mind?
Well, when you sit on the launch pad before your first launch, you still think, man, I really hope nothing is happening now that gets in between me and my spaceflight, because as an astronaut, you train a long time, you wait for a long time, and you really want to get it going. So everybody thinks that you're really nervous when you're sitting on top of a rocket that is full with fuel, but actually you get calmer and calmer the closer you get to your launch point, because there's less that can get in between you and your launch. Like in the last weeks, you don't want to catch COVID or break your leg or anything that might prevent you from flying. And the closer you get, the more relaxed you get. And then, so you focus on that at first. And then when you fly to space, for the first time, you really change your mind to see that, to all of a sudden see the Earth from the outside. And that is a pretty strong change, because you're not prepared for it at all. I mean, I saw satellite photos, many of them provided by Josef's team from Earth observation at that stage, and I was fascinated by satellite photos. I thought I knew it all. I could tell you the diameter of Earth, the thickness of the atmosphere. I thought I was prepared, but I wasn't. I looked out that window and I thought, wow, this planet is way smaller than I thought. It's incredible, and it is like we say, right? Even a gigantic planet appears small and tiny in light of infinity, and that is really what strikes you in the first second.
I'm sure it completely shatters the perspective that you had before. Now, you've been to space, I think, twice now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
two times. So going up and back down to space, I mean, that must, and this is of course an understatement, take quite its toll on you. What is it like, that experience?
You know, as humans, I think we can take much more than we think. That is true in so many stages of life. Many have experienced that in the pandemic, right? They went through things, difficult situations, much better than they thought they would. And it's the same with spaceflight. I think we humans are well adapted for space, even for long duration spaceflight. I flew up there. I stayed twice for half a year, so in total about a year in space, and I came back down. We now have training methods where we don't come back deprived of bone strength or muscle strength. It's actually quite well organized now, and we can live in space. And that's why, you know, I think we as humans need to realize that, and that's probably that we are explorers, that space is really there. It's not just like a trip once in a while, but space is, you know, the moon and Mars and the space around us, they're the continents, the unexplored continents of our century.
Sure.
And it's there to stay. That is something that I'm trying to bring across to people, is that we're ready to take the next step out there, which is not just like flying out there once in a while, but actually be there to stay. And I think it makes more sense when you take a step back, as always with spaceflight, to look at what happened 50 years ago. The first human being left Earth, or 6 years ago, left Earth for the very first time. And it's like it's as important as the first fish leaving the ocean. If in 10,000 years humans will still exist, and I'm going to talk about that later on in the Green Deal session, then really that's the significance of the times that we live in. But right now we're too close. We're a blink of an eye away, historically speaking, from those first moments. So we think it's still very special. But no, spaceflight and also human space exploration is there to stay. So now it's more a question of who is in that business and who can sort of be at the forefront of exploration.
Indeed. Now, I want to talk a little bit about your time up in the International Space Station. Now, you held the post of ISS Commander from the 4th of October to the 18th of December, if I'm not mistaken, 2018, during Expedition 57. Now, what responsibilities does this entail as Commander of the ISS?
Well, it's manifold, actually. Of course, first and forefront, you are responsible for one of the most, or for the most complex spacecraft there is. Maybe some people call it the most complex machine that humanity has ever built. Built on various different continents by various partners. So you are earning a huge amount of trust. So me as a European commander, I had the trust of our Russian colleagues, of our US colleagues, of the European nations involved. And that is, of course, something you don't want to mess up, right?
No.
So this is such a huge benefit for humanity, this spacecraft up there. So much science coming out of there. So that, you know, for me, it was important. I would fly up there, I would take care of that spacecraft and make sure it's in even a better state when I come back down. And also I wanted to make sure we fly up there as friends from 3 different continents, flying up there and returning as friends. That has happened. And then as a commander, of course, you need to watch out for your crew, that they have everything they need, that they can work well there, that if there's help needed, that you jump in and help, that you help them by training before. Usually as a commander, you are experienced, so you've flown before, so we fly with colleagues that haven't flown before. You help them out during training, you organize part of the training, emergency response, for example. And that's an important part where where a commander is responsible when something happens in the spacecraft, there's a fire or a depressurization. So you really have to run the response because ground may not be able to help you. You might not have a ground connection, or they don't have the right data yet. So you really need to be prepared at any time of the night to respond to a crisis, and that's sort of part of that manifold responsibility.
Sure, definitely a high pressure situation, but it's all, of course, very, very, I think, heartening to hear, very positive to hear the sort of how important the ISS is to international cooperation between countries. We're going to talk about international cooperation later on tomorrow, in fact. So I think this is definitely something positive to take from the ISS. Now, I wanted to ask you, how has your very unique, I think is probably the way to put it, experience with regards to space impacted the importance of how you see space for our societies as a whole and for everyday life in particular?
Oh, don't get me started. I could talk about this for 2 hours because, of course, we see it.
I wish we had 2 hours.
We see it, of course, every day up there on the ISS. We do so many experiments. Joseph talked about it already today. Many of my colleagues, are up there doing hundreds of experiments in each expedition. Many of them for the direct benefit down here. Like we develop new materials because we have experiments up there that cannot be done anywhere on Earth, but they are there to fill important gaps for scientists and engineers down here so they can continue their work down here and develop these new materials. They need to fly to space. It's funny, right? You need to go outside your house far away to a hostile place to continue science down here. We see that. But of course, that's not the only thing, right? We see all the other benefits as well. It's the international cooperation. My first flight was right at the beginning of the first Ukraine crisis. I flew with a Russian and American in one spacecraft. And we got that question all the time, right? What do you say about that? And we, in the very first press conference, just before our flight, we got that question asked, and what we did, we got up and just hugged ourselves. That was it. No questions asked after that. It was clear that we were flying as friends, and that is an important benefit because if there's a common good, something that everybody has to lose, which is the ISS, right? It's for the benefit of all humankind. It brings you together also in the times of crisis. And then last but not least, Joseph already mentioned it as well today, it's the inspiration that we give to the younger generation. We are out there in schools, we tell about our space flights, and the kids there, you can see it formulating, you can see it in their eyes, it formulates in their brain. They think, oh, if that guy without hair flies to space, I can do that too. And that's exactly, where we want to go to. We want to make sure that the young generation in Europe understands what their possibilities are, and we encourage them and say, if I can do that, you can do it at any time, and you can even go a little bit farther.
Indeed. And so, I mean, on that note, Director General, this is exactly what makes people dream. Space flights, human and robotic exploration. How important is it to inspire Europe, in your opinion, in this sense?
Oh, it's tremendously important. You just listen to Alex, and I could listen to him for hours. And
that makes two of us.
We could talk for hours. It's always fascinating, and this is so inspiring. This is really inspiring new generations. We need new talents in space. We need new talents in STEM education, and looking and watching what astronauts are doing in the space station is just fascinating, and people, rather than becoming soccer players or wanting to become soccer players or movie stars, they should still do that. But I would like that many more of them would go and be inspired by space. So it's tremendously important. It's also important for us in Europe. Alex was saying extremely nicely, in the blink of an eye, in the long scale of history, we will be on the moon, and we will be living there. We will go to Mars. We will use the moon as an economic zone. This is a new frontier, and we Europeans have always been explorers, always, and we have been building up our nations, our culture by exploring since thousands of years. More recently, of course, to the Americas, and now the next frontier is really the moon. And yes, we have to be part of this. And as Alex is saying very nicely, in the blink of an eye, we are in the next century, and we will have a completely different world, a completely different situation. And the big question is, and this is the one I'm raising to politicians, is do we want, as Europeans, to be part of it? or do we want to be watching others going to the moon, others being capable of doing it? Today we are not having a ship to go to explore the next frontier. Imagine Christopher Columbus wouldn't have had the ship. We would look very different as a nation. And I think this is, for me, the argument I'm using. Yes, we have to be part of this next exploration. And yes, the astronauts are playing an enormously important role to inspire us to do that.
And actually, one thing I would like to add there, which was very well put, is that it's easy to get a little complacent in that matter because of the success of the last 2 decades of ISS cooperation. We had a very good relationship with NASA, with Russia. European astronauts were flying as fully qualified spacecraft operators on the Russian Soyuz. We got the same training than the Russian pilots, and so we were working together there, and we all got used to that. We got used to this access to space, but now things are changing. I see that from my colleagues who are training now, for example, with SpaceX, with the Dragon. It's a totally different game. They're not partners on equal level anymore.
Right.
They are actually more like passengers. So if they train in the SpaceX facilities, really, if they go out to the restroom, they have to be escorted. They're not allowed to have access to all the information anymore. So it is a step back. And that is sort of the shadow that we see forecasted by future situations. If we really don't have our access to space, we will be dependent on services of others, and we might not be able to get our priorities fulfilled. And we should not get complacent by the last 20 years where that has happened because of institutional spaceflight and the good relations. That is about to change.
Let me add on the inspirational part. This goes back to the 60s when for the first time from the moon you saw our planet Earth. And this was inspiring a completely new generation about the importance of climate change, our sustainability movement, which really started in the 70s, looking at our planet, how fragile and how little it is in the big black universe. And I think there you have a very different dimension from inspiration. It's not only going to space and doing the cool stuff, which Alex is doing, but also being inspired of what our planet means and the future of our planet, and we have to protect it. So the whole climate change movement actually goes back to space. Very few people know that, but this is really at the very origin. And there, of course, we put now today with Copernicus and other Earth observation programs a huge emphasis on making sure that we understand what happens on the planet to preserve it for ourselves, for humankind in general. And this is, again, a huge inspiration which we get from space.
I wish I could stay here for another 2 hours.
Let me add one thing.
Please,
also, because I heard that before, and I thought it was a very well formulated thought. You know, when people say, "Oh, these are the achievements that we have now, and we are now at the sort of the golden age of ISS exploitation," we have those fantastic programs out there like Copernicus, Galileo. Somebody had to decide to get them on the way. Somebody had to be visionary, courageous, and ambitious to take that decision. And now imagine talking about the ISS, the most complex machine humanity has ever built. People sometimes don't understand that it's been built in space together by plugging in modules that have been built on different continents that had to fit by 1/100 of a millimeter, but were never tested on Earth to be plugged together. They did that in space. Nobody could go to Home Depot to buy additional screws. And whoever has ever built a house, I'm pretty sure you will appreciate that thought. So, but somebody was out there in the 80s and the 90s, people like you, decision makers, leaders, who had the courage and the vision to say, it appears unlikely that this will ever happen. It's unlikely that this machine will be able to be built. But they got it on the way. And that, to me, is amazing. I have so much respect for leaders with that vision.
Sure.
Because now it's up there, it exists, and it proves them right. So that is exactly, I think, what we need now, because otherwise it's going to be too late.
Indeed.
We need decisions like that. We should look in the past and let us guide and let us be inspired by those decisions.
So a clear call there for our leaders. Listen, thank you very, very much, Alexander Gerst, Josef Aschbacher, for speaking with us today, and thank you for inspiring us. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Super.
Thank you very much. And now we will move on to our next session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this very important session. If I were to reveal to you the number of texts and phone calls and emails that I had over the last few days, at the weekend, even on a Sunday, about the content of this panel, you'd be surprised. Obviously, this is a high-stakes discussion we're going to be having today, and a lot of people online and here are very interested in the content of this discussion about the new European Secure Connectivity Constellation. We're going to refer back to some of the messages, I think, that we had from Thierry Breton, and we're going to be having a proper dialogue as well. But initially, we will have some opening speeches from our three speakers here, and I'd like to invite the first speaker, Ekaterina Cavada, who's the Director for Innovation and Outreach, to speak to us. I'll just introduce the others, though, while we're here. We have next to her Elodie Viau, Director of Telecommunications and Integrated Applications at ESA, and Thomas Skordas, Acting Deputy Director General at DG Connect. I'm sure you know them all already, but there we go. We've done the formalities. My name's Jeremy Wilkes. I'm a journalist and presenter at Euronews Television. And Ekaterina, you've got 5 minutes. That's what they say, 5 minutes. So off you go.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good morning to everybody, dear participants. I'm delighted to be at the 14th European Space Conference. I followed from the very first year. And regarding the secure connectivity, allow me to start by saying this morning, Commissioner Breton referred in the year 2022 as the year of resilience and innovation. Resilience in and from space, and innovation that lead to new solutions, new services, new business. And here comes the secure connectivity that, according to my humble opinion, encapsulate both concepts, enabling resilience and leading innovation. So, if the year 2021, it was the year of ideas, of concept, of vision, the year 2022 for us is the year of the truth, the year of delivery, the year of the action, in 3 particular areas. Programmatic, in order to see how we will proceed, institutional, in order to realize how this project will take the form of an institutional package, and last but not least, policy. Let me start and share with you very, very briefly the achievements of last year as far as the programmatic part is concerned. So we passed 12 months of a knowledge-building process. We have a main study where representatives of the industry is with us today, and another 2 studies where we involve the new space. They are not in the panel, but I know that they will intervene later on. And we are delighted because, as European Commission, we want to do the things in another way, not business as usual. We involve the innovation and the disruption that come along with this new space initiative. So, after all these months, 12 months, today we can say, as European Commission, that we have a solid case vis-à-vis the secure connectivity. We know that there is a technical feasibility from an architectural point of view, and we know as well that the exploitation model and the deployment strategy is the one who will allow us to have the services as from 24-25, always in an incremental way, because we don't expect miracles from the day one. However, the objective is big, and we have the confidence that we will achieve it. And if I leave the technical feasibility aside, I have really to tell you that we had the occasion, by talking to the private sector, to realize the business case that it is behind it, and the interest of the private sector to be with us, definitely to invest and support the initiative. This is why, for the European Commission, the model of a public-private partnership is well substantiated and definitely the preferred option. Turning to the most important thing for the days to come or for the weeks to come, the institutional part. We are working in the European Commission in order to bring, beginning of February, a fully fledged legislative proposal that will launch the new initiative. We hope that this proposal will encapsulate all the important elements that unfortunately today I'm not in a position to share with you. It's still a draft, not yet adopted, but I can reassure you that this proposal encapsulates the objectives, the governance, even the security governance, the funding, and definitely the exploitation model. Two really important words, governance and the role of the European Space Agency. I think even the presence of Elodie next to me demonstrate that the governance that we will propose comprise the European Space Agency, that always from the beginning of the space policy is with us, with their valuable expertise and experience to support and promote our initiatives. And then security, and definitely Thomas will expand immediately after, as it is a differentiator, a key feature for our initiative. Let me conclude, and I promise to be briefly so, I will do it, that policy, the third level, it is also important for us. The objective is not to build an infrastructure for the sake of having some satellites in the sky. The important is to see how this constellation could serve and contribute to a cross-cutting manner in a range of policies, in a range of strategies within the European Commission, but also in its member state. And more in particular, and also mentioned this morning by Commissioner Breton, having into account the security dividend of this initiative, we realize to which extent it could serve not only the civil side and the civil dimension, but also the defense and the security. Therefore, let me say that by investing, by promoting, by serving this initiative is not anymore a luxury for the public sector or even for the private sector, but rather a strategic imperative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those opening statements. Now, Elodie Vial, would you like to take over?
Thank you very much. So today we have heard this morning the world is driven by data. This is impacting our daily life, but also our economy. We have heard that from the EIB this morning. And this part of economy, it's now the space has entered in this space economy and data economy, and is now part of the integrated terrestrial space network to create this economy. And therefore, that's why if the data is the energy, connectivity is a distribution network that we are relying on. And that's why ESA, we are fully aligned and supporting the European Commission ambitions in materializing this program for secure connectivity, because our European industry will develop new solutions for tomorrow's challenge, being climate or being safety and security related. Our European industry needs institutional support to accelerate their innovation pace, to further and to keep up and to become at the leadership of Europe in those aspects of telecommunication and integrated application. So we are at the European Space Agency already supporting the industry in partnership projects for quantum and optical communication, for 5G, 6G, and Internet of Things, but also for safety and security, which is a key program of the European Space Agency, and that we are putting at the disposal of the industry and partnering with the institution for the future initiative upon the validation of our member states. ESA is driving innovation, financing model, pioneering the development of cutting-edge technology, but also developing the end-to-end system validation, in-orbit early development, IOD, IOV, as we heard this morning. So this is done with mature player, new entrants, in a new space approach with new space commerce that Catherine mentioned that is a key to have them also on board in this initiative. So we are ready. We are ready to support the new ambitions of the Commissioner Breton and the two Directors General that are with me today. Sorry, you get promoted.
You got promoted,
sorry.
yeah.
So, no, and we are really, so director, not director general, so I correct. And we are also ready, the Commission commitment and dedication in moving forward this initiative has been key in this endeavor. The pace has already accelerated, I would say, because it's 1.5 years that we are working on this initiative on secure connectivity, and also with DG Connect on every aspect of EuroQCI, which is a key contributor for quantum key distribution. And therefore now we are really at the moment where ESA can support and is ideally placed as an agent, as a partner of the industry for supporting the innovation that would be required when this initiative matures.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Pass over now to Thomas Skordas, Acting Deputy Director General of DG Connect, I believe is the current title.
Thank you, Jeremy, and good afternoon also from me. Actually, it's the first time I'm participating in these conferences, so it's a huge pleasure to be here. This is certainly, hopefully, not going to be the last one, especially given the ambitions we heard today from our Commissioner, from the players, and of course, from the front of the secure connectivity aspects, and not only. So since Katerina and Elodie have already highlighted the different parts that we want to put in place, it's a huge opportunity for me to come in and zoom a little bit into the role of quantum, so in this digital decade, and what quantum can offer the levels of security and data protection in this data economy that we don't have today. So this is exactly the scope of this EuroQCI initiative, which is part of the Secure Connectivity Initiative, with the ambition, actually, to offer a sort of cybersecurity shield all over Europe, actually even in the globe, that would permit to offer unprecedented levels of security when transmitting, communicating, and protecting data. That's a little bit the idea, which I will elaborate in a moment, where we are already working with all the member states, where we are already working, of course, in the Commission and with the European Space Agency to be able to put in place these kinds of global cybersecurity shield. So what's the idea? The idea for the quantum part is to use these quantum key distributions, actually to be able to offer quantum keys. That is a level, if you wish, of physical security that will build on top of the software and hardware levels of security that we have actually, to be able to offer to all those players out there secure keys that they can use for encrypting that information. This is the notion of quantum key distribution that is offered today by quantum technologies. So in essence, what we will try to do is to start with the first service that would be offered via terrestrial networks, connecting all major cities, but also via satellite networks that come to complement the terrestrial networks to offer this quantum key distribution service, which certainly would be an opportunity to protect then all the sensitive governmental communications, the sensitive data, critical infrastructures like the ones that you know very, very well, which are heavily under attack the last few years, especially after the coronavirus season era that we are now experiencing, and which is surging. Cybersecurity problems are surging everywhere. And this is a little bit the role of this quantum, of this EuroQCI initiative. So the idea is, as I said, to have one part which is a terrestrial network, which will really connect via optical networks all the European cities, more than 40,000 kilometers of optical networks that we would like to equip with the possibility to create quantum keys via these networks. And then as quantum key distribution technologies cannot go over a larger distance today, we have the satellites that we want to complement somehow these terrestrial networks to exchange keys over larger distances. So that's a little bit the idea which is behind. And this idea is that the satellite part of the QKD would be part of the global secure connectivity system. So you can see that we try to build and offer in the next few years the, I would say, a sort of the first operational quantum network together with the rest over Europe and actually over the globe, because the satellite communication system can also link not only our big cities in Europe, but also beyond. So in all other places, in our embassies all over the world. That's the idea. Now, if this idea is to take place, we've already started building it. So we have more than 350 million euros deploying this year with the member states to build the terrestrial networks, but also to build the first satellite demonstration systems, actually pre-validation systems. And from there, hopefully, when we will have the secure connectivity systems going there will be a full integration between the ones and the others. So that's the big, I would say, ambition for the years to come. You see how these quantum technologies can and should contribute to building more and more secure systems for our citizens, for our infrastructures, for our governments. And the idea also would be that not only we build them for the public service and for our citizens, but also we use it as a springboard for our industry to be able to develop these technologies and to use these technologies for their own, I would say, private applications. That's exactly where actually the public service is meeting with the idea of innovating, as is one of the mottos of this conference, and giving the possibility of our industry to be at the forefront of technological development.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to get into there, and thanks for being so precise, I suppose, on how that project's working and how it's panning out. It sounds fascinating, and I think there are a lot of questions already in people's minds about this, but it is now time to actually invite up on stage even more specialists to our panel. I would like to welcome up, I believe they're in the crowd over there somewhere, Evert Dudok, Executive Vice President of Connected Intelligence at Airbus Defence and Space, Marc-Henri Serre, Executive Vice President of Telecommunications at Thales Alenia Space, and Stéphane Israel, Chief Executive Officer at Arianespace, and we're going to need 3 chairs. Ooh. Or we might need to move around a little bit. Yes, go on, let's do that. Now, while we're installing ourselves, there's been Thierry Breton said we needed to think new space style. Part of that means that we need to get the voices of new space up on stage, and initially they were not actually part of this panel, and that was simply an organizational thing rather than anything else. So, just to improvise a little bit, I would like to call up on stage for 90 seconds Walter Bellheimer, who is from Reflex Aerospace. He's the CEO. Where is he? There he is. You've got a microphone down here. Now, you're one of the new space groups who's giving some ideas to the European Commission. So I just need a mic. This is the microphone for you, I believe. I think it's been left there. And it's your destiny, that microphone.
Yeah,
so off you go.
Apparently. Yeah, hi. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity. My name is Walter Bellheimer. I'm CEO and co-founder of Reflex Aerospace, and I represent the UNIO consortium, which is one of the consortiums selected by the European Commission for this secure connectivity study. It's being led by Reflex Aerospace, Mynaric, and ESA Aerospace, and supported by several European SMEs from different countries, including Belgium, Germany, Sweden, Lithuania, Austria, and many others. UNIO is a planned multi-orbit satellite constellation for broadband connectivity. UNIO is fully commercially driven. It is based on several use cases from different industries, including, but not limited to, connected and autonomous driving, in-flight and onboard connectivity, as well as connectivity in rural areas. UNIO is mobile first. We think it from the perspective of the mobile customer, based on his needs and within his boundary conditions. Compact broadband user terminals drive everything. UNIO is secure. It relies on cutting-edge technologies such as laser links and quantum key distribution, which are embedded in its design from the very beginning. And UNIO is real. We work on it from the very beginning of 21. We will launch the first demonstration missions in 23, and we are already in in-depth discussions with commercial anchor customers. This study will help us to tune our concept to reflect the requirements of the European Commission as well as the requirements of other European governments, whom we all see as very important institutional anchor customers, potential anchor customers for our constellation. Thank you. I hope I have shown that in 90 seconds, New Space is capable to do what Classic Space needs a whole panel for. Thanks.
There we go. Swift and agile. And I was also heard that New Symphony had somebody who would like to come up to speak, and I don't actually know who that is, but if you're here, then please just come and join us and give us your 90 minutes, your 90 seconds, not 90 minutes. Right, now, we're supposed to have a 25-minute discussion, and I think we've got about 17 minutes left, so we'll have to just talk fast. Let's just go quickly back, though, to the reason why we're doing this. Why do we really need it? And should I call you Catherine, because lots of people call you that. Catherine? And I'm sorry, I'm British, that's kind of like first names first. We just use first names all the time.
Okay.
Why do we need it, really?
Everything's fine, okay. So, in order to address this problem, let's figure out how it could look like in case that we have a pyramid. Number one in our pyramid is the way that the functioning of our economy and our security is, and it will be in the future. And there we realize that there is a great dependency in connectivity, including the space-based connectivity. By looking at the picture of the European Union, both in terms of governmental needs and of commercial needs, we realize that there is an increasing quantitative needs and also evolving in terms of quality. People, governments, institutions, they want more space-based capacity in order to serve their needs, but they want also another quality of this capacity, focusing more on low latency. So today, such a low latency, such a solution does not exist in the European Union, neither at national level, nor in commercial or at EU. Therefore, the big why for the European Commission, where we have to reply, is how we can fill the gap, how we can address the mismatch between the evolving needs and the existence of these solutions. We know that we have to hurry. There is no time to live. And we know that in the 3, 4, 5 years to come, the European Union should, first of all, acquire the solution. We have to increase the resilience, and definitely we have to ensure that for critical elements, there is no dependence on third countries. This is in a nutshell.
If I were to ask you what their killer app is, you know, I mean, technology guys, when you go to tech conferences, always saying, you know, here's the one brilliant thing about my system. Thierry Breton gave us a list of what it's going to do. But what's the big value added? Is it the security? Is it the quantum key security?
The added value of the secure connectivity today, as I said, is to offer and serve the needs of our governments and our citizens. Is something that we don't have, and it's something that definitely we need to have it.
But you're pitching it to a skeptical minister from a country that hasn't got a lot of money, and you're saying, we need a couple of million from you because we've got to get to 2 billion, because we've got to get to 6 billion. How are you going to convince him?
Definitely, I will have 25 or 27 skeptical ministers, but I don't consider that they are skeptical. There are ministers that they would like to see the added value in order to see how they can optimize their funds and their money. So, for these ministers, the most important is to realize the use cases, how they can use the system, how they can use the services.
And what's the priority use case?
And we know that we have at least 77 use cases well funded by this constellation.
Is there a kind of a ranking? out of your 77 use cases?
I will not say that we have to go ahead with the ranking. The most important is to realize where are the needs and where we have to step in. I take three particular categories. The category of surveillance. We know where we stand as Europe, and we know how important it is to have the appropriate tools in order to offer proper maritime border surveillance. I take the humanitarian aid. I take as well the case of the protection of the key infrastructure. There are areas where the governments, they have to be very well equipped, and they have to get the right tools at the right moment. This is why the secure connectivity is another tool, and I might say a geopolitical tool as well. And most important that these dedicated governmental use cases, we have to see the commercial cases. It's not for the ministers because they will not pay for the commercial, but it's very important to see how we can facilitate our citizens to get the needs and serve the needs that they have. In 5G, in 6G, in IoT, the world is evolving and we should be there in order to serve it.
Let's bring in Evert Dudok, who's next to you and is nodding his head and saying yes to what you're saying. What are the use cases you think are most interesting and deliverable?
Let's be extremely clear. Information needs to be reliable for us to take the right actions. In those very unrestful days of today, you want to have data you can trust on, not fake news. Then you have to have secure connectivity to get it to where you need it. And then you want to take actions, and also they need to be securely into the field in order that at the end, if you want to say no shoot, also the no arrives, and not only the shoot. So what I'm trying to say is secure connectivity, global, European, sovereign, is essential for defending our long-term, our cultures and our capabilities. And then, of course, it cannot be a me-too constellation. Quantum key distribution, quantum key, let's say, as one element, higher frequency bands, maybe more towards optics or QV bands. We have to have a few differentiators that make the difference. And listening to my nice, let's say, the colleague from the SME consortium, mobile communications is very much at the heart of Airbus. We want to have single-piloted Airbus planes over time, and then secure connectivity becomes fundamentally important. So that's one of the commercial use cases that certainly we as Airbus mobile users are also very much pushing.
Let's have a view from Thales as well. And what's the view in terms of how quickly we can get to doing this, achieving this constellation, starting to get services in place?
Yes, I think there are two parts. First, to find the right architectures that can meet the needs of the end users, and second, the technologies, having in mind that it's very important that we have European technologies embedded in this future system. So if we start with the architectures, it has been said earlier this morning by Commissioner Breton, we clearly need, and it is the output of the study that we led with the funding of European Commission, it is a multi-layer approach that we have to take in a way. Geostationary satellites are useful for very dense area where you have to bring a lot of data and when latency is not an issue. MEO and LEO satellites bring latency, and I think that MEO has a lot of merits because it can come very fast and very affordable. LEO can meet other use case, especially military use case, where you need more latency. So this is this multi-layer approach that we try to have and to build an architecture that is affordable with a budget that will be available. On top of that, as it has been said, there are additional layers that we are working on. Quantum key distribution, other layers like PNT, SSA, it is an important topic that has been addressed this morning. And in the backbone of the satellites and of the constellation we can build, we can host that kind of missions. And this is the way that we design the architectures. This is for the architectures. Now, for the technologies, I think that our conviction is that we entered an area where space-based telecom technologies are driven by flexibility adaptability for two reasons. First, because the demand is moving very fast, and we have to have an asset over the lifetime of the constellation that is able to adapt to the change of the demand. And second, because if we want to deploy very fast the constellation, we have to put in orbit hardware that can be updated through software. So this is really one of the key technologies we have to master. We master it, by the way. We have developed a European supply chain that embed a software-based solution on hardware, in particular with partners like ST.
So you would see this system using that technology then that was talked about earlier?
Yes, it has been prepared. In fact, let's take the past example. Iridium Next, it's already a software-based solution. The geostationary satellites we are developing, this is also software-based satellites.
Doesn't that open you up to faults and bugs and moments when the system's down?
And the next step for the European constellation, it will be also the case. This is just an example of the technology. For sure, we mentioned also OISL, optical intersatellite link. The ground segment is very important. The user terminal, having the user terminal and the end-to-end system enabling to use this constellation is also very important. Very last point, industrialization is also an important topic because to produce this volume of satellites, we have to be prepared for that. I think Europe is prepared for that. I think also we can embed new technologies coming from SMEs and startups because our objective is not to do everything, but to, as an integrator, to bring the best where it is. And very last point, sustainability also of what we manufacture and what we launch is also an important matter. And I think that will help Europe to differentiate compared to other global players. So these are the main stakes and challenges I see.
I don't know who's the best person to talk about timelines, but have we got a proper timeline in mind for how this is going to work?
Yeah, for us, it has to be not a one big block. If we start with the geosatellites that we have, we use the GovSat terminal to use them for military applications, then by 2023 we could already start using what we have for secure communications. It's not global, that's European based then. With the constellation, next step, you can go global, you can enhance security. Of course, without doing the technologies, and again, very innovative, be they from SMEs or be they, let's say, from anybody, we need to verify with ESA programs that they work to the expectations that, so we need everybody on board. It has to be a stepped approach, and it cannot be a one-shot approach. It will really be innovation over time going in the right direction. I think this is an enormous opportunity that we have. We can leapfrog as Europe on this, and I do think that Thomas, your initiative with quantum key distribution can be one of the elements that makes a difference.
I want to bring in Stefan, and obviously you're listening to this thinking, great, there's a market for me. But we've also had a commissioner up here saying what we need to do is to stimulate the new industry in launchers. So why should they choose your launchers to launch these satellites?
Yes, I must say the question is surprising. It must be British humor, but I think there are some rationale to go to people who have some capabilities. The first reflection I will make is that I've never seen an ambitious broadband constellation being deployed by a micro or mini launcher. If you find someone, you will tell me, and I will be happy to meet the project. So obviously, and I can even say, the more the project would be ambitious, the more it would request a medium and heavy launcher. Second, we have with Ariane 6 and Vega C coming 2 European launchers. European, we are in Brussels. Ariane 6 is made in 13 countries, European. Vega is made in 10 countries, European. So we are a European company, a European consortium, and I have understood that the constellation was a little bit about bringing European capabilities to space. And it happens to be that these 2 launchers are fully adapted to this kind of project. If we speak about going to geostationary orbit or to low Earth orbit for broadband constellation, obviously Ariane 6 is perfectly adapted. It has a larger fairing, it has a reionatable upper stage, which will allow different injection strategy. If it comes more to low Earth orbit and maybe also Earth observation or replenishment, Vega is perfectly adapted. So these two launchers, and Vega C will be much more performant than Vega with a larger fairing. So there is no doubt that these launchers are European. They are not built in one country. And they are perfectly adapted to this new kind of project. Third reason maybe to launch with us is that we have a track record. We have delivered with Arianespace already many constellations. I should mention Globalstar, O3b, Galileo, and we are currently delivering OneWeb. Vega has already made rideshare solutions very efficiently. We could mention the SSMS. So we have a track record, and I think our customers know it. Maybe fourth reason is that if we speak about European money, we need European launcher. And obviously, it would be a failure for Europe if, in a context where there is a European investment, we do not benefit from the investment we have made. And the Commissioner made very strongly the point that we have made a lot of investment in these launchers. So these are basically the reasons why we are very motivated by this project. I really want to thank ESA and EC for their leadership and their willingness to make it happen as quick as possible. You know that Arianespace is working for the consortium, or maybe the consortia which have been set up with Airbus, Thales, SES, Eutelsat. So we are working with operators and satellite manufacturers to see how we can best accommodate their architecture. There are now also two new consortia who have been selected. One is called Symphonia, the other one is Unio, and we are fully at their disposal to see how we can also answer the architecture they could envisage, because obviously we could have a solution made also with other launchers, but I am sure that if we want a quick, efficient and reliable access to space, it will be important to work with Ariane 6 and Vega C.
You've already mentioned OneWeb, and I guess as an outside observer, and this is not necessarily a question for you, but I'm thinking, why aren't we partnering with OneWeb on this? Is it because it's based in Britain and owned by the British government, in an Indian company, and Eutelsat? Is it literally that? Because they've obviously got technology that could be offering the same kind of services.
I think the question is for me.
Well, it might be. You're looking at me like you think it's to you.
I see all the eyes turning to me. So let me clarify that we are about to go ahead with a European space-based secure connectivity system. And I think even the title of this initiative demonstrates to which extent it should be European and to which extent the security, it will be of paramount importance, and everything will be assessed against these criteria.
It is the logical follow-on from that you have your own satellites to do it.
We need to be resilient as European Union, therefore we need to have our own constellation. And this is what we said from a political point of view as European Commission today.
What's the view from ESA in terms of what this system is going to look like, Elodie? How do you see it a few years from now? What do you think this system is going to look like? How are things going to move forward? Can you look into your crystal ball for us?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So as it has been mentioned, we look for a system that is a multi-orbit global and a resilient system that is a fully integrated space, and also very important, the terrestrial network, like Thomas mentioned, for the optical terrestrial network that is a complement and fully seamlessly integrated in the QKD overlays that we'll have, for example. So the ground segment being cloud-based or being also the user terminal that we are talking about, the aviation as a potential user. So this is a system that is with multiple federated system, if you want, that bring a secured and resilient overview. And that's why also for the innovation, so we have started already in partnership project with the various European industry to develop the technology and the various elements system-wise as well, early validation. And now it's getting together, and it will allow a wave of innovation to have a system that is really scalable. So that's a bit where the two studies that has been conducted and led by the European Commission over last year that we have been supporting as the European Space Agency, and the new space entrants have their full place also to contribute or to add new element of this federated system.
What do you think Thierry Breton meant when he said we need to think new space for this project?
Say that again?
What did Thierry Breton mean when he said we need to think new space when we're thinking about this project?
I think the new space, I'm not saying that it's more like a new space approach that we're applying. I think in the telecommunication domain, there is a wave of innovations that are getting at a shorter pace. And those actors that are not also only space actors by nature, they're coming with skill of more like cloud-based or ICT-based or much more optical-driven, or we talk about the automotive as well that is entering. So this new space approach is also to federate the private and leverage between private and public. So that's
but
to
how
go
do you
faster.
keep that secure? How do you keep that secure? Maybe Thomas can tell us about that. But how do you keep it secure? If you've got so many people involved and you've got commercial services going off it, governments who are trying to use it, the military apparently as well.
So it's not an easy project; it's a complex project.
Yeah, but how do you? I mean, if security is the killer app, it's the thing. How do you keep it secure? There's going to be a weak spot somewhere. Where is the weak spot? Where is the possible weak spot that you're worried about now?
In the system, there is potentially a weak spot, but what we have to identify is really the industry is working very strongly, and they are used to those various elements. They're not starting from scratch. The European industry is really leading already very innovative system, and for this security layer, we are already working to look at the overall system end-to-end, identify and address the potential weak spot one by one.
Evan, would you like to come in on that one?
Yeah, maybe just to add one element. We have to define the main application, the killer app, as you refer to, because the security requirements will drive the overall architecture, and that is also what Katrina made very, very clear. Having said that, there's room for hosted payloads that can be really used, and when I think about Aero, I think about the C-band payload. We know how to do that. That can be achieved. For me, the key topic here is a little bit like on Amazon, Google, and cloud. We are behind. On secure connectivity, Europe, global, we are behind. We need to get all actors together. I'm really happy Commission, ESA, industry, private, public, and SMEs all together to get this step change, this innovation, this leapfrog realized, because the others are not waiting. They are not waiting. And the same on cloud, and that's one of my main
surely somebody's going to come along and offer the same service cheaper then, is what you're saying, because there are players who are already getting into the market.
If I may, Jeremy.
Yeah, go on, Thomas. You haven't said anything in a while. Go on.
Listen, I mean, we are trying to build a system forward-looking. So it's not with the technologies of the past that we can build it, especially from a security perspective. So we need to look forward for the next 5 years, for the next 15 years, and build systems that are dynamically upgradable and can integrate the latest of the technology. That's the only way to secure those systems for the future. This is also the beginning of the quantum era. So soon we'll have quantum computers. So all the crypto systems that we have hopefully will have to be replaced by something different. That's why we have started the whole adventure. So we also prepare the post-quantum encryption systems, which are more traditional ones. But these are the new technologies that need to be combined at their best if we want to secure our systems of the future. Quantum entanglement will be the next big thing. So we're not yet there. It's already being demonstrated by whom? By the Chinese, by the way. So here is the systems that we need to build. So we build a series of constellation systems. We start with some in the beginning, and as we go further in the decade, and even the next decade, we should be in a position to launch new satellites with more innovation, with being always a step beyond, you know, what the security needs are. That's the only way we can innovate, and that's the only way we can position Europe at the forefront. There is no other way.
It's a great vision, and I'm afraid on time-wise, I'm supposed to have stopped already this part of the discussion, and so our three initial speakers stay up here, and the three who came on have to go away. Thank you, everybody, for that. And now we've got two other speakers coming up. Thank you. Sorry, that was a bit short. We've got one chair too many now. I'd like to welcome up on stage, please, Steve Collar, Chief Executive Officer at SES, and Miguel Angel Panduro, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Hispassat. Hello.
As the leader in global content connectivity solutions,
Oh, I suppose I can hear you better if you're
expect
here.
us to do the extraordinary in space. And we work with you every day
Yeah,
to
this is
apply
good.
breakthrough satellite
As long as I can
technology
see and hear
to
it.
your unique story. Creating practical change that's relevant to your mission and delivering amazing experiences everywhere on Earth. From rolling out enriched multi-screen broadcast services to the most expansive audiences, to enabling productivity via the cloud for virtually any organization on the planet. From co-creating differentiated offerings with our Customer Innovation Lab, to delivering them over the most advanced commercially proven satellite constellation ever built. Together with you, the value we add is hands-on. Real innovation for real progress. That's our story. So what's yours? Take your story anywhere with SES.
El Internet de las Cosas supone una oportunidad única para impulsar el desarrollo digital de todos nuestros sectores productivos. Sin embargo, si no somos capaces de garantizar un despliegue universal de esta nueva tecnología, estaremos agravando la brecha digital que existe en determinados ámbitos, como son los ligados al entorno rural. Hispasat garantiza esa conectividad plena y de calidad en todo el territorio español, como demuestran los dos proyectos piloto que estamos llevando a cabo con Elewit y Next Machina. El primero de ellos es aquí mismo, en la Sierra de Aralar.
It was fine. Was everybody able to read the subtitles on that one if they didn't speak Spanish perfectly? Doing a little sales pitch, but I suppose that's something we can all grab onto. In fact, this digital divide and the way that this system can fix that problem, is that the kind of killer app as far as you guys are concerned on this constellation? Is that the thing that's going to be going to make you want to really be part of this project? And I'll let you have a first go at that one, Miguel Angel.
Yeah, of course. I think that, well, at the end of the day, we believe that it is a multi-orbit solution to provide an answer to the issue of the digital divide. Of course, that for the traditional, let me say, former operators, the video is decreasing, and the new paradigm is to be part of the solutions in the digital divide framework. Then I think that really this, the constellation defining by the European Union would help definitively to guarantee, which is the important thing, it's to guarantee to the Europeans to have their own solutions for the digital divide. And of course, I'm fully agree that for the defense and security is something that nowadays we're just checking that is very important. Then, well, what we believe it's a mix of the different technologies, GEOS, MEOS, and LEOS, would be definitively a solution for guaranteeing the digital agenda for the Europeans to having more than 100 megabits in 2025.
Steve, is that how you see things playing out as well? Is that a really important part of this, in fact, breaking the digital divide in Europe?
Yeah, look, I think it is. But what I'd say is Europe's already built a constellation, right? The only operational broadband constellation that exists today is the O3b constellation, and that's something that was The idea was in Europe. The vision was in Europe. It was built by Thales Alenia Space. It was launched by Ariane Space. It's operated by SES. And that was a decade ago. So I think we've already demonstrated from a purely commercial standpoint that we can build innovative new space infrastructure. And I think what's unique about this project is it really combines the needs of commercial organizations like SES and also the needs of public, whether that be from a defense, security, and sovereign standpoint, or whether it be delivering services that benefit every European citizen. And I think we've made really good use of the last year. We were here last year talking about what we were going to get done in the year. I think we've had a really, really productive year. 2022 needs to be about how we now start building this new space architecture, leveraging the incredible innovation we have in Europe to build something that's truly sovereign, based in Europe, operated from Europe, and benefits every European citizen.
You raised the question of operating. Who's going to operate it? Is there an idea that you have a single organization that operates it, or is it a kind of consortium that operates it? Is there any particular current thinking at the Commission about this?
I think we need to wait the adoption of the regulation where you will see the details. The objective is to go ahead with a public procurement where we will see how the private sector is able to reply to our needs and to our requirements and then decide who will be the one or more than one who can get the procurement and conclude the contract with the European Commission. So we will see how it will go, but the operators should come from the industry. I don't see how, even for especially for the commercial part, how the public sector could do it. The public sector.
You don't foresee the creation of a new organization for this? It will be an existing actor?
We have a lot of organizations. I don't think that we need another one. Proliferation of organizations is not our objective.
One of the guests that we've had here today?
We have to optimize the existing ecosystem. Telecom is a mature market, and our objective is to see how we can optimize it. This is, just to say what Evert mentioned some minutes ago, it's not a me too. We try really not to duplicate, not to go ahead with the same mindset. We try to make it in a different way. We will not do it in the way that we did Galileo or in the way that we did Copernicus. In this particular case, for this particular program, we need that we have to join forces with the public sector. We have to create a favorable environment for the public sector to build upon what we will finance and what we will offer. And it's up to them, with the existing capacity that they have, with the expertise that they have with the market and the business that they run, to go a step further and offer to the European citizen what it deserves to have.
How do you really differentiate it, though, from existing systems out there?
Well, I think that's key. I think that's key, and that's what we've spent the last year figuring out is, I don't think what we want to build is what other people are building. I think what we need to develop is a capability that's, as I say, that combines the benefits of securing Europe's strategic interests on the one hand and benefiting every European citizen in the most innovative way that we can, and I'm really excited by it. I think we're quite good at bashing ourselves. I think we've got some really good solutions. I think we have got some of the largest and most successful satellite operators based here in Europe. We have everything that we need. What we now need to do is move forward with purpose, because I think what we tend, if there's one thing I would highlight that we are not perhaps as good at, is moving forward at speed, recognizing that we don't necessarily have all the answers when we start, but that we have a clear roadmap, we have a clear direction of travel, we're moving forward kind of along not only...
Have you got the timeline? We talked about timelines already. Have you got a timeline in mind already?
Yeah. I think...
Do you want to share it?
Yeah, I think we need to start bending metal this year. That's my view.
I think that.
We're well prepared. We have a very clear idea of where we need to go. This constellation is not going to achieve everything in its first, so you need a series of steps, but we need to start. And I think we have everything in our hands to start.
How do we make it commercially viable?
I'm less optimistic than my admired colleague Steve, because certainly there are some projects beyond the Atlantic that are coming, and I'm not sure.
I think they're already overhead, actually.
I'm not sure that really Europe now has an answer to these new projects on the table. Don't forget that now we have more than 1,800 satellites flying, investing thousands of millions of dollars. And, well, this is something that can represent some, well, I don't say problems for Europeans, but it is clear for the autonomy of Europeans may represent a threat. Then, well, I don't remember what is happening now with the big technologies firms in ITs. I mean, I'm not talking about Google, Amazon, etc. But we will see what happens in the future. Then I am less optimistic than Steve, and I think that it is important that Europeans react. And then the timing, it's crucial, the access to the funds. And I agree with you that the new constellation should we should make attractive and without distortion in our markets. But it is important from this point, from my point of view, to have a PPP, that public-private partnership.
Just to say that for us, it's not a matter to be optimistic or pessimistic, but we should be realistic.
Right.
And we have to be very well prepared and have the roadmap in the way that you just mentioned, Stephen. So we do consider, therefore, that there is a need. We have to reply to this need. There is an urgency, and we know how we have to do it. In addition, all of us, as we said, big or small, public or private, legacy or new, we can bring stuff. So let's orchestrate it, let's have a symphony vis-à-vis the space, and it would be a reality. We don't have to wait the others to show us. Definitely, as Thomas said, we are not the Prometheus. We don't bring, as being the first, this secure connectivity concept in Europe or the world. There are others already doing it. So we have to do it, and we have to do it differently and with excellent differentiators like the security, like the use of the multi-orbital approach, where we will really capitalize, because we don't want to build 16,000 satellites at the LEO, considering that we have excellent capacity in MEO and GEO. So let's capitalize on the existing and pave the way for the future. And this is for us great ingredients to have something made in Europe for Europeans and not only.
We've had lots of big names in European space up here on stage, all of whom say they can do this. In fact, so now I'm wondering, well, why do we have the conversation about encouraging new space? Do we need new space? How do they come into the picture on this, and how do you get them involved? And are you serious about wanting to get them involved? Because it sounds like all the other guys we've had up on stage could probably fix the problem without needing anybody else.
First of all, by opening the door to the new space, we don't close the door to the legacy. I have to clarify it. It is very important, and for the last 12 months, I get the impression that the legacy considered that they have to leave their place. It's not
I'm not saying it's black and white, but how do you bring them in?
It's not black and white, and we do consider, and this is why we want to bring the new space, because definitely they will come with new ideas, with new models, with a disruptive approach and a fresh eye vis-à-vis the objective. And we need, is imperative for us, not only the public sector, but even the private sector, to get this feedback. It's really a synergy. I will not say an osmosis, because all of them, they will keep their position. But by bringing one closer to the other and by giving the same opportunity to the same people for the same objective, definitely it will really give an impetus to our initiative. So everybody is welcome and everybody is there in order to contribute.
But what I would say is I think that debate's overdone. I think all space is new space because the pace of change in our industry, the amount of innovation that's going on, and everyone's innovating, and if we're not innovating, people are dying, right? And so we are launching today the most innovative satellites, the most future-orientated satellites that we have ever launched. We're defining them. We're working with European actors in order to develop those. So I think this whole, old space, new, I don't even understand that concept anymore. I think, it's about making sure that we're developing really innovative solutions that aren't me too, that aren't just trying to do the same things that everyone, I think the economics of LEO for global broadband are massively open to question, and I think the fact that others are going in that direction, I wish them luck, but I think what we're able to do and what we're able to develop and what we're able to deliver as part of this, public and private, figuring out how we get the right amount of investment into this new space architecture and new space economy is really exciting, and I think we've got a great opportunity in front of us. But I'd encourage us all. I think 2022 is the year where we have to make it happen. I don't want to be here in January 2023 still talking about it. I'd love to be here actually doing it.
Start bending metal, as you say.
On this aspect, I just want to compliment, because that was said earlier by Joseph Aschbacher. You have vision into action, and at the European Space Agency, we believe vision into action, creating ambition. And those ambition, Europe should also be having them. So to be real and reality-driven, but also to be ambitious. And we are able to do in Europe. The telecom market is a mature market where the mature player and the existing player have already proven being able to go for new entrants and integrate them to develop further solutions. And I think here is why we need to bring people together, a new entrant and space and non-space actor to move forward towards this initiative.
Thank you for that. I'm going to have to wrap things up, I'm afraid, because, we're moving on to the next part of our conversation. Because, in fact, the timing is, I think they must have lost faith in the timing's just disappeared from the board in front of us, so we don't even know how much time we've got left. So I think that probably means thank you very much for that conversation, and it's time to welcome the next fireside chat. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to welcome up on stage Philippe Baptiste, President of CNES, but we're going to need a bit of a furniture change first, and a fire.
It's strange, right?
Thanks for staying with us, and I know that everybody's desperate to go and have a bit of lunch, but we need to have a chat. We're supposed to be having a fireside chat. Lionel Souchet, CEO of CNES, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I announced you as Philippe Baptiste before.
No, it's okay.
That's what I was told. What do you think about what the conversations we've just had? What's your reaction when you hear all of those voices?
Well, it's very important this time, and we had a lot of good signal. I think with this motto, we are turning one vision into an action, and I think the next action for European Commission will be this connectivity constellation, which is very strategic and important for Europe.
France has got the EU presidency at the moment, and they've said this is a priority. Mind you, they've said almost everything is a priority, but what can you actually expect to happen in 6 months of that presidency? What will concretely happen?
We can't say that everything is a priority. This is a priority, and it has been said very clearly by Thierry Breton, the first priority, the connectivity constellation, and as a French presidency, we will push a lot to make this vision a success. And to
but
have
what are the
right
concrete
decision
steps that you think that you can expect to see by the summer?
To make from these ideas, and all the ideas we shared this morning with all people aligned, very aligned. We saw the institutional people, the industrial guys are aligned to say, yes, it's strategic, we have to go. It's important, we have all the capacities, but we need a decision, and the decision is to make a program, a European program for that.
Who fundamentally presses the green button, or maybe the red button, and says, go?
It's a European Commission.
When do you expect that to happen?
Very soon.
When's very soon?
Some weeks.
Couple of weeks?
Yeah.
And then you say aligned. Is everybody aligned?
Yes, I think everybody
we're
aligned.
Friends. You can talk about the friction points.
Everybody aligned on the mainstream.
Yeah.
This is strategic for Europe. We have to go. We need a European solution. We have the capacity to do that. We have the political will to do that. So it is the moment to decide. Everybody said that. And it is strategic and important for the citizens, of European citizens. A lot of needs. You saw the 77 use cases. And a lot of needs from a very open connectivity needs for the citizens to a very secure connectivity, which is quite difficult to put into an architecture. But this is the will. And just people said, now we need to go. And they are aligned on that.
When you say there's political will to do it, is there really absolutely everywhere? Because I'm sure that for big countries with a big history in space like France, definitely this makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But does it make sense for all of the EU member states to be part of this?
I'm sure that it makes sense, yes, because connectivity is a must now in our world, and to have high internet and secure high velocity links with low latency is a must for everyone. And now we have an inequality on the places to have these internet links in Europe.
Yeah.
In France also.
But that's being leveled
within
up.
France.
That's being leveled up. I live in a small village in the Beaujolais in France. I got my high-speed internet last year. I don't necessarily feel I have an urgent need to have high-speed internet from space. So for me, as like a European taxpayer, can you convince me why this is a great system for me living in rural France?
So the need are numerous, but you're not right when you say I'm in a quite small village, I don't need any stronger link. A lot of people say differently. They need to kill dead zone, and it is mandatory to put people in these places who want to work, who want to access to the world, and they can't by the moment. So it is right in France, it is right in very places in Europe. But we said also that it is very important also for governmental connectivity, for external actions. We didn't speak a lot of that,
No,
but
we
it is
haven't talked about
important
that
for
much.
external actions, for crisis management.
I must say, when I heard the conversation this morning from Thierry Breton talking about it and saying, okay, we want this for Europe because we want to have our own sovereign system, but then we also want to have African states using it. So you're creating a dependency, though, aren't you? Why don't you encourage the African states to get together and create their own system? if it's all about states getting together and creating their own their connectivity.
Yeah, but as it was said also, I think about the architecture and the way to build it is that you said that we will have a multi-layer approach. So with different uses and maybe uses of existing systems, complementing a very specific system to be built. So it's open right now, and I think we have to go this way.
But let's talk about third-party countries, countries outside the EU. If they want to be part of this, they want to kind of buy into it. How's that going to work? Are they going to be invited to join it?
At least they will have the capacity to be linked with Europe and to work with Europe on this approach. And this is very important also in terms of what you want to give to this country and the way...
I mean, they talk about strategic and military interests.
I mean, not only, and soft power also. Yeah. Soft power is very important and more important. And of course, connectivity is a mean to have this soft power to these countries. So this is military for sure, all over the world. Every powers around the world need now to connect a single person everywhere with high velocity, high capacity data. This is a need, this is a must. We don't have it in Europe. We have to build it. But what we say is more Africa and so on is more linked to soft power.
Do you think it'll offer good value for money, this system?
We'll see. It has to be demonstrated, but I think yes, we will have different solutions, including some innovative solutions. And you saw also the operators are ready to play, and they have already business cases. They have to complement these business cases with sovereignty and more institutional needs to complement their business cases. But they're okay. They are going to go on.
How do you feel about the connectivity and the security of this connectivity? How secure is this system going to be? What are the weak points? We talked about that earlier. I'm not sure I got a good answer to that. But what are the worry areas, I suppose? And how secure is very secure?
We will. I don't think that we will need one system very secure. We will need systems, maybe of systems. Security is very expensive, and I'm not sure that you have to put the same level of securities all around the system. As it was said, we will have multi-layer approach and multi-orbit and multi-satellite system, and you won't put the same level of security everywhere. But at one core will be very, very secured for military uses, for sure.
And I guess disaster management as well, right? That's going to be a moment, I would guess, in Europe where there are going to be moments like some of the climate change-related issues that we've had in the last year, the disaster in Germany and Belgium, where those people lost connectivity actually as well in those villages. I'm guessing, would you say that might be a sort of future use case, those sorts of situations where you've got emergency response, etc.?
Resilience is very important, and the redundancy of ground system where they won't be there for specific purpose. We had an example a few weeks ago. No connectivity possible after a volcano eruption. What to do? The only possibility to link with these guys is a satellite and is connectivity constellation.
I actually interviewed the mayor of one of those towns in Germany that was hit by those floods, and I asked her what her biggest problem was in fact connectivity. It was the fact she couldn't tell the world what had happened. Would you characterize this, though, as a political project at the end of the day, or is it kind of something that's really got great commercial potential as well?
First of all, I would say it's now a political will and a political must in Europe. And for sure, the principle is based on partnership, public-private partnership. So it needs also a business model at operator level. But first of all, is a political will from.
Do you see that then rolling out as kind of subscription model for how it would work, and that individuals or companies are signing up to this, and like they do for other kinds of things? That's basically how it's going to work, right?
You mean about money?
Yeah.
I think already the Commission has found some money to have the first core system, and a lot of countries, member states, are ready to put money also on the table to build the system. So
we need to get to 6 billion, right, to get this to work?
I don't know exactly.
That's what I hear.
To reach the level of what is needed. But because we have a loop between the needs, the architectures, and of course the budget. And we don't have to build everything at the same time. So we have to work on that.
We've also mentioned earlier today in some of the other debates talking about space traffic management. And I'm just curious, can this system potentially be used for space traffic management? Was that not particular one of the use cases?
Not particular.
Okay.
It's more observation from ground and from space that helps with space traffic management.
If I were to project you into the future, do you think the great success of this is in fact the commercial offer that you can build on top of it because of its security?
Yes,
do you think that's probably going to be the thing that 20 years from now we're going to say, we're glad we did it because we built this flourishing?
For sure. Yeah. There's a success for commercial uses, and we saw today, and we already know that there is a lot of needs, and we have to build it in Europe with an European solution, not looking only other powers to do that by themselves.
What's the interest for CNES to be involved in this? What's the activity that you have?
The activity, first of all, we look and we analyze the proposals made by industry to the Commission, and we advise people here about how to go on. And second, it has been said by Elodie about R&D, and as an agency, we can also put some R&D on the table and help our industry to raise a good level of competency. And also we can purchase, as I said, we can buy also data or capacity of the system, and so put money on the table to make it possible.
What's your vision for how it's going to be operated? Because I don't know whether we necessarily got a clear vision in terms of, is there a single operator for this system?
I've heard no new organism. It's important for me. I think we need that. No new organism.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we cleared that up. So possibly they might be here.
and I saw that we will need an operator, but it's not a big deal for the moment, I think.
Yeah, and then timeline, have you got a timeline in mind? I mean, do you think what we can say by 2027, 2028, this is going to be working?
Yes,
or is it going to be faster than that? Because Steve Collar just said we need to start bending metal, and you know.
You know, the first element can be very, very quick, based on what is existing already, or very soon developed. We have all the capacity. What is important to say here that in Europe we have all the capacity, technical capacity to build it, the first element at least very quickly. So I think it's ambitious, but we can have the first elements very quickly and then build up the solution.
Brilliant. I like the sound of that. Thank you very much, Lionel Souchet. Thank you very much for that. That was a great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bon appétit.
Merci.
3, 2, 1, top.
Okay, so for the lunch, we have people outside. They're gonna bring you to La Galerie des Glaces, which is in the palace on the other side. Okay, so just follow them. They're waiting for you outside. Or you can follow me, works too.
El Internet de las Cosas supone una oportunidad única para impulsar el desarrollo digital de todos nuestros sectores productivos. Sin embargo, si no somos capaces de garantizar un despliegue universal de esta nueva tecnología, estaremos agravando la brecha digital que existe en determinados ámbitos, como son los ligados al entorno rural. Spasat garantiza esa conectividad plena y de calidad en todo el territorio español, como demuestran los 2 proyectos piloto que estamos llevando a cabo con Elewit y Next Machina. El primero de ellos es aquí mismo, en la Sierra de Aralar.
Caixo Xabat, Semus, a partir del 1 de mayo subimos para arriba con todo el ganado, ovejas, yeguas, y solemos estar aquí pues hasta que podemos aguantar con el tiempo. Estamos aquí un poco aislados de la civilización, pues va a venir muy bien para poder estar en contacto con los hijos que quedan abajo. Pues eso, pues gracias a estas tecnologías que nos habéis puesto, pues les tenemos más controlados a lo que es las ovejas, las yeguas, porque suele haber días que suele haber, o sea, con niebla que no se ve nada y más o menos así ahora desde la cabaña las tenemos más o menos controladas, sabemos por dónde anda cada una.
La conectividad satelital también permite el despliegue de tecnología IoT en entornos tan exigentes como el pesquero. En este segundo demostrador hemos realizado una instalación IoT en este pesquero para garantizar la seguridad de su tripulación y mejorar la eficiencia en su actividad.
Bueno, nosotros este barco ahora, lo que es en primavera que andamos a la anchoa, andamos casi a diario, pero luego ya en verano, cuando empezamos el verano, hacemos hasta mareas de 15 días. Claro, antes ibas de casa y no tenías nada. Una vez que pasas una hora de tierra se pierde la cobertura. Ahora con las antenas de wifi, de internet, pues la gente tiene conexión, que es lo que se echa mucho en falta aquí. Son muchos días que al final ves salir y entrar el sol porque estás allí, o realmente no sabes en tierra lo que pasa. Todo lo tecnológico ha influido tanto o más que en tierra, porque en tierra toda la gente está acostumbrada a toda la tecnología y los barcos hasta ahora estábamos un poco anclados en el tiempo. Bueno, y luego este año hemos puesto unos sensores de vibración, porque en la pesca del bonito pues usamos, el bonito es muy sensible a los ruidos. Cuando una bomba produce un ruido por un rodamiento o algo, entonces el bonito enseguida le afecta, y con estos sensores de vibración saber cuándo ocurre un fallo, que es lo que no tenemos ahora gracias a las antenas que hemos montado hoy en día.
Space has never been more at the heart of our daily lives. Satellites help us stay in touch, anywhere, anytime. And the contribution of space to humankind allowed a sailor to be rescued in the Southern Ocean during a world race, as well as giving us irrefutable scientific data on climate change, involving every one of us to save our planet. As we speak, we can follow live the exploration of the surface of Mars with the rover's laser camera, gathering precious information for our future. So, what about tomorrow? Connectivity matters more now than ever. New satellite constellations will bring high-speed internet to everybody all over the globe. Billions of terabytes of data will be produced every year, and smart satellite constellations will help deliver them in the most efficient way. The satellite will become a smart node of communication networks, thinking for itself to analyze data and act autonomously in orbit. Before we started thinking ahead to these future constellations, at Thales Alenia Space, we've already had a lot of practice. We were pioneers, working on Globalstar first and second generations in the 2000s for mobile telephony everywhere on Earth, a visionary project at a time when smartphones were not yet part of our daily lives, and landlines were still the norm. Next came the O3b constellation in medium Earth orbit, a very innovative orbit and business approach to supply high-speed broadband across large regions around the equator, on large cruise vessels or isolated islands around the globe. Iridium Next then brought mobile communications everywhere in the world with a network of interlinked satellites which were a first for a commercial project. With the rise of connectivity, we developed advanced technologies starting with analogic, then digital, and now moving to laser. And guess where we put all these innovations and expertise? In your next satellite constellations, of course. We will equip the Telesat Lightspeed constellation with the most advanced technologies for interconnected satellite laser links, providing fiber-quality services across the world at several terabits per second, with high-security operations which are simple and flexible. We're on a journey along the transition to digital space technologies, which will improve our lives today and for the next generations. At Thales Alenia Space, we design and believe in solutions to respect our Earth and the space around it, because we believe that space is for life.
les Américains nous confient le James Webb, le plus grand télescope astronomique jamais développé, c'est une magnifique reconnaissance pour le CNES et pour tous nos partenaires.
Le gouvernement crée en décembre 1961 le Centre national d'études spatiales, le CNES, qui coordonne les programmes et répartit les tâches entre les organismes scientifiques et les industriels à vocation spatiale.
Le général de Gaulle avait comme objectif principal de sa politique l'établissement de la France comme une des puissances dirigeantes du monde. Il lui fallait des fusées. Mais en même temps, il fallait en faire quelque chose d'utile, avoir un programme.
Le 26 novembre 1965, la petite fusée Diamant décollait du désert d'Amaguir en Algérie. À son bord, le tout premier satellite français, Astérix.
La France, de fait, est devenue la troisième nation spatiale grâce à un lanceur civil, le lanceur Diamant, développé par le CNES.
On ne se rend pas assez compte maintenant combien les satellites sont essentiels pour les activités de monsieur tout le monde dans la vie de tous les jours.
Doter la France d'une zone de lancement spatiaux équipée des installations les plus modernes, tout en assurant l'essor économique et social le plus large de la Guyane, tels sont les deux objectifs qu'a poursuivi le CNES.
Une grande œuvre française en Guyane. Il faut qu'on le voie et qu'on le sache partout. Nous avons commencé et nous continuons.
Je me rappelle de la première visite que la NASA a faite à Kourou. Et les Américains, franchement, étaient complètement bluffés de voir ce qu'on avait fait là-bas.
Et c'est de là qu'a été tirée donc cette première Ariane, Ariane 1.
H0, les vannes d'admission s'ouvrent pour mettre à feu les 4 moteurs Viking du premier étage.
Le lancement Ariane N01 a eu lieu le 24 décembre 1979 à 17h14 38 secondes. La mission a été totalement réussie, je crois qu'on peut le dire déjà.
Et ça, c'est vraiment une grande fierté nationale. Ariane, c'est un programme européen, mais tout a été développé, fait, imaginé au CNES.
Quand on a vu que ça marchait, c'était un peu un rêve. C'est un souvenir formidable pour tout le monde.
Lors de la mission du premier astronaute français à bord de la station soviétique Salyut 7 en 1982, ont été effectuées des expériences de biologie et de médecine spatiale.
Eh bien, tout était prêt, que ce soit la fusée, le vaisseau, la préparation des équipes du CNES en place, soit sur Toulouse, soit au centre de contrôle de la mission. Ça y est, on est prêt, on peut y aller.
La France, à travers le CNES en particulier, mais aussi avec toute la communauté scientifique, s'est assez vite focalisée sur la thématique de l'observation de la Terre.
Que ce soit le téléphone, que ce soit la navigation, que ce soit la météo. Enfin, on pourrait citer des dizaines de cas où, dans notre activité quotidienne, on utilise les satellites ou en tout cas les systèmes spatiaux.
Je vais avoir un petit bout du CNES qui va m'accompagner pour cette aventure de premier Vendée Globe. Moi, c'est ma première tentative de tour du monde en solitaire.
Le changement climatique est au cœur des préoccupations de nos sociétés. Et le spatial, c'est le moyen de comprendre ce qui se passe sur Terre.
On a une très longue histoire, une tradition de coopération internationale au niveau du spatial. Et aujourd'hui, on coopère avec plus de 70 pays ou organismes internationaux. Et c'est dans nos gènes, quelque part, depuis le tout début du CNES.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, feu. Décollage.
Je voudrais dire au nom de tous que le premier tir du lanceur Ariane 5, comme vous l'avez pu le constater, n'a pas permis de valider ce nouveau lanceur.
Je crois que le moment de la déception, de la grande déception passée, il faut savoir, comme Européens, relever la tête et faire front.
Les lanceurs, ça marche, la science, ça marche, Galiléo, ça marche.
Beaucoup de réussites finalement.
J'ai envie de dire pratiquement que des réussites.
Décollage, liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
Depuis toujours, la planète Mars inspire les auteurs de science-fiction, mais aussi les scientifiques.
Le but, c'est de rechercher des traces de vie qu'on appelle des biosignatures, des traces qui auraient laissé des formes de vie anciennes dans les minéraux.
Pour un scientifique, c'est quand même une chance extraordinaire, puisqu'on n'a jamais eu autant de véhicules sur Mars.
Et l'étape suivante, qui est beaucoup plus complexe, c'est le rendez-vous avec un noyau cométaire. Ça n'a jamais été fait.
On a réussi à se poser pour la première fois au monde sur le noyau d'une comète. Ça aussi, c'était un grand moment de l'histoire spatiale française.
C'est un projet éducatif que l'on mène au sein du CNES où on met à disposition tous les moyens techniques pour que les écoles se concentrent sur les aspects scientifiques des expériences.
Ce que ça nous apporte, c'est l'adhésion totale des élèves à leur formation. Et on a effectivement beaucoup de jeunes qui ont envie de poursuivre dans cette voie.
Il n'y a pas d'innovation et il n'y aura pas de nouvelles connaissances si on ne soutient pas la recherche. Et donc le CNES, étant l'agence spatiale française, se doit d'accompagner cette recherche.
Aujourd'hui, le monde du spatial change profondément avec l'arrivée de nouveaux acteurs, de nouveaux entrepreneurs. Nous avons plein de choses à apprendre d'eux et nous avons aussi de magnifiques opportunités.
C'est une nouvelle histoire de la page du spatial européen qui s'écrit et on est très fiers d'en faire partie.
Je pense vraiment que nous sommes à l'aube d'une aventure extraordinaire. J'ai même envie de dire que nous avons la chance d'être vivants en ce moment. Dans les histoires futures, eh bien on dira la fin du XXe siècle et le début du XXIe ont été un tournant dans l'histoire.
C'est une course de vitesse et c'est une course d'ambition. La France, qui est un grand pays du spatial, doit continuer à l'être.
Hello, if you...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good lunch and have fully charged your batteries for what will be certainly a fascinating afternoon, focusing on three key themes: access to space, defense and security, and space entrepreneurship. Now, before we delve back into our debates, I have the pleasure of welcoming a number of special addresses whose interventions will certainly frame our afternoon. Now, I will begin by giving the floor to French Minister of the Armed Forces, Ms. Florence Parly, qui nous rejoint virtuellement de Paris. Madame la Ministre, on est bien sûr honoré de vous avoir avec nous, compte tenu non seulement de la présidence française du Conseil de l'Union européenne, mais aussi compte tenu du fait que votre ministère a été, bien sûr, et la France, un pionnier en reconnaissant l'importance stratégique de l'espace au niveau de la sécurité et de la défense. Je suis sûr et certain qu'on est tous très intéressés d'entendre vos messages aujourd'hui. Madame la Ministre, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. C'est un très grand plaisir de participer à cette conférence spatiale de l'Union européenne, et tout particulièrement cette année où les questions de sécurité et de défense y sont mises à l'honneur. L'espace est au cœur des priorités de la présidence française du Conseil de l'Union européenne dans le domaine de la défense. Et pour commencer, j'aimerais donc répondre à une question très simple. Pourquoi faire du spatial militaire une de nos priorités? Il y a au moins deux raisons à cela. La première, c'est que l'espace exo-atmosphérique est essentiel à notre quotidien. Un smartphone fait appel chaque jour à des dizaines de satellites selon les applications que vous sollicitez. Et je ne parle pas du quotidien de nos soldats, car communiquer, observer ou bien se géolocaliser par satellite, ce sont des actions indispensables à la conduite des opérations militaires. La deuxième raison découle en fait de la première. L'espace devient en effet un lieu de compétition stratégique. Dans ce domaine, nos compétiteurs stratégiques renforcent leurs capacités militaires. Par exemple, en 2021, la Chine a réalisé en moyenne un lancement par semaine. Maîtriser l'espace, c'est avoir un avantage opérationnel décisif et c'est aussi pouvoir garantir l'accès à des services du quotidien. Or, ce que nous observons récemment, c'est un accroissement des tensions au sein de l'espace. Ceci se traduit par des comportements qui sont basés sur l'ambiguïté, l'intimidation ou la déstabilisation qui visent à restreindre, voire interdire l'accès et l'usage de l'espace exo-atmosphérique. Nous faisons de plus en plus face à des comportements irresponsables et menaçants, comme l'a montré récemment le tir anti-satellite russe qui a été effectué le 15 novembre dernier. Ces actions soulèvent des problèmes d'autant plus importants qui ne correspondent pas au discours de ceux qui en sont à l'origine. Pour ce qui nous concerne, notre discours est très clair. La France et l'Europe sont fermement opposées aux saccageurs de l'espace. Nous sommes pour une utilisation pacifique et responsable de l'espace dans le respect du droit international. L'Union européenne doit se donner les moyens de préserver ses intérêts et doit s'opposer à ceux qui tentent d'imposer leur volonté. Pour y parvenir, la lucidité et la fermeté sont nos meilleurs alliés. Céder à la naïveté, cela revient à nous tirer une balle dans le pied. Et je le dis en pensant à l'activisme insistant de la Chine comme de la Russie sur le projet de traité relatif à la prévention du déploiement d'armes dans l'espace et de la menace ou de l'emploi de la force contre des objets spatiaux. Concrètement, c'est un traité qui aurait des conséquences juridiques contraignantes concernant la militarisation de l'espace. Mais contraignantes pour qui? Pour ceux qui respectent le droit international, c'est-à-dire pour nous, mais certainement pas pour nos compétiteurs stratégiques qui sont si enclins à imposer des règles dont ils s'affranchiraient sans aucune hésitation. Au XXIe siècle, les conflits sont asymétriques. Mais nous n'avons pas besoin de créer nous-mêmes de nouvelles asymétries et de nous handicaper en quelque sorte nous-mêmes. C'est pourquoi nous avons coparrainé l'initiative britannique de résolution visant à définir et favoriser des comportements responsables de l'espace. Cette initiative a été largement adoptée, c'est bien la preuve que nous pouvons agir. Mais nous devons aller plus loin. Ainsi, dans le sillage de la boussole stratégique, nous appelons à l'élaboration d'une stratégie de défense spatiale européenne. Cette stratégie complétera la stratégie globale de 2016. Il y a 15 jours, lors de la ministérielle de l'Union européenne qui réunissait les ministres de la Défense à Brest, nous nous sommes engagés à faire aboutir cette stratégie d'ici 2023. Et je veux redire ici la pleine implication de la présidence française pour que ce travail essentiel progresse rapidement. Pour renforcer notre maîtrise de l'espace et améliorer notre résilience en cas de crise, je crois que nous avons 3 priorités à défendre. La première se situe sur le plan diplomatique. Nous devons renforcer nos coopérations, que ce soit au sein de l'Union européenne ou avec l'OTAN, et naturellement avec les États-Unis, qui sont des alliés naturels et essentiels sur ce sujet, et dont nous avons beaucoup à apprendre. La France travaillera au renforcement des liens entre l'Union européenne et l'OTAN, et nous accueillerons d'ailleurs très bientôt à Toulouse le Centre d'excellence spatiale de l'OTAN. Deuxième priorité, elle se situe sur le plan capacitaire. Nous devons développer des moyens autonomes dans le domaine de la surveillance de l'espace ainsi que de l'accès à l'espace et rester dans la course des constellations de connectivité. C'est une fierté de savoir qu'aujourd'hui, plusieurs projets de l'Union européenne y travaillent. Enfin, sur le plan opérationnel, nous devons être prêts à agir en cas de crise et prêts à agir ensemble. Et ce sera donc tout l'objectif de l'exercice Astérix 2022 qui se déroulera en mars à Toulouse et qui sera mené en coopération avec les Européens, notamment avec les centres de surveillance spatiaux allemands et italiens, ainsi que la Task Force Espace du Service européen pour l'action extérieure. Des participants américains, allemands, italiens, ainsi que des observateurs de pays européens, anglo-saxons ou bien même de la zone Indo-Pacifique ont été invités pour toute la durée de l'exercice. J'ai pour ma part invité le haut représentant Josep Borrell, le commissaire Thierry Breton, ainsi que le secrétaire général délégué de l'OTAN, Mircea Geona, à participer à la journée de restitution de cet exercice qui, j'en suis certaine, viendra nourrir nos réflexions pour la future stratégie spatiale de défense et de sécurité de l'Union européenne. Nous avons une volonté commune de faire valoir les droits européens et de défendre nos valeurs dans l'espace. Soyez certains que la France y emploiera toute son énergie. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre, pour vos messages. On vous remercie tous très vivement et on vous souhaite bien sûr le meilleur succès pour votre présidence. Merci beaucoup. I am now very pleased to give the floor to Dr. Anna Christmann, the German Federal Coordinator for Aerospace Policy, who is speaking today on behalf of Vice-Chancellor Robert Habeck, who unfortunately was unable to be with us. Dr. Christmann has recently been given, I'm going to venture, simultaneously a very challenging and a very rewarding task of coordinating German aerospace policy at a federal level in Germany. Taking into account the importance of Germany as a major space player in Europe, we are delighted, of course, to have you with us here today, to hear your thoughts and your vision for European space. Dr. Christmann, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Dear Minister Parly, dear Minister Colau, dear High Representative Borrell, who will hopefully join us soon.
He will join us soon, indeed.
Dear conference participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor Robert Habeck, thank you very much for the invitation to the 14th edition of the European Space Conference here in Brussels. And I have the honor to address you for the first time in my function as new federal government coordinator of German aerospace policy. And I had already the chance today here at the conference to learn that I have two things in common with an ESA astronaut, which I'm very happy about. I was able to talk to Alexander Gerst, who is also the first time on this conference here, and who also talked to Matthias Maurer, our second ESA astronaut on the ISS, right now several days ago. And I also got a very warm welcome directly from the ISS from Matthias Maurer. So thank you for that warm welcome to the space community. And this space conference marks a great kickoff event for an eventful year 2022. Of course, space ministers will be gathering for the European Space Summit in February and later this year for the ESA Ministerial Conference in November. And I am more than happy being part of this highly innovative and solution-driven community now, discussing and shaping the future of Europe's role in space. And the milestones events this year for European space policy are set against the backdrop of current global, society and economic challenges, with the climate crisis being the most pressing issue for humanity. And that is why we urgently need the dialogue, how we can even more profit from space technologies in getting detailed knowledge about climate and our options to act. I see aerospace policy as one key area to fight climate crisis. Humanity needs a safe place to live, therefore we need a healthy planet, but we need also, in the digital transition, a safe planet concerning secure communication, which is becoming more and more important. So cybersecurity through satellites, therefore, definitely also is a field Europe should be engaged in. More general, the exploration of space and the competences that come with it are also will help fight further challenges that might come and that we don't know yet. So space policy is definitely a field serving humanity. At the same time, you all know the space sector is changing. Forecasts see a doubling of the revenues within 10 years' time, up to almost $1,000 billion US. And we find ourselves in a global space arena faced with a strong increase of commercial actors, fierce global competition, and the entrance of new spacefaring nations. Space is getting more crowded. In this setting, I think we can all agree we strive for Europe being a pioneer in using and remaining a pioneer in using space for the benefit of its citizens and as a tool to implement our policy goals in all relevant domains. And it is clear that the basis for our ambitions are a competitive, highly innovative space sector and outstanding research in Europe. Private investments, entrepreneurship, and commercial success on the global markets are not only economically beneficial, they are prerequisites for shaping the future of space. Given all the chances, the new German government has put a special focus on space in its political agenda. And one of our objects is to update our national space strategy, and I can announce today that we will very soon start the process. I expect that the outcome will be an ambitious plan for activities, engagement, and shaping framework conditions in space. The political agenda of our new government further acknowledges space, and especially new space, as key areas of future technology. In addition to that, its relevance could further be boosted through increased investments in space-related technologies, such as artificial intelligence, quantum technology, cybersecurity, and robotics. Also, we will and have to increasingly address the sustainability dimension of space and space technology. Space is a great tool for sustainability on Earth, as I already mentioned, but even the resource space is finite. It must be the global imperative to preserve space for the future generations, and that we will address the increasing problem of space debris in order to keep our orbits clean. Thus, space traffic management will be an important topic for the future and an area where common European standards should be established. And a joint European approach would also be helpful in setting international standards. Our main political ambition is to foster the green and digital transition of our economy and society. And to this end, Germany wants to promote a level playing field for the European economy and invest in climate protection, digitization, education, and research. We will strengthen international cooperation and live up to Germany's global responsibility. Given the urgency of all these challenges we face, it is good to see that we in Europe are ambitious in transforming them into chances for our society. The Green Deal of the EU includes the goal of making Europe the first climate-neutral continent. During ESA's intermediate ministerial conference in Porto, ministers of ESA's member states in presence of the European Commission have adopted the so-called Metoxinius Manifesto. Here, the Space for a Green Future accelerator has been identified as a priority. And this accelerator will set up a frame for cooperation that let change happen and will be a valuable contribution of space for a better, greener, and more sustainable environment. And it is a great pleasure to see that the EU and ESA plan to closely collaborate in order to tackle climate change through space-based solutions. Regarding the digital transition, space is also important for cybersecurity and can definitely help us building a more resilient communication infrastructure. Proposals in this domain can provide added values for all Europeans, for governments, businesses, and citizens. We need ambitious projects to stimulate innovation and entrepreneurship by building on startups and SMEs. That is a priority from our new government. And coming to the strong ESA-EU partnership that is based on their respective and proven strengths and competences remains the basis of success for Europe in space. Our goal is to strengthen ESA as an international organization. ESA has unique experience and skills in developing space technologies and to strengthen the technology push from the European space sector. In this role, for example, ESA has guaranteed the European access to space for decades and will continue to do so, while the EU is the biggest user of space services and assures a strong demand pull for the European space sector and promotes the use of space as an indispensable tool for its policy goals. And together with the member states, all European actors can improve the framework conditions to assure an important role of Europe in space. So the key to success from our perspective is to invest smart. The world space economy grows much quicker than the worldwide public investments. Still, even the US, who invests approximately 4 or 5 times the budget of all EU and ESA member states together, did not invest directly in the groundbreaking space technology like reusable launchers or mega constellations of communication satellites. This was done by private players benefiting from public service contracts. So let's speed up and to be more competitive in space. The key factors are entrepreneurship, private investments, and our highly skilled people, men and women, in research and development. Other important factors are to maximize the usage of space in all policy domains, shifting to innovative procurement, reducing barriers globally, establishing more business-friendly conditions in Europe, and preserving a safe and sustainable outer space. Germany will be happy to play an important role in pushing for an innovative European space sector. For sustainability on Earth, Copernicus is already a major contribution in this regard, and Copernicus provides researchers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and society with the data necessary for decision-making on climate action. And the Copernicus program is a unique asset towards our challenges today and tomorrow. And for Germany, this remains a priority. Together, we must ensure that not only Copernicus operations are guaranteed, but also that the necessary evolutions are implemented and are fully funded. We simply cannot afford to delay or even descope parts of the system. So I urge that the Commission, ESA, and all parties involved to give Copernicus the priority that it needs to serve its purpose and find a solution to fully fund the Copernicus development. I have also the chance today to inform you that Germany will launch its newest Earth observation satellite, EnMAP, this April. So only in a few weeks from now, EnMAP, with its innovative hyperspectral capabilities, will deliver new data with unprecedented possibilities to monitor the state and health of vegetation and water, among others. Germany is about to finalize an agreement with Italy for the joint exploitation of the EnMAP mission in collaboration with their PRISMA project. EnMAP and PRISMA will not only enable exciting research activities, their data will allow preparing for future European Copernicus services. This is also true for our joint Franco-German project, Merlin, that will measure atmospheric methane, which we are jointly continuing to develop. We clearly see how important collaboration and cooperation are in space. So let me come to the closing with a united, ambitious Europe in space. We will be able to make a global contribution, not only in better understanding on combating the climate crisis, but also in developing cutting-edge technologies in order to boost Europe's entrepreneurship, competitiveness, and safety. And let me finish by saying, I think it's very important that Europe finds its own way. We shouldn't copy any other systems, but we should assure that we have a European way, being a strong space sector that is innovative, sustainable, and serves our societies. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Dr. Christmann, for your intervention. And of course, we're all very happy to welcome you to the community and to the family. And we look forward to seeing you in years to come. Now, I have the pleasure of welcoming also today the Italian Minister for Technological Innovation and Digital Transition, Mr. Vittorio Colao. I think it's also your first time with us here. Minister Colao, your ministry represents a very interesting instance of a link between, of course, space policy and digital transition, which is, of course, a key priority for your country and for Europe as a whole. And so we are very happy to have you with us and to hear your thoughts on the matter. Minister Colao, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It's wonderful to be here in person. Welcome to Anna. I can tell you I've been dealing with space for 4 good months, and I can tell you it is as complex as it looks, but it is more exciting than what it looks. So welcome, we will enjoy it together. I will organize my essentially 3 remarks on really based on the title of this wonderful conference, because turning vision into action for Europe now, I think, is the most appropriate theme that could have been chosen. And I will really cover 3 things. First of all, why space now, I think, is, and the now is the emphasis, is very important. Second, how Italy will channel the funds and the resources that we are dedicated, the increased funds and resources that we are dedicating to space. And third, back to Josef Haschbacher's comment this morning about the European ambition and the ambition that we all should share together. And then I have a few remarks on some topics on the panels today. So first of all, why space is now important for Italy? One could say space has always been important for Italy. We have our industrial tradition in it, and to be honest, we also have a lot of achievements in the past. I don't want to bore you with all the nice notes of achievements that have been put on my speech. But for sure, Italy is one of the leading contributors to ESA's programs. For sure, we have been among the biggest spacefaring nations in Europe globally. But most importantly, we are very engaged in all the national and multilateral programs, Cosmos SkyMed, PRISMA that has been mentioned, Galileo, Copernicus, Space Rider, and we have a strong launching and integrating capability that are at work every day. Most importantly, we are really convinced that now we have expertise in Earth observation, space transportation, and exploration that are becoming really critical. Why now? Because we are dedicating a large amount of both our national funds and the recovery funds to the space strategy. The purpose being developing now, for real, the space economy. Everybody talks about space economy. But space economy for us really is putting together infrastructure, which always have been very, very much at the center of the focus, with capabilities. And capabilities to design and enable new data spaces, enabling the expansion of technological spillovers, cross-fertilization. Ideally, we really would like to see space-based applications to really contaminate all industrial sectors. In our plan, we have agriculture, manufacturing, pharma, smart mobility, green economy, and few others that will definitely get contributions from the space economy. And we really think this is the moment. This is the moment where all the resources that collectively we are pouring into space will start spilling over into other things. Not that it's wrong to have space as a self-contained sector, but this is the moment where key societal challenges can, and Anna mentioned some of them, can be addressed in a much better way. Space can have positive externalities. Space can aggregate ecosystems at a totally different level. And if you think about it, Europe, and I'm moving towards what Joseph was saying this morning, Europe has always had this ambition of becoming a knowledge-based society. This is the moment where this knowledge-based society, if appropriately, clearly supported by public policy, can become a true competitive advantage. You also use the word competition in your speech, can really become a true competitive advantage for Europe. So now we think that is the moment, not just because of the money that we're putting in, but because of this amazing opportunity of cross-contamination, fertilization, and spillover. Where is Italy going to put our resources? Clearly, three emerging segments: Earth observation, access to space, and in-orbit servicing. It doesn't, I don't need to remind you, globally, we're talking about an industry which is more or less, a bit less than $500 billion today, is expected to be $1 trillion in 10 years. You work out, it's an 8% growth per year compounded. Today, we are probably at 4%. So we are talking about an acceleration that we have in front of us. And we need to equip our countries and our continent for that acceleration. The Italian resources dedicated to this are 2 billion of national funds and 2.5 billion of recovery and resilience funds allocated to space, specifically to projects that have to enhance our asset, but also want to be mutualized with the rest of the countries that want to be involved. And let me say the four areas where we are investing. The first is a new Earth observation constellation. We signed recently an agreement with the European Space Agency to design and launch a high revisit multi-payload LEO constellation to enable stronger services, wider application, and this is for both national interest and commercial purposes. This constellation, of course, will provide data and services for our Italian authorities to develop applications such as land and infrastructure surveillance, coastal protection, climate and environmental monitoring, and emergency management, which is very important. It will also strengthen the Earth observation downstream innovation ecosystem and our downstream hubs that we have in Fucino, in Matera, and in Frascati. But we believe also very strongly that this is an area where a strong European cooperation can be built. We are very open to partner with all interested parties. We discussed today with Anna. Earth observation, I am deeply convinced, we are deeply convinced, should become a European field of excellence, but also a worldwide field of excellence for Europe. And again, I would like to echo the message that was just given. It's very important, the integration with Copernicus, but it's also very important that Copernicus finds the right financing that we all know is not fully there, and it's urgent that and strategic that this happens. Second area of investment is advancements in access to space. We committed more financial resources to maintain and reinforce our strategic capabilities, both in solid and in liquid propulsion, and support a European launcher family in face of what we all know is a very, very strong, and this was mentioned again before, very strong international competition. In this respect, we have signed an agreement recently with France with many objectives, but among them to support the competitiveness of the European launchers and increase our cooperation in liquid propulsion and reusability. We would like to avoid duplication of investments. We would like to expand the synergies and the complementarities between Ariane and Vega. And again, here I want to reiterate, cooperation at European level is, in access to space is very important. The landscape is clearly a change. We need to reinforce the continent in that area vis-à-vis financial resources that are being poured there internationally of a different order from what traditionally we have been doing in Europe. Third, in-orbit economy, again, another area that we are very passionate about. We bet on the need for space objects life extension services and for deorbiting and repositioning services. Again, this will come with time, but it will be crucial in the context of sustainability of space, which is incredibly important, and security. And fourth, lunar exploration. We are partnering with both ESA and NASA in the Artemis program to position us not just in the architectural design part, but also on lunar telecommunication systems, construction of the gateway, and the modules, how do you call them, the surface modules, to establish new industrial relationship that can be part of the long-term programs in that area. Now, the ambitions of Europe. Here, we are really convinced that to succeed with the goals that Commissioner Breton has illustrated this morning, we really need to strengthen our collaborative vision. First of all, sharing it among our European partners, but then also going beyond. And frankly, that Europe can become not a facilitator, but the facilitator of this collaboration. So a stronger Europe also in facilitating worldwide alignment on very important topic. Now, I think we have a tradition of strong cooperation, and let's also touch a delicate topic. We have been particularly good, and as Europeans we should be proud of it, we have been particularly good in balancing the cooperation among ourselves, but also the little competition that we have among countries, which we know is positive because pushes advancement together. And we are very good, we have been in space particularly good at this delicate balance. And such balance needs to continue and probably will be even more necessary in the decade to come with all the challenges that we know very well. Also because others are putting on the plate resources which are very, very, very large. So Europe has to continue, but also I would say to increase the role of facilitator in space cooperation, setting the vision, but also being at the forefront of formulating public policy goals that go also beyond space and touches the areas that are benefiting from the space activities like environment, securities, and accountability. I can give you a few examples of things that definitely will be important and I know will be discussed in the afternoon on the defense and security sessions, access to space and entrepreneurship in this domain. First of all, on defense and security, ensuring a peaceful but also fair orbital exploitation of the orbital environment and the assets is going to be crucial. There is a risk of the prevailing first comer takes all principle, and there is also a risk in the protection of space assets in orbit. We need to put ourselves at the center, and we discussed with Joseph recently, to put Europe at the center of the debate on how to ensure sustainability in those areas, and also, as I said, a fair environment where first comer does not necessarily takes all, but there is a fair and balanced distribution of opportunities. We should also take a leadership role in promoting the sustainability, as I said before, of the orbital environment. Clearly, we have the SSA program that is crucial for that, but also, as it was mentioned this morning, space traffic management is becoming a priority where we should put our weight. Access to space, it's very important that we maintain European independent access to space, and it's crucial clearly also for the EU. We should take again a role in maximizing the impact of our internal market launches, using the institutional launches to support the European space launcher industry efforts, in enhancing our competitiveness in innovation and space transportation. It's key because we are facing very strong international actors. There's no doubt that this is an area where, unless we play institutionally a strong role, there will be a, I would say, tilted playing field, not a level playing field. And of course, the European Launcher Alliance can be instrumental in this. And then third, it was mentioned again before, on entrepreneurship. European new space companies have growing finance needs, and let's face it, these are not adequately matched today. The Cassini initiative is a great initiative, and clearly it will be very important in stimulating the new space ecosystem. Also, EUSPA can play a good role supporting Galileo and Copernicus related services. We, as part of our Italian Recovery Fund, just announced last week, essentially, that we are dedicated some relevant resources to accelerate and create and accelerate SMEs, startups, and scale-ups in order to develop downstream solutions for the exploitation of Earth observation data by both public and commercial providers. So it's a concept of matching, if you want, that we are going to replicate. So it's not as big as Cassini, but on our relative scale is another thing of almost twice our weight relative to Europe. So an important initiative that we want to, again, replicate as much as possible across Europe and use to fund our private initiatives to support entrepreneurs. It's not enough. Probably we need to also look at public procurement and try to transition from a system-based to a service-based procurement model so that we can interact in a more agile way with third parties. And increase the risk sharing, of course, with the private capital to allow them to also take a bit of the risk in the system. So we really, what I'm trying to say today is we are really living in a moment where the space economy can happen and we can make it happen. We can strengthen the role of Europe in the shaping of the next decade and also in making space at the same time fair and sustainable. We are in a moment where we are convinced that at the same time we can foster the leadership of Europe in space, but also become the true facilitator of space cooperation, setting a broad vision for space, but also setting a good public policy framework that we can push beyond space and have space tightly connected with environment protection, fight to climate change, security, and crisis management. And at the same time, support our economies and our smaller companies in growing and developing based on the space economy. This is the moment. We are committed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Colau. Grazie mille for your intervention. Very, very happy to have you here, as I said, and we also hope to see you in the coming years. And welcome to the family, to the both of you. So before we quickly move on, I want to just quickly provide an overview of how the afternoon is going to run, so that both you at home and those who are here with us, the speakers today, can sort of know which way we're going forward. So we have a number of very exciting sessions coming up this afternoon. Here in the Europa room, we will have a session starting very soon on Europe's launcher ecosystem, ensuring competitiveness and reliability. And at the same time, in the Bibliothèque, we'll be having the session on space and the European Strategic Compass, and there you will see me again, and I promise you will probably be, by the end of these 2 days, sick of seeing my face. And so we will have that. Afterwards, we have a very exciting fireside chat here with the president of the Italian Space Agency. And then after that, we will have sessions on new space in the late afternoon and on cyber security and space traffic management. And so this is the afternoon that we have ahead of us. For now, this is it. We will be back to you shortly with a further address before our afternoon's session. So just bear with us for just a moment and we will be with you soon. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I have the absolute honor now to welcome High Representative of the European Union, Mr. Josep Borrell. And we thank you, of course, as we thank all our speakers, for taking the time to speak with us today. Now, apart from, of course, the responsibilities that the European External Action Service has with regards to international space relations, you are also overseeing, along with some colleagues, arguably one of the most important developments for European defense and security, which is the European Strategic Compass, which outlines, among other things, space as a strategic domain. And so I'm certain that we are all extremely eager to hear your words on the matter. So, High Representative, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me, and sorry for being late. I know that you have been speaking slowly, trying to lose time in order not to make evident that I was late. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for your attention. It's again a pleasure for me to be here at this space conference. I've been in previous year. This is the 14th space conference. And I would like to talk about the space, the changing in space, and what the space means for security and defense. I used to say that the outer space is one of the new battlefields. The cyberspace, the outer space, and the high sea are the new battlefields of our time. I wish it should not be a battlefield, but it's a space for security and defense. Well, first of all, the space is about technology. Data and services have become indispensable in our daily life. It's not a matter about security and defense, it's about every day, every minute life. And we rely on them when using almost everything. Mobile phones, navigations in our cars, withdrawing money. Satellites are there. They provide information on real time, on normal life, and when disasters strike us, when an earthquake, forest fires, floods, they enable us to better respond. So it's part of the peaceful life of all of us. But it is increasingly important for geopolitics and for our security and defense. And more than our everyday life is our freedom of action depends on a safe, secure, and autonomous access to space. The space industry is growing very quickly. The global space economy growing at about 10% a year. Today it's estimated about 340 billion euros. And the space sector is going through its own industrial revolution because the cost of launching satellites and developing smaller pocket satellites is decreasing rapidly. I remember when I was a young Minister of Transportations and Telecommunications in Spain in 1992, it means 30 years ago, when I went to Guyana to launch the first Spanish satellite, Hispasat, with an Ariane rocket. And it was strongly criticized by the opposition, saying, what a waste of money, why do we need a satellite? It will be turning around the Earth empty without being used for nothing. Well, today we have more than 12,000 satellites, of which almost 5,000 are currently operational. 5,000 currently operational, and that's becoming a kind of a toy, and billionaires like Mr. Musk invest in space, triggering a new kind of space race. And the trend is increasing. It is estimated that more than 20,000 additional satellites will be launched in the next 10 years. So the ones who were criticizing me for launching one satellite 30 years ago, they didn't have a strong prophetic capacity. So as a consequence of this increase on the number of satellites, the space is getting crowded, more and more crowded. With more satellites in orbit, space traffic management is becoming more and more complex and risky, increasing the volumes of debris and the risk of collision. You, who are professionals of the satellite industry, knows very well the problem that this represents for the security of the satellites. Give me some figures. Today there are more than 130 million pieces of debris which are smaller than 1 centimeter orbiting around the Earth, and approximately 900,000 pieces between 1 and 10 centimeters. And these are very dangerous because already a 1 centimeter screw can seriously damage a satellite and degrade its performance. So we have a strong and global challenge to ensure security, physical security, in a crowded space. And that's why we will present soon, together with the Commission, I mean the High Representative, Head of the External Action Service, together with the Commission, we will present a joint communication to promote an European Union approach to space traffic management. So crowded, second, contested. We are seeing more and more examples of an irresponsible and hostile behavior and the weaponization of space. Well, nowadays everything can be weaponized. Migration, everything, every aspect of human activity can become a weapon. And the space also is being weaponized. Let me put an example. Last November, the Russian Federation conducted an anti-satellite weapon tested against one of its own satellites. This generated a large amount of space debris, posing a long-lasting risk for space activities, including for the safety of astronauts on the International Space Station. This was an irresponsible act that they have strongly condemned on behalf of the European Union. So crowded, contested, and third, increasingly important for our security and defense. Our military operations and our overall activity and defense awareness rely on a set of capabilities that are delivered from space. Encrypted communication, location, navigation services, reconnaissance, and intelligence support. And we have a good example of that with our European Union Satellite Center, our SATCEN in Madrid, which plays a fundamental role, for example, by providing today geopolitical intelligence analysis and allowing us to monitor what's happening on the Ukrainian border, and by supporting our CSDP missions and operations around the world. So the space is becoming increasingly central to the European security, and the truth is that our current policy framework, what we call the European Union Space Strategy, it's, I wouldn't say all, but almost, it's 2016. It's 6 years ago. And at that time, it was built, it was written, focusing mainly on civilian aspects, because 6 years ago, the idea of the space being a battlefield was not so clear as it is today. And this strategy barely touches on the security and defense dimension of the outer space. But with the increasing weaponization of space, we need a change of paradigm. We have to think less in terms of industrial competition and more in terms of resilience and security. In our strategic compass, we reflect this paradigm change. The compass puts forward a clear and concrete proposal to complement our current space strategy with a dimension of security and defense. And it is very much positive that we have here the full backing of the member states who are very much aware of what I am talking about. Just a few days ago, a couple of weeks ago, in Brest, the European Union defense ministers, I know that Florence Parly has been here with you some moments ago, called for a new European Union space strategy for security and defense. Work has already started, together with the Commission, with my colleague and friend Thierry Breton, and we hope to finalize by the end of next year. Let me mention some elements of this new strategy. First, it should further develop our space domain awareness and our capacity to respond rapidly to security incidents. Second, it should improve the resilience of our space infrastructures to make them more resistant and better able to detect and prevent security at space. And third, it should improve our space capabilities, reinforcing the defense dimension of existing infrastructures and developing dual-use infrastructures, notably regarding about secure connectivity. And it has to develop also synergies between the space program, PESCO, the European Defence Fund, and other relevant instruments of the European Union, and we have many, Horizon Europe, InvestEU, or the European Innovation Council. At the same time, we continue to work to strengthen our resilience. We have to further validate of the Galileo threat response mechanism. As High Representative for Security, I am in charge of the security of Galileo. Just in case, I hope that nothing will happen that will threaten the security of Galileo those days, but you never know. And we have to be secure that the expansion to other components of the EU space program can be absolutely proof, absolutely against any kind of threat. And for that, we will carry out exercises. Like the military do maneuvers, we will do exercises to test our reaction to threats and incidents and the work of our solidarity mechanism. At the end of March, we will carry out the 4th European Union Space Threat Response Exercise, focusing on Galileo, here in Brussels. It's us, the External Action Service, who will do it. But before that, together with the French presidency, and I suppose that Florence has been saying something about that, we will be playing back-to-back with the French Astex 2022, an exercise showing the close cooperation between the European Union on the operational side of space. So this new strategy, space strategy for security and defense, will get us up to speed with fast-changing developments in the outer space and provide us with the instruments to defend our citizens and our interests from external threats. But these threats are not just threats for us, for the European Union alone. These are global problems, and global problems require global solutions. And that's why we will put forward a proposal to promote global rules on responsible behavior in outer space, coordinating our positions, the European Union positions, with the United Nations, reinforcing space security dialogues with third states, and developing cooperation with NATO. This is our working program for the next month, this next couple of years, because we are very much aware of how important has become the satellite as a part of the tools that we need to have and master and control in order to ensure our collective security. I'm sorry to talk about the satellites as if they were weapons, but it seems that from the beginning, mankind has been dreaming about space. And I think it was Virgilius, an old times poet, who said that people look at paths that would bring them to the stars. To the stars today, to other continents some centuries ago, to the other side of the US some hundreds of years ago. And every time that the humankind has been looking for new paths to go somewhere else, unhappily, it has become a scenario for war. It has been discovering the lands and the seas in our planet. Let's hope that this will not happen on discovering the path to stars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, High Representative. It's been fantastic having your insights here on the panel. And it's time to switch over to another session. Also, thank you to Vittorio Calao from the Minister of Technological Innovation from Italy, Florence Parly, Minister of the Armed Forces from France, and Anna Christmann, who's the Space Coordinator for the German federal government. Fantastic to have you here. Thank you. We're going to switch over to the next panel as fast as we can because we're running behind time, as we were. And we're going to be talking about rockets. Yes, finished.
With the two-stage launch vehicle Spectrum, ESA Aerospace offers flexible and low-cost space access for small satellites and satellite constellations. Our solution is fully developed and manufactured in-house. More than 90% of our funding source and production, as well as development cost, is within Europe.
So for us, there is three major reasons to have manufacturing vertically integrated in-house. First reason is, of course, that we have core technologies in-house. Second reason is that we can identify cost-saving potential and can reduce costs as early as possible in the development and manufacturing. Third reason is that we are fully independent in manufacturing and can deliver to our customers on very short notice. So finally, this fully automated production allows us to offer a high launch cadence with low prices at a high reliability.
We offer competitive pricing and launch services to our customers, and we've already signed firm launch agreements with both institutional as well as commercial customers.
At ESA Aerospace, we're engineering the future of spaceflight.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this discussion about Europe's launcher ecosystem and how we're going to ensure competitiveness and reliability. And we're here for, in theory, the next hour, but I think we'll have to cut a little short. Otherwise, we're going to overrun over the coffee break, and then the whole timing is going to go. But let's give ourselves at least a good 45 minutes or so. I believe that Daniel Neunschwander is going to be joining us by a video conference because he isn't able to join us. Somebody told me that he had COVID. I'm not sure if that can be confirmed or not, but anyway, he's here. There he is. Hey, Daniel. Can you hear us? I can't hear you. Now let them sort out the sound. Give us a shout when you think it's working. I'll introduce the rest of the panel. So, right over there, these are some new faces for the space world. We have Adrià Argemí, who's the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Pangaea Aerospace from Barcelona. Next to him is Jörn Sperman, who's the co-founder and Chief Commercial Officer of Rocket Factory Augsburg. In Augsburg, I'm guessing?
Yes.
The clue's in the name, isn't it? It's a good one. If only all companies did that. So easy. And next to him, we have Evy Papantonio, who's the Deputy Director for Space and Head of the Space Policy Unit at DG DEFIS. Thanks for being here. And next to her, we have Daniel Metzler, who's the co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Isar Aerospace Technologies. Again, the clue's kind of in the name, right? Munich.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Isar flying through Munich.
Okay, marvelous. And then just to my right here, Morena Bernardini, who's the Vice President of Strategy and Innovation at Ariane Group. I believe Daniel is with us. Daniel, can you hear us?
Yes, good afternoon to all of you.
Hi, nice to see you. Thanks for being here virtually. This is the way that the world works now. It's cool that you could be there. That's great.
Unfortunately, COVID prevents me from being in Brussels today, but I'm happy to catch up soon with all of you.
I hope you're feeling okay. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thanks for that.
Okay, good. Let's get into it. You've got a big ministerial meeting coming up at the end of this year. Do you think you're going to be going to that ministerial meeting with a successful Ariane 6 launch already behind you? Do you have can you give us any idea on that?
Yeah, let me recap where we are on this program right now. So we will have in mid of February the hot firing tests of the new upper stage in Lamperthausen on the new test bench P5.2. And this will be absolutely crucial. It will provide us essential information on the full flight domain of the upper stage. Second important milestone will be the combined tests between the launch vehicle and the ground facilities in Guyana. And this will start as of April. So right now, the central core, meaning the lower stage and the upper stage, have arrived in French Guiana. And we are preparing them for these combined tests where we will simulate a campaign and also ignite the main engine Vulcan 2.1 several times. So the results of these two essential technical milestones will drive and define the date of the maiden flight. So what I can tell you is that industry is fully mobilized to go towards the maiden flight by the end of the year. This is the current planning right now. But I have to be very clear here. Tests are here to discover things and to resolve issues. And this is what we are going to do and hope that we will be ready by then. Let me add that by the ministerial, by November 22, we should have had Vega C maiden flight behind of us. This is because it's currently planned in the month of May, an important milestone for satellites like the Sentinels of Copernicus, but also radar missions and Earth observation missions from our member states.
Okay, so you're pretty confident on Vega C. You're not sure about Ariane 6. Can you give us your kind of gut feeling as an experienced space professional?
On Vega C, we are on a very stable path. On Ariane 6, we'll do our best, but it is clear that in such a major program, of course, there are enormous technical milestones to go through. It's very complex. So what is important is that everybody stays fully mobilized and does its very best day to day. And this is what we're going to do.
Sticking with you and the ESA Ministerial, what do you actually plan to bring along there and to put on the table?
Yes, the ministerial will be absolutely a key milestone of this year 22, because it will allow us to address, on the one side, freedom of action for space in Europe with our programs. On the one side, we have in place and which we are developing to increase their competitiveness on Ariane 6 and Vega C in particular. We have to bring these launchers, as you rightly mentioned, also into the market. And second, we have also to install a new dynamics, a new modus operandi, where we'll go new ways. So let me just say very rapidly, on the freedom of action, 3 keywords: continuity, competitiveness, reliability. Continuity of service. Let's recall that no government, no institution, no commercial operation in Europe has missed access to space over the last 40 years. I think that's very important, also for Galileo, also for Copernicus. Second, competitiveness. This has been ensured for absolutely most of this period of exploitation of Ariane and Vega. And that's also a very important point. And third, but not least, reliability. And I think the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope with Ariane 5 end of last year has shown what Europe can do when everybody is working on the same path towards the same objective. And the fact that today NASA could double the lifetime of James Webb thanks to the accurate injection by Ariane 5 is also a good demonstration how Europe can deliver when everybody is mobilized. Second point is really on the path of growth and competitiveness. Yes, Europe has to accelerate. Yes, Europe has to take more risk. Yes, Europe has to also go new ways, and this is what we are going to prepare with an ambitious program on the preparation of the future, where we will address reusability of the first stage, reusability of second stage, that's clear, where we'll address advanced propulsion, and all this in a new risk-sharing scheme between the public and the private sector. So all this is at the menu of our ministerial. And of course, we will complement this with our proposal on space transportation at large, meaning beyond access to space, for Space Rider in particular, and underlying to all that, infrastructure, meaning launch range, launch complexes, test facilities, but I'm sure we're going to come back on that.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Expert, we'll come back to you, but let's move on to the panelists here with us physically. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Let's talk about the European Launcher Alliance. Evie, can you explain to us what it is? What are your key kind of goals? Just initially, just give us 15, 20 seconds on that.
Okay, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me properly. Indeed, Commissioner Breton also this morning announced that soon we will put on the table an open call for participation on the European Alliance of Launchers. This is, let me start with a kind of myth busting, what it is not. It is not about creating a monopoly. It is not about favoring certain existing players. It is not opposing emerging players that we have in the European landscape and overall. What our objective is really to federate the actors to be able to join the dots. We have seen that the European space value over the launcher space value have been changing over the past years with the emergence of new space actors. Here I'm happy to be together in the panel, micro launcher, new transportation solutions that bring agility, that bring flexibility. And of course, we also have the strategic launchers to which the European Union relies upon. Daniel referred to this, that we have our flagships, Galileo and Copernicus. They do fly our rockets with the strategic launchers, Ariane and Vega, and we are very happy for this. However, we do believe that the two sets of actors, they can benefit from cross-fertilization. It is a very dynamic, the environment changing, the global context. So our idea is really to join the dots between, put them all around the table together with the public sector and discuss about what should be then a European vision on the future generation of launch transportations that we can have in Europe. As European Union, our main objective is to be able to have this to secure this autonomous EU access to space for our flagships, the existing one and the future upcomings. Constellation, the secure connectivity is one. So we do have necessity to rely on reliable, cost-effective European transportation solution, EU providers. And for this, so the alliance would be working as a kind of platform, a very transparent and inclusive way, to which all actors, the existing, the emerging actors, the public, the broader value chain would be able to participate and work around 3 axes. The first one would be technological and industrial processes. Then how we can accelerate this, because we do have some delays in the European Union. So I'm thinking of reusability, propulsion that was mentioned, how we can accelerate it further.
So you're talking about knowledge sharing?
It is, so that would be one strand, technology industrial processes, how we can actually boost them and accelerate what we have in order to be able to compete at the global level. The value chains, how we can integrate the launcher value chain, the new space actors there, so as I said, they can bring more disruptive innovation, more agility, and more risk-taking attitude. This is something that we believe that will be beneficial for the whole ecosystem. And then also how we can boost new transportation launch system. So covering the full range of lifts. So in the upcoming years, so for us, the time horizon would be thinking ahead the 10, 15 years, preparing the future, we're having a European vision so that we are able to federate around these objectives.
Is it actually a new organization that you're going to create, or is it just a concept, a way of working together? It's not quite clear for me.
We do not want to create une usine à gaz, as we say in French, so we do not want to create processes or red tapes. We do want to work complementarity with European Space Agency and all the other actors that are there, because we do have several on the launchers. It is a sensitive issue for member states and for businesses. And we do have to build on what it is on there, but bring it a leap forward. So we would work in full complementarity with the European Space Agency with its key expertise in there, and the private actors, and also working on the demand. I think that would be one of the themes that the Alliance could tackle. What should the demand from the public, but also from the private side should be, because we're not talking only about the private. What are the needs of the clients, and then what technologies we can bring to reply to these needs. So I would say that this Alliance for Launcher will be a platform that would put forward ambitious ideas, technology roadmap, but also investment opportunities, or identify investment gaps to which we can work together as European to be able to have this autonomous access to space, but also thinking on the broader skills and upskillings, actually, what we need in Europe to be able to sustain, to retain this knowledge that we have.
I'm going to bring in Marina. What's the view from Ariane Group for this European Launcher Alliance? What do you think of it?
Yeah, first of all, we understand it's about to federate, and we understand how important it is for Europe to grab and keep the leadership. And I liked very much the Mr. Buzoi from the European Parliament this morning. He said to keep freedom in space for Europe. So first of all, this is possible only if industry is pushing in one direction. Then new European Launchers Alliance, everything is almost in those few words. New, for sure, the new way we look at space. And all the ministers who have talked today have recognized and recalled that space and the use we do of space is now entering our daily life, and it's part, a fundamental part of the challenges for humanity in the next decades, economical, social, environmental, climate. And for us at Ariane Group, this is a question of strategy and vision. European Launchers Alliance, it's about our strategy on how we would like and how we see Europe to continue to grab this leadership in Europe. We have already showed and shared our strategy with the European Union within this initiative, with ESA within the NEST initiative. It's about a European family of launches, reusable, eco-sustainable, competitive. So here we are, Ariane Group in between the institutions who supports us and the startups hungry for growth. And we match perfectly this. This panel is called reusability and competitiveness. And as far as I understand, this is what Ariane Group is matching today. Maybe others, not yet. So this is about a vision and a strategy that we roll out in a near future with Ariane 6, with the evolution of Ariane 6, probably lighter upper stage to make it more performing, probably solid boosters. We are on our path, on our way to the future with the Prometheus bricks, fundamental for the future, ready, almost ready for the industrialization, with Themis reusable first stage for the launches, and with our new baby as well, with Maya that we just created. So this is turning a vision into action. This is how we concretely want Europe to keep the leadership, European leadership in access to space.
I'm going to bring in Jon from Rocket Factory Augsburg. You're quite advanced with your company. Do you welcome this initiative from the Commission, and do you kind of share the point of view from Ariane Group, or do you think that they're trying to force something to happen that wouldn't actually normally, naturally happen?
I think it's still to see what will come out of this. I think in general, an alliance is something positive. At least I associate something positive with the word. And I just hope that it will facilitate exactly what we're looking for, which is a free commercial market for the institutional payloads that we have in Europe, in the small satellite, or general in the satellite class, for the programs that we are going to see. That is important. And there's a lot of...
What's the interest for your company?
For our company, obviously, that we get access to European payloads. Institutional payloads are as nice as any other commercial payloads available in the market. And I hope that it overall will facilitate some perceptions, that we perceive launches in Europe again as a more strategic element than we are doing today. Mr. Pearson summarized it quite nicely this morning. There might be a new geopolitical area upon us. Maybe that's going to contribute something to how we see space overall in European environment. And I believe getting an exchange in place on launches can definitely happen there.
But at the end of the day, surely the people who are in this family are competitors, aren't they?
Sure, they are competitors, and they're institutional payloads, and only one of the guys here on the panel can fly it, or maybe someone who's not on the panel. That's even actually possible. We heard there are more than a dozen of companies active in launch, but I see that's good. Competition has always been good in the past. Avoiding monopolies, having commercial competition is good. So that is actually what we should push for and facilitate in Europe, and I hope that the Alliance will contribute to that.
Let's have a word from Daniel Metzler. First off, congratulations on winning your prize.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to tell everybody who's not aware of what happened?
Yes, so this morning...
Just tell them again anyway.
So this morning we got awarded a 10 million euro EIC prize, where basically the European Commission, through the European Innovation Council, is fostering entrepreneurship and basically taking also research into a commercialization phase. And as part of that, there was a call on low-cost space access, which we have been awarded this morning by Commissioner Breton.
And you literally got a big check.
It was a 10 million euro check, so we're super happy, obviously, to make use of the money in our development, increasing our R&D capabilities. Which
do you have plans for the money already?
We definitely do. So there's, we're fully vertically integrated. So we literally do everything in-house, from design software to building our rocket engines, actually manufacturing everything ourselves. We do all the testing, all the launch operations ourselves. And so obviously the 10 million will be well spent on creating the technology and the know-how within the European Union.
What do you think about the European Launch Alliance?
Very much depends on how it is actually implemented in a very concrete way. I think in Europe we're extremely good at bureaucracy, unfortunately. And I think this is a super important topic to make sure that we don't create artificial bureaucracy through implementing such an alliance. If we use it collectively as a platform for open competition, for driving commercialization, that the European Commission is taking the role as an anchor customer, for example, I think it can have very, very positive effects. On the other side, if we make mistakes on the processes and how we implement it, I can actually also think that it might just backfire. So I think a lot of effort actually has to go into what exactly is the Launcher Alliance, and how do we, as you correctly said, as competitors, still keep a healthy competition, when trying to thrive on multiple levels for all the companies.
It all comes down to the cost, really, doesn't it? And is having a launcher alliance a way that's going to help us to drive down costs or not necessarily? What do you think?
I mean, we're not dependent on anyone. It's also one of the things we got awarded this morning, that we don't have any political dependency outside the European Union on the actual technology we built and developed. Again, it very much depends on what exactly the European Launcher Alliance is, whether it's really about spreading different institutional payloads basically on an open platform and say whoever has a launch service or is a launch service provider can bid on those missions, or whether it's actually about sharing knowledge with which might for some be good in terms of building up knowledge. For others, it might be bad because they will basically give away knowledge to others who are their competitors.
Yep.
So again, I think it very much depends on what exactly the Launcher Alliance is at the end of the day.
I'll bring in Adrien on this, and you're a bit kind of further down the process of building your own rocket. Can you just update us on where you are at the moment, actually, with Pangaea?
So actually, Pangaea Aerospace is actually focusing on what we call the next generation of launcher technology, which is twofold: low cost, high performing reusable engines and reusable launchers on the long term. And I want to focus on the engines because we are the only ones that successfully hot fire test a fully 3D printed Methalox Aerospike engine, which kind of sound nerdy and very techy right now, but it's a type of rocket engine that it has a better performance. At the end of the day, it increases your payload into orbit. And that is, for us, as we understand, in the future, it's about being cost efficient, reliable, and also super frequent in flying. And here, reusable and having a better propulsion system is what it can really deliver you. So we really want to focus on providing the best platform for commercial or institutional to really launch reliably and recurrently any payload into orbit.
Do you have a timeline you can give us, a kind of horizon for?
Sure. So this engine that we successfully got hot flight tested, we did it just some months ago. Now we are scaling that technology that it's proven, and we want to make the first Aerospike flight in the world in 2 to 3 years. That's our roadmap, technological roadmap.
One of the things that talking to all of you before this this panel was interesting for the newcomers was access to testing sites and to launch sites and things like that. Is that something that you feel that this Launcher Alliance idea could help you with? And what is it that you kind of really need, I suppose? If you could have a shopping list, you could go down the road to the Commission and say, here's what I need.
Actually, as Daniel was saying, it depends on how the alliance is implemented. But yeah, one very good point could be the testing facilities. In our case, we hot fire tested the first engine in DLR's Lampushausen facilities because as being a small startup, we didn't want it to, put a lot of cost and a lot of money into the test facilities, and let's wait down the road for that because we wanted to prove fast our technologies rather than just having a cost infrastructure. So yeah, for sure. I mean, testing could be one of the things that an alliance, a European alliance, could be very interesting for, DLRs, even Vernon's Ariane Group's one, or now in Kiruna as well. I know that.
Let's bring in some of the others on that. What are the kind of facilities that you would like to get access to that you haven't necessarily got yourself?
Well,
go on.
We are pretty much that, I would say. We tried that in the beginning to get access with the established sites. It's not always easy, say it that way. There are people using these sites already. It makes it difficult to act with the freedom that we need. So we actually took the effort and built test sites. We just did an overhaul of our ones that we operate in Sweden. We have 3 test positions there now, including a stage test facility. We are all set also for the other tests, and we hope and eagerly looking forward now to get that operational and getting some hardware tests going there.
The European Commission, I'm guessing, is ready to put some money into research programs which will help kind of build this sector. What are going to be the priorities?
I think precisely the testing facilities, access to testing facilities, how we can open up to more, facilitate this access, because we realize there are some bottlenecks. So it's something that we're really closely looking. And we had also in preliminary discussions with industry to see if there is a demand for testing facilities in the European Union to unlock this potential, and also with the European Space Agency. to do a bit the mapping of how we can actually increase this access. So we do have some ideas that we're hoping in the context of the European Alliance to be able to put forward and to facilitate this access. There could be some demand on this sense. And then overall, your question was broader on the horizon. I think under the horizon, we spend significant amount of money overall every year for the space research, around 250 million on an annual basis for the overall space agenda. For the access to space, our work program for the 21 and 22 on access to space, around 65 million mainly on technologies for usability and propulsion, high thrust propulsion. Currently, we are preparing the work program for the next 2 years, 23-24, with inputs from the various stakeholders, and we want to boost a bit our support along the strategic priorities that the Commission has, also on resilience and non-dependence, also to be able to boost the new space transportation solution and ground infrastructure to a greater effect of what we have done so far. Also while also we would continue to support strategic launcher technology so that we can boost there. So we do believe, and I'm happy to see from the other panelists that it's true that competition is a driving force. It drives innovation, it lowers costs, and better quality results for everybody. So we do believe in competition as European Commission, and in the European Alliance, the future European Alliance on launchers, we really want to be there as an honest broker, a facilitator, to be able to be heard, the voices of all the players, the small, the big, the existing, the new, the public, also the small member states or the non-traditional member states on space, in an inclusive and transparent way. So for us, it is a matter of credibility. As I said, we do not want to do a New Zealand gas or a too complex bureaucracy, because we can be, my colleagues, and including myself, we can be very bureaucratic in Brussels. So this is something we have to fight against, to be relevant for businesses. And also, I think what Commissioner Breton announced also this morning, that we are putting into motion the Cassini to bring this startup seed facility together with the AEF and the EIB, so that we are able to increase the venture capital available, which is so much heavily lacking from startups with great ideas, to be able to scale up, to be able to retain them in Europe. We have a desperate need for this, to retain the brains and the quality here in the EU. For us, our objective as European Union is to be able to rely on EU autonomous access to space.
I'm going to bring in Daniel from ESA, who's still there. Thank you, Daniel. How do you think, what can ESA do to try and make Europe more fertile ground for the launcher industry? What are the steps you're taking now? What would you actually like to see happening? Your microphone seems to be cut at the moment. Hang on a second. Can we just check Daniel's microphone?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Off you go.
Okay, great. So it's clear that if you want to be commercial viable with a launch service, you must be, one, cheap. Second, you must be reliable. This is absolutely fundamental. So on the one side, from ESA, we are supporting, let's say, competitiveness improvement actions with existing launchers. We are also trying to ease the, let's say, the new entrants to come on the scene, because let's be clear, at the end, what is really necessary is that we have a big modularity in solutions available. This will be the best driver. But there is a third element which is important for the public sector, and this is fairness. And fairness, especially when it comes to access to infrastructure. It has been mentioned. For that, there is the aspect on spaceport, and second, also test centers. So when we speak about the fact that Europe Spaceport, which is a CSG in French Guiana, which we use for Vega and for Ariane, of course, we are now extending the access to new entrants. For example, launch service providers for micro-launchers. The arrival of Space Rider has to be prepared. It will become progressively a multi-application base. And this means that the boundary conditions have to be ensured that the fairness is guaranteed to all the actors who may be in competition in a certain market segment. And exactly the same applies also to test centers. You need rapid access, you need fair access, and at reasonable costs. And I think that here the public sector has a responsibility of maybe owning a certain part of critical infrastructure and then to put it for operation at the disposal of industry, meaning that it would be industry who operates the infrastructure, not the public sector. But from the public sector, this guarantee of fairness is ensured. And let's be clear, we have some experience on the satellite side with our test center in ESTEC, and we could have similar approaches now having more actors, and once again, I really welcome it, on the propulsion test centers, as we have, for example, in Lampertshausen.
Opening up to, and then these three that we have here, are you actually interested in going to CSG to launch from, or is the opening up of Kourou of interest for you?
Absolutely. I think CSG is a great asset from Europe, and I think we should keep that and expand it. I think from a pure launch site point of view, including the geographical part, is probably the best in the world there is. I think probably in terms of test stands, we might just be 2 years late already to the party. In terms of launch site, maybe not yet. So I think one of the things we should focus on maybe is how can we host, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 companies even at a Guyane Space Center. So building launch pads with also, in that case, probably European money might definitely be a big boost, which might be one of the topics coming from the European Launcher Alliance.
So if you were going to up the road with a shopping list, in fact, that would be it. Give me a launch pad.
Absolutely.
To do what?
For us to launch.
Yeah, but for who?
From a pure technical point of view, to be honest, having the same launch pad shared across multiple vehicles is just nonsense. So you would have to have at least the pad specific for each vehicle. I mean, just on this panel here, we use 4 different propellants on 4 different vehicles. So how you're going to implement that into a not too complex launch pad? I think the launch site in general can be a bit more agnostic, but you might share some AAT facilities, you might share some ground stations and radars, etc. The actual pads, I think, need to be dedicated to each specific vehicle.
Is that opinion shared? Would you also like to be heading off to Kourou?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the call of expression of interest is open at the moment. It's definitely one of the interesting spaceports in the world. It's the European spaceport as of today. So for sure, we would like to launch from there, from a dedicated pad. I think that's what every launcher company will tell you. So somehow, I hope CSG can accommodate that. And we appreciate a lot what Daniel just said, around Daniel Launchfinder just said, on the competitive improvement measures they are actually doing right now in Kourou to try to offer really a low-cost access to the pads and to the service there and share it among, to make it for small launches in the new space environment affordable actually to launch from there. That will be decisive in the approach to go there.
Let's talk about markets though. Are there literally enough organizations out there that want to launch satellites for you guys to all get a business started and be successful?
For sure. You had a panel before where you had heard a lot of politicians who have new agendas, who have new space strategies defining. They see a lot of use cases out of the constellations which are arising, and there's a need for more. Italy just filed another one with ESA to provide more services they don't have as of today. Every year we see more and more applications actually arising. The number of satellites, customers, constellations is growing. We have a very good commercial track record on our side. Will it be sufficient for 120 launch systems around the world? No, probably not. But for a few one in Europe, actually, I believe so, yes. And if we do all jointly the measures with the alliance, with ESA, with EC, to overall commercially improve the ecosystem, be leaner, be less regulative, be more straightforward in some things, yep, I totally believe that we can have a leading role in that worldwide
What do you think, Marina?
The market is actually diversified, yes, but there are already solutions to launch what is called a nano satellite, a micro satellite, a small satellite. So basically, it's the satellite coming from 0 up to 250 kilograms or 500 kilograms. And some of those, the existing launches, of course, are already offering a ride-share solution. So here we are with those projects, the micro launcher, and I'm putting Maya a little bit out of this because Maya is not a micro launcher, it's a mini launcher. So it's a little bit already grew up. And we are here talking about a niche market, a market of very small satellites or constellation of small satellites that really deserve to be put in a specific orbit at a specific time. This exists, of course, and there will be in Europe, we see it, solutions to serve this kind of market. But those are solutions complementary of what is already the offer we have in Europe. Then is the European market large enough to have 5 or how many we are actors in this playing field? Probably not. So when you ask the question, we are also assuming that in 3, 4, 5 years, we all will be here again, which is probably not the right assumption.
So I had Stefan Israel sitting next to me in exactly that chair. And when he was doing his sales pitch earlier, it sounded like basically he could do everything, no problem. And so there wasn't really any need for all of these other things. I suppose there is, when you read the brochure for Vega C, it does do everything. How are you going to beat Vega C?
I think from a payload point of view, yeah, on one side there's a lot of different requirements, which will at the end of the day need also different launch vehicles. It doesn't make sense to put a nanosat into orbit with an Ariane 6. I mean, you're just physically not capable of placing James Webb into orbit with a small launcher. So I think having the multitude of launchers in different size segments is absolutely true. What I would disagree with is, why are we again focusing ourselves on the European market? Why does not a single person in this room think about, hey, how can we get a US satellite manufacturer with his satellite or her satellite on top of a European launcher? We're always restricting ourselves to
Do you think we're being too
just
modest?
within Europe.
We're being too
course.
modest.
Yeah,
we talked about ambition earlier. Josef Aschbacher talked about ambition.
I mean, 60% of the space market is in the US. Why should we constrain ourselves deliberately just on the European market?
So what's the part of the American market that you think you could capture?
It's hard to put it in numbers. I think at the end of the day, it very much comes down, as you said in the beginning, to also what Daniel Neuenschwander said, to pricing and to reliability. I think also there's a third topic, which is flexibility. No satellite customer as of today, and especially not in 3 years' time from now, want to wait 6 months or 12 months or even 2 years for a launch. They want to launch within a few weeks, maybe. And I think those 3 will, at the end of the day, make up of whoever is going to take the biggest market share. But I think it can be definitely a European launch service provider to take on American payloads.
And you think that this would be, in that case, maybe universities or small commercial companies that are seeking to launch?
Absolutely.
Is that the kind of thing?
It might even be institutional launches from outside of Europe.
Yeah. Jan?
Yeah, sure. You asked the question about the bigger vehicles and what Morena just said. I think that will be the decisive and most interesting aspect to see for the next years. How will that play out? Small launches versus big launches and the pricing, and that's what it will come down to. What is the price? Right? A lot of people are using the bus.
What is the price?
Yeah, everyone would use.
Give us
a lot
some
of
numbers.
people are using a bus. Everyone would take the taxi, but it would be the same price. And above that, everyone would buy a car if he only needs to pay 20 euros for like a taxi ride. And that is what it comes down to. If we manage with our small launcher, we are very aggressive on the price and cost leadership. We know that. We have strong proof that we are able to hold it. And if we really can continue to offer for the same pricing rideshare missions on a small launcher than the big vehicles, I don't see anyone should be using the bus instead of a taxi.
Yeah, I mean, one important thing is I see here as well is that at the end of the day, if all this competition, all these alliances will come together, will also push the market in a sense that launching will become a commodity. I mean, and so it doesn't matter if you take a bus or it's the same price. So at the end of the day, the more we push technology to have reusable and affordable, reliable launchers, and this family or portfolio of solutions, many that don't think now that they can even imagine having their commercial satellite for doing whatever, they think, okay, I mean, it's peanuts at the end of the day to just put my payload and try it. So I think it's important this whole competition in a way pushes the market. It's this vicious circle that there is not enough market now, but if you push enough, there will be more market because the boundaries are broken.
We all know, though, if you have a launch failure, especially early on, it can be pretty bad for your marketing. And, of course, previous projects from Europe have had institutional support and they've had the financing and the entire continent's been behind them because they were the only game in town. If that happens to one of you guys, you could be finished, right?
No, not necessarily. I think we have not seen any small launch company as of today who managed a successful maiden launch. And they're still all there. They're still all flying customers to space. And I think that's a proven track record of that it might not be game over for a company if you have a launch failure.
What do you think, Daniel?
Well, we do have the support of the German government through ESA to go as a customer in our first 2 launches, signed contract. So that's definitely a great sign of the support and also the trust of the institutional customers. As of today also, we got the approval from the European Commission. So I think also within Europe we can actually do that from a, I would say, a commercial point of view. I'm very much looking forward to the next ESA Ministerial, where I definitely hope that the CSTS program will get way more attention even than it got in the last Ministerial Conference. And then I think even through, 1, 2, potentially even 3 failed launches, as we have experienced in the US from SpaceX, Astra, etc., I think there barely was any rocket company who actually made it with a first successful maiden flight. And so I think it's just something to calculate in on your own business case, to not just rely on a single vehicle, but basically have multiples, and in the meantime to try and figure out what the failure error was, and improve on that to make the second or third flight successful.
Can you just tell us a little bit more about Maya? Because I'm kind of in the dark about this project, and I believe that you're the person to tell me about it. What kind of market is it going to serve, and how is it really different to what they're doing?
Well, Maya is, first of all, a story of innovation, of acceleration of the technologies that we need in Europe in order to go faster to the next generation of our family of launches. Maya is targeting the market we were talking about, so the market of the small and nano satellite constellation of a small satellite that needs to have a specific launch parameter. And it's nice to see from my colleagues here that we all target, or at least the question is to target the worldwide market, but having the support from the European institution, which it's fair enough. I don't think differently from my colleagues that the open market of the US would be fully accessible to us. I hope they stay so motivated, because we desperately need it in Europe, and there is nothing wrong about the innovation when this comes with this hungry, when this comes with the new technologies. Nevertheless, when you look at the US market and you keep Starlink aside, and you keep DoD aside, and NASA aside, and exploration aside, and US Air Force aside, let's say that the market is quite hard to figure out for such a kind of vehicles. Having said that, Maya has two objectives. To go for this market, that it's dynamic, even if we still do not know it very well, and to foster the innovation in Europe, has a strategic objective, really to go into this new area without the constraints that we know that the classical, let's say, players knew since those years. And Maya is the foremost expression of our change. We have heard your comments. We have heard the criticism on the launches. Here we are.
for too long, which is not time relevant at the end, because the clients are gone. They've gone to the. So this is how we can facilitate and boost the startups, I think, to scale up. And we do believe also that the existing also players, they can benefit from this approach. We're happy to see that actually Maya also is put on the table from the Ariane Group. So it proves actually that the model is changing in all the domains. And last but not least, of course, we intend to act as an anchor customer with a flying ticket initiative. So on a fully open competitive basis, we tend to buy a certain number of flying tickets. So whoever is there, we do open competitive procurements, and then whoever is ready to fly, we will start with the IOD, IOV, larger scale IOD, IOV that we can offer. Then they're able to prove the micro launches that they're successful in launching.
I've heard about this flying ticket project. When is that going to be a reality, though? When is it that we are going to? We are?
We're intensifying this year the work so that actually we intend later this year to launch this open competitive call, so that then as of next year, our plan is to be able to let this fly. So this is something that we want to do it quite soon.
Jan, Effie talked about the change in culture, needing a change in culture. What's the change in culture that you would like to see? Do you see the culture already changing?
So we see definitely the culture changing, that a new space is embraced. There are more initiatives on the European scale to support that ecosystem overall, which is growing, which is positive. So that cultural change is initiated. We need to put it through. What we, I think, could admire from SpaceX, the comparison before, and what they do in terms of simplicity and speed. That is something we should aim for, and that is also what we should put directions in regulations and in DEC and ESA and in projects, programs overall in place to actually enable such a speedy progress.
There are comparisons with the car industry, but I wonder whether those are necessarily accurate. When you talk about making rockets fast and having kind of production lines, it gives you the idea of production lines, but I've been to rocket factories and I've been to car factories, and they are very, very different. Is it really actually a valid comparison, or just does it kind of sound cool to put on your website?
It's beautiful marketing. Of course, I think there's a very valid point in the way we see markets manufacturing. They're getting we're getting higher cadences on small vehicles, so the comparison is actually good. If it's really the VW Golf in the economies of scale, probably not. Is it Formula One? Yes, definitely. So we have exactly the same cadence as Formula One. If we can include that with less high performance part, but rather the standard industrialized parts we're getting into the rocket instead of developing parts for the rocket, I think that is what automotive is very good at and where we can learn a lot, and which is why we take that comparison.
In your dreams, how many units would you be producing per year then in this kind of car factory model?
As much as possible. It's a stupid answer, but honestly, if what Adia said, if we're after a platform market, if you and I and everyone in the room can put a kilogram into space for a few euros and just do it, it will become a real platform like eBay or Amazon or whatever, and that's what we're after. And then no one will ask the question, how many units will you actually buy? No one will care. It's only about what can I put and when. Give me the time. You don't wonder how many taxis are built around the world.
No, I don't. No. Just straight. Adrian.
I just wanted to add on the cultural thing and also how this is evolving. And we tend here in Europe always to look at the US. Oh, look at what you're doing. Look at SpaceX is so cool. And of course it's cool. But then at the end of the game, all the things that we're seeing happening there, they can happen here as well. And I think all this discussion helps to mature the sector of launchers, because nowadays launchers, companies tend to do everything, from designing rocket engines, designing the rocket, doing the commercial part, building the launch pad, and operating finally the rocket. To me, in the long term, it doesn't make sense. I mean, look at the aviation industry, where you have airlines, where you have aircraft, as integrators. So at the end of the day, this sector might as well evolve to something where it's much more segregated. There are experts in building the rockets, expert in commercializing, and all this comes as well from enabling from the institutions to help this moving and having these discussions, and also take the risk to, I have this crazy idea, why not try it? No.
I'm going to wrap things up very soon, because we are supposed to have finished. I know it's got 5 minutes to go there, but we're actually supposed to be having a coffee break by now. Can I just get a final thought from ESA, though? Thank you very much for being there, Daniel. What do you make of what you've heard here, actually? What do you think it says about the state of the launcher industry at the moment in Europe?
I think it was a very interesting exchange because it shows the dynamism. And once again, if we want to have a comprehensive space transportation sector like land, sea, and air, we will need to have more actors. And this is what is emerging right now. And I think this is really excellent. Let me underline that we are also joining with EVI or with the European Commission the work on the European flight ticket initiative, because that's really a way to foster competition among launch service providers which have proven space transportation solutions, and ESA will, for ESA, IOD, IOV missions also go this path, and of course the European Commission for its own missions. Having said that, I think we are really at a crossroad. We are really at the crossroad, as it has been stated this morning in the opening of this conference, where Europe has to define in which league we want to play. Either we want to play at the top front, and then we have to take additional decisions in terms of ambitious programs, in terms of investments to be done, or we concentrate on some niches. Right now, we are developing the capabilities to address a number of segments, including in the space transportation domain. And at the end of the day, it will be a question of political will on the one side, and on the other side of the entrepreneur, who are ready across Europe to take the bet and to take the risk. So I have to say, I'm very excited about the years which are ahead of us. There is a lot to shape, and we are on the road.
Thank you, Daniel. Final word from Evie, from the Commission side. We talked about ambition, changing culture, and how big you want to go. What are the kind of let's say, dreams? What are the dreams that you have for this, and how close do you think you are to actually managing to get there?
I think if I could say one word, disruptive innovation. This is what we need, and change, as I said, change in culture, more risk-taking attitude, and more private involvement, and then the EU fostering, playing a key role as facilitator, putting the right conditions in place to have more open competition, so that at the end we have better services, cheaper, more agile, but solid also and reliable. So, thank you.
What do you think will change by a year from now, when we all come back here and see each other?
Certainly, with the Cassini, we do want to make a difference. So having more venture capital making available for European companies to scale up and to thrive in Europe, and to be able to, through our tools, also Horizon, to push for more disruptive innovation and quicker, very quick. I think time relevance for us, it is. So in 1 year time, when we will be here, I think we will have some more developments in that sense.
Okay, it's interesting, isn't it? Thank you very much for that. It's been fascinating to have that conversation. It's time to wrap things up, and we need to move on to the next session. Thank you very much, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to regain your seats, please, because now we have a absolutely fascinating and inspiring, if I may say so myself, fireside chat with the President and Secretary of the Italian Space Agency. So we'll be starting that in a few minutes. If you could all please take your seats. If anyone is currently having coffee, bring the coffee in. We're having an excellent fireside chat on space exploration, which is a topic that I particularly find absolutely fascinating. So please, ladies and gentlemen, come into the Europa room, take your seats, and we will be starting our fireside chat shortly. Thank you very much. And then ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please, if you are here, please do take a seat. If you are at home, well, you can also take a seat if you would like, or not. But please join us here for the next fireside chat, which will be on space exploration and the Italian Space Agency's role in the space exploration. I'm honored to be here with President Giorgio Sacoccia from the Italian Space Agency. Thank you very much for joining us for this very special fireside chat.
Thanks to you.
I'd like to start by asking you maybe to tell us a little bit about the Italian Space Agency's interest in space exploration. So historically, how have you been involved in this domain?
Well, I should say, well, first of all, thanks for the prize for endurance to the people who are here in the audience after such a long day, but very exciting, I have to say. Well, I would say exploring is in the DNA of Italy, of Italians, so I think it comes without surprise the fact that also in the field of space exploration, it was from the very beginning of space history decided in the Italian environment to dedicate a special effort and attention to this fantastic field. And indeed, over the years, we have built up, I believe, a capability and exposure to activities in space exploration, which is quite remarkable and position us as one of the reference, I would say, worldwide in the field. In particular, when we look at the past, we have very soon followed the two paths of application of space exploration, which is on one side building up expertise in robotic exploration. On the other side, of course, is the possibility to give opportunities for humans to be living, operating, and experiencing what is being outside our planet. In this respect, specifically talking about human exploration, therefore, Italy started already back to the, I would say, end of the 70s and 80s, and then vigorously in the 90s, contributing significantly into the big projects, in particular the European projects and also international projects on space exploration. I remember we started with a building up experience in subjects like structures and thermal control systems for habitats, the places where, of course, our astronauts live and operate in space, pressurized modules. And this, initially we did it with projects like Space Lab, flying on the space shuttle, staying there only shortly and coming back. And then this developed into an experience that one after the other one had Italy and Italian industry capable to develop many of the pressurized modules of the space station, International Space Station. Actually, almost 50% of the habitable modules of the western part, say, of the station has been built in Italy. And also some specific technology, specific objects that are located on the station, like the cupola, the window part of the agency, the only part where our astronauts can look at Earth and outside.
That's where they take the pictures from.
For example, yes.
Course,
before the cupola was built, there was no place on the station to look outside. It was quite, I think people don't realize
somewhat
how
claustrophobic
exactly.
Then, yes.
And okay, why I'm saying this? Because, of course, these were contributions that we did on two paths. On one side, of course, contributing to the role of European Space Agency as partner of the space station. At the same time, we developed a channel, preferential channel of collaboration directly with the US. This was because we wanted to boost and have as much as opportunity as possible to offer our capabilities. And this led to the opportunity soon for our industry to propose themselves, to Italy to propose itself for other elements of the big exploration architecture, like, I don't know, important part of the automated transfer vehicles, so some, I mean, a fantastic machine that was bringing element and consumables to the station to, of course, provide the capability to maintain the operation of the station, and so on. And again, what this led eventually was the opportunity to open the door to what today is one important significant part of space economy, which is the commercial opportunities in low Earth orbit. One interesting project is the one that our industry developed directly in collaboration with American industry, the Cygnus supply module, which I would say is a perfect, one of the first important example of space logistics. Almost 20 of those modules have been built. We really talk about recurrent capabilities. And this is the result of important institutional investment that we as agency in Italy and the government has done over the years. And now our industry is capable on its own to continue. Next step, there will be one day a commercial station. There are already initiatives to attach element of commercial modules to the current station that one day will detach and stay on their own.
Indeed, and as you will be involved.
And this again as an interesting contribution from Italy, because partner from outside Europe came and asked directly our industry to be partner of that. And again, so it's a path that, of course, we are proud having done, and we would like to repeat in the future. But
I mean, it's certainly, you know, an excellent example of, I think, European excellence, and also a very nice, I think, what you've just told us, a very nice sort of, how do we put it, sort of synergy, mix, focus between your contribution to Europe's activities in this domain. At the same time, international cooperation, which we'll go into a little bit in a second. So you've spoken about this commercial space station, maybe,
Yeah.
if you will. What else is in the what's in the pipeline for the Italian Space Agency in terms of human and robotic exploration?
As you can imagine, having had such a fantastic experience, this well proven, I would say, over the years in low Earth orbit, now our intention is to repeat it as much as possible to other targets. Moon first, and for Moon I mean around the Moon and on the surface of the Moon, and possibly in the future to other destinations like Mars, where we have at the moment an excellent capability just on robotic exploration. So in particular, let's talk about the Moon first. Same story, same paradigm. The first important project that has been that Europe decided to join is the Lunar Gateway, so the station orbiting around the Moon. On the Lunar Gateway, European Space Agency has decided to offer important elements, building blocks to the international partners. Of those elements, Italy is prime contractor of the largest habitable module, for example, IHAB. We are partner on other elements like the ESPRI module and so on. We are looking at the same time for opportunities in this very moment to contribute directly to the so-called Artemis program, which is the return to the Moon, with our colleagues from the US. And of course, we look forward what we will decide the next ESA ministerial as contribution to the next steps on the return to the Moon, as through ASI. And we talk about international cooperation. For us, exploration really opens opportunity for opportunities of cooperation and a joint path with other partners. So even in Europe, we look forward with colleagues like Germany and France to prepare a good and interesting proposal together with ESA for the next steps of contribution in such a way that we can all have as main possible contributors to the next steps of exploration a return in terms of multiplier effect on whatever we can offer in other direction, maybe directly to the US or other partners, and to open the door for what really is the future of exploration, which is commercial opportunity in space and so on. So this is really the vision that we intend to pursue on the basis of the experience built up so far.
So how important is it to focus on this domain and to promote human and robotic spaceflight? On human spaceflight, of course, Italy's got excellent astronauts. So maybe you could say a word about this.
Well, you mentioned something, of course, very, very important. Having such an exposure and a capability to offer so many contributions give us in return, part of the direct return to our industry, an important access to the space infrastructure for our astronauts, for our experiments, so the opportunity to do science that as an Italian initiative. All this is important, extremely important in terms of scientific return, but also, and I think it's very, very, very essential, is inspiring. It is inspiring. I think there is nothing like exploration, space exploration as a push for inspiration of new generations, attracts our astronauts, we saw it today, of course, inspire our students, our people who approach decision for studies, for what will be their future, and hopefully there will be more and more next generation that will be attracted by space activities and by science, technology. And in this way, we're sure that we will build up really a space generation much more than has been so far.
Indeed. So this is very exciting. I have then one last question because we have to wrap up soon. Yeah. Although this is for me one of those questions where I could just sort of, I know you don't have hours to spare here, but I could just sort of spend hours here speaking to you about space exploration and of course about the role of the Italian Space Agency in space exploration. So you've already mentioned a little bit about the future, about the Artemis program, but I'd like to sort of more generally, and also if you could maybe include a few words about what you're doing with regards to Mars there. What is your vision for the future of space exploration as a whole in your activities?
Well, as I said before, space exploration is certainly the more inspiring part of space. I mean, of course, we are plenty of interest in all the other applications of space, but space exploration is really inspiring. And if we want to really explore, we need to do it, first of all, together. Is the most, I would say, international effort that is needed to really do a sustainable and long-term sustainable exploration. If you want to, for example, go back to the moon, this time to stay, to live there, to work, to look for opportunities, resources, new materials, new technologies, and so on, and to use it as a platform for the next step. We need to do this in cooperation. We need to do this with on one side, a good planning, a good program, and good architecture thought in advance, but also to be open to ideas, open to opportunities that would go both to the public and the private sectors. And in this way, we can really make exploration the real opportunity for the next steps in space activities at large. To, I would say, really federate the future effort on space activities at global level.
President Saccocia, thank you very, very much. A round of applause for people who are here in the room, for President Saccocia, and a round of applause from home as well for those listening to us. Thank you very, very much.
Here.
Thank you very much for being here with us and for this absolutely fascinating conversation. We hope to see you next time. And now I'll ask our audience here and our audience home to join us for the next part of the program. Thank you.
Thank you.
The unseens. They are everywhere, switching off their beacons to become untrackable, threatening security, endangering the environment. Now is the time to open your eyes. Start counting on us. We are Unseen Labs, a new CubeSats constellation based on signal intelligence. Yes, we count. All boats, including non-cooperative vessels. For real. Real added value and actionable data. In near real time to take solid decisions. Anytime, anywhere, whatever the weather. We trace, You track.
No, that's all right. 619 North Laramie.
Yep, 10-4.
Unseen Labs changes the game of maritime surveillance service. Stop playing.
Yesterday evening. I should be fine.
Yeah.
I tested myself like 5 times last week after coming back from the US. Yeah, but it was fine.
Oh, we got to go. Wonderful. So, hello and welcome. Dear audience, dear online audience, dear physical audience, dear panelists, distinguished guests are here in Brussels in the Egmont Palace. It's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this panel here. Panel number 6 about new space, or correct, as it's stated in the documents, making Europe a new space hub, boosting European space entrepreneurship. And that's what I would like to discuss with my panelists. For that, we have a representative mix. God, late in this day, the English doesn't work that well anymore, but forgive me. And if you don't understand me, just ask again. So that's not a problem. I'm used to that. We have a representative mix from institutions, agencies, new space companies here on the panel. My name is Thorsten Kriening. I'm publisher and CEO of Spacewatch.global and your host for the next 60 minutes. Spacewatch Global is a Europe-based independent online platform for information in and about space and new space activities in a geopolitical context. And I know many of you are already familiar with our website, our podcast, our bi-weekly and daily newsletters, and the Space Cafe web talks. And that's it from my end. So on our panel today, I would like to welcome Geraldine Najjar, the Director of Commercialization, Industry and Procurement at ESA, Guillaume Delabrosse, the Head of Unit DG DEFIS at the European Commission here in Brussels, Ricardo Conte, President, Portugal Space Agency, Nicolas Capet, the CEO of Anywaves, Clément Gallic, I hope that's the CEO of Unseen Labs, and Nadine Smolka, the Mission Manager of Exolaunch. In the program, you also saw Alain Gadar, the Chief Executive of the European Investment Fund, but he couldn't make it. But hey, that gives us a chance here to get more time for us to convey our messages, and it gives me the chance to get him in one of our space cafes later in the program. So there's always an opportunity, as we know. We have the following rundown in the session, and our guests from the institutions will give a short opening statement. After that, we will go into an inclusive panel discussion, and without further ado, I would like to hear from Geraldine her opening statement. Geraldine, the floor is yours. And bear in mind, I have here a heavy tool.
Thank you, Thorsten.
No pressure.
I'll
no
bear
pressure.
in mind, but I'm not obedient, you see. So actually, I was reflecting on the title of the session, Boosting European Space Entrepreneurship, but mostly turning vision into action. So I would first like to wonder, what is our vision for making Europe a hub for space? Our vision at ESA was defined by Agenda 25, and clearly commercialization is a key priority for us, and our vision is that tomorrow Europe becomes a real place for a new space à l'européenne. We foster the development of a new space ecosystem. We already have a number of things to build on, be it with the public entities or the private sector. But you would say, why? Why should we go into new space? Why should we look at it? Because we are convinced that this will bring real innovation and dynamism in space in Europe. We are convinced that this is a new era. We do things differently with the new space. It doesn't mean that we should oppose new space, old space. New space is mostly an approach that can be applicable to all established industrialists or newcomers, startups, SMEs, etc. So this is why we want to benefit from this innovation. Also because while the public investment in space is still growing, by the way, steadily, last year 7% growth for European public investment, private space investment is growing even faster. And we come to a moment when probably private investment in space will start to attain levels comparable to public investment in space, but with a much faster growth. And we cannot be absent from this. And this might be the things that challenge us most in Europe, is that for the time being, the private investment in space has mostly gone to non-European entities. And we would like that private investment in space also benefits to European entities. So this is our vision, make indeed Europe the new space hub. Now, what is our action? At ESA, our Director General has created a new directorate, Commercialization, Industry and Procurement. And the interesting thing is that it brings together industrial policy and procurement, which are essential for the development of space, together with commercialization. So two well-established functions with a new function. And by the way, I remind you that former NASA administrator used to say, new space is mostly a new way to procure. So let's not forget the tool of procurement. But coming back to action, what are our actions? We shall have 3 action lines. The first one is talent. We shall invest in brains, we shall invest in innovation and invention. And we shall make sure that there are places in Europe, such as incubation centers, a PhilLab network, where we can really do open and disruptive innovation. We shall also, let's not forget this, protect our inventions. So we have to work on intellectual property. We also have to work on technology transfer to make it a feasible thing for European technologies. Second line of action is capital, because as I said, we see the emergence of private investment in space, private investors, but not yet enough towards European entities. So we have to ease the access of industries in Europe to private capital. And for that, we want to build a network of European investors. We want to build on also the organizations such as, and I want to remind, the European Investment Fund. This morning, we signed a 4-partite agreement with the European Commission, with EUSPA, with the European Investment Fund and ESA on, let's say, stimulating private investment in space. And this, I believe, will be the basis for easing the access of our startups, of our new space entities to private capital. And last but not least, the third line of action is speed. We must be faster. We must be faster in terms of time to market, of time to contract, of access to in-orbit demonstration, in-orbit validation, and we must do this together. Because Europe is still investing far less than its other counterparts, the other space powers, so we cannot afford to go in dispersed order. We really have to work together, and I think we must really make every euro count. So I think these 3 lines of action are valid for all of us.
Thank you very much. And I don't know if you have recognized it, but they have stolen us 10 minutes from the clock. So, so you did not speak 12 minutes, so that's for sure. Guillaume, over to you.
Thorsten, thank you very much, and I'm very delighted as well to be invited to this panel. You'll see I'll keep it short. 5 key messages, and you will see that lots of what I'm going to say is perfectly aligned with what Geraldine just said. So the first message is urgency. Urgency because we know that new actors are a booming sector across Europe in space, but we all know that they face a major challenge, which is access to finance, access to private investments, and there is an urgency to act to fill the gap. Second message is that there is a change of mindset. the fact that we're sitting here together with Geraldine demonstrates that there is a change of mindset in organizations like the Commission and like ESA. You said it, so commercialization is a new directorate in ESA. We are putting many efforts on access to finance, so there is a change of mindset, and we really want to new space actors to scale up across Europe. Why? Because indeed, this is a major opportunity in terms of innovation, in terms of putting on the table new ideas, new business models, etc. And we want to take advantage of that opportunity. A third message is that 2022 will be a decisive year for new space actors. We are engaging all actors at European level to really help that ecosystem. We are teaming up with the European Investment Bank. We are teaming up with the European Investment Fund, with the European Innovation Council, with ESA, with USPA, all the actors to really ensure that the ecosystem is very friendly and very open for new space actors. So we are teaming up with the EIB to ensure there are loans available for those new space actors. We are teaming up with the European Investment Fund to enlarge the equities availability. We are teaming up with EIC for equities and grants. So this is what we are trying to put on the table now, and today we've launched Cassini, which will unlock a €1 billion investment facility over the next 5 years. So this is major year, and 2022 will be really a decisive year in support of new space actors. So access to finance, but indeed, you said it as well, this is how we will play procurement. We want to change the approach. And the fact that we do have weight as public entity, and we use that weight as anchor customer to give a signal, to give a ticket, if you want, to certain space companies. This is something which will make a difference and that will boost the startups. And we want to very much use that for in-orbit demonstration, in-orbit validation, but for new launcher systems as well. So this is something that Commissioner Breton was referring to. We want to mobilize soft skills as well, like analytics. I mean, today, USPA published an important investment report on Earth observation and GNSS investment. So this is something which is very helpful for investment capital funds, analytics. We are teaming up with ESA, EIF, and EIB when it comes to advisory services and capacity building in support of venture capital funds. So all those soft skills as well are very important, and we are there to provide support to startups and SMEs. So here what we are designing is a full toolbox that will help companies depending on where they stand in their development. We're there, we can provide support to ideas generation, to technology maturation, we can give flight heritage, we can help companies to scale up, we can help companies to do some matchmaking to get access to other commercial players. So we're really deploying the entire toolbox in support of the company. And my last key point is one-stop shop. We don't want to fragment the initiative. We are there really to combine the initiative. We want to act as a team in Europe to make this new space approach in Europe a reality. So we don't want to fragment, we don't want to duplicate, we really want to play as one team across Europe.
Thank you very much. And I take this political message also to have the ESA representative and the European Commission representative, and in virtual the IAF here on the panel. But we will do, and I promise you, we will do the stress test later on to your statements and the great ideas you have, because we have representatives from the new space companies here, and I will ask the questions, and we'll see how that will hold. But before that, let's take the man in the middle, someone from the agency who is in between that. So, Ricardo, over to you.
Thank you, Torsten. Thank you to having me here and the Portuguese Space Agency to share this opportunity. Also our thoughts, how we understand this moment that we are living. I think it is important to be focused in a different way to look to the entrepreneurship. And I will be focused briefly in 3 main points, and particularly we will start to the technology enforcement policies. This is quite important. For example, I give you a very pragmatic example where we are facing today, in particular the South European countries, Portugal, Italy, Spain, Greece, in the fire preventions, for example. There are no culture to act in the prevention side of this problem, and particular Earth observation plays an important role. But the culture, the institutions are, let's say, tackling this problem at the national levels, they are separated. There are no involvement with this kind of technologies. And somehow, this idea to these public policies of technology forcing policies will be, for sure, an answer to improve this demand. But what we are talking about is a demand to foster the demand to another level. And this is one dimension that, for sure, we need to look with some perspective. Another perspective is the science culture or outreach in young generations. We heard in the morning that Timo just said that he passed with a Lego toy and saw the logo of NASA, and I want to see the logo of ESA there also, you see. And this is the culture that we need to have in Europe, probably. It's because in the United States they have one agency, we have plenty of them here. But I think we should look to the outreach and the science and the young generations, one of the pillars to build the space in the future. And the third dimension, which is one of unique, in my point of view, opportunity to boost the market for Earth observation, for example, and other space technologies, is how the pandemic and the consequence of the pandemic, particularly in some countries, they put space in agenda in their recovery plan. And this is a unique opportunity, together with HISA, to first tackle some national problems, but then, and the main consequences for sure, is to increase drastically in 3 years, 4 years, the many constellations, so many constellations that will appear, so many new services, and for sure this will be an answer, European answer, for this new space approach. But I don't like, to be honest, the word. I agree with Joseph of new space. This is the way to do different things. But nevertheless, the recovery plan and the national space agendas in the recovery plan will be a unique opportunity, particularly for small countries. They want to play a role in this domain.
Thank you. I have also, and I agree with you, an issue with new space, because when will new space be old space or so? I mean, it remains space, so, and it's a state of mind, yeah, like age.
I like that.
Thank you very much for your opening statements. So let's open the first round and use the opportunity to address your points direct to the institutional guests. So Nicola, we start with you. What is Anywave doing for Europe, and what can Europe do for you?
So anyway,
okay, I've stolen this idea, but I thought it fits.
It's a very good question. So anyways, what we do is antennas for satellite constellations. We are a pure antenna player dedicated to that critical equipment. So why I decided to create Anyways almost 5 years ago is because there is a change. We can call it new space or not, whatever, but there is definitely a change in the way we use space with constellations, global business models, global coverage, etc., etc. In order to make it happen, we need equipments. We need equipments that are efficient, high performance. We need to be capable to produce it with much more units a year. This is a major difference between, I would say, traditional space, where it was big jewelries, but generally unique pieces. And at the end, we have to face a global competition, because obviously there is Europe, and Europe needs also its own competition at the benefits of European citizens and the money we invest in space for our needs. But we also have to face US, China, and all new players. And this is the way I am developing anyway to address this new opportunity, this new market. So this is what I can bring to Europe. New products, new portfolio of products, miniature antennas, high performance, and high reliability, because new space reliability is for me not an option, even if we are old or young. It's not an option because we have to manage our space at the benefits of everybody, and we have to be competitive in order to be able to have strategic assets, being capable also to develop our economy, because there are huge economic perspectives. It's employment, it's new career, it's new companies, and at the end, at the benefits of everybody, and especially Europe. So it's a new approach, and at the beginning we have been supported by ESABIC for the first development, make our proof of concept, demonstrate that we are capable to deliver a space product that is going to work in space. This is an important step. We did it successfully. Then we succeeded to deliver more than 100 of flight model antennas with traditional players like Airbus, Thales, OHB, but also new players, which means that yes, it's a good sign we can be competitive without sacrificing the reliability and the quality of the equipment. And now we have a maturity, and we want to be part of this ecosystem, being capable to equip more and more satellites, and especially for our institutions, because I'm pretty sure it's the case also of my colleague here. If we decided to create a company in space, it's definitely more than just a simple business model. Space is also passion, is also vision, is also seeing the benefits of what space brings us and how it will help us to face many challenges, connectivity, climate change, etc., etc. So yes, we are here, we are ready, and I'm pretty sure we are going to make it happen together.
Sounds good. So Europe check. Great. Take that. Clément, over to you. What is Unseen Labs' impact for Europe, and what is your experience with Europe?
Yeah, so we have...
Bear in mind these 4 minutes. Yeah, so
sorry?
Bear in mind the 4 minutes limit, so when we're talking about your experience.
Quick and efficient, as usual. Yes, so just for the record, Unseen Labs, we are a satellite operator with 5 operative satellites in space right now, so fully operative and fully on the market. And we are providing space monitoring, radio frequency monitoring from space, fully dedicated for maritime surveillance right now. Basically, we intercept the emissions of the ships, and we can find any kind of ship at sea, and mainly the one who are not willing to be found, if you want me to what I think. On this part, we have a global business. We are working with customers all around the world, and to be fully transparent, the traction that we are living outside of Europe is far bigger than the one who are living in Europe. In fact, we are as I said, we are fully operative. We are quite the leader on our technology, and we are perfectly aligned to scale up and to become a big company. But for that, we need, I will be very direct, more public procurement, typically from ESA and our French government or European Commission. That's what will give us the ability to raise money, to grow up, to accelerate, and to become the real global leader. It's really, I guess, a state of mind. We have already customers, or customer willing to acquire data from Unseen Labs, but we are already facing to public procurement is not done for new space company, to be honest. We are not as big as the other ones. We are not already ready to be aligned on all requirements of the classic public procurement at the ESA or European Commission. And for us, honestly, it slow us. So I guess something that Europe could do is to maybe modify a little bit or to adapt to our business model and our way to deliver data. Our data is a brand new Earth observation data, to be honest, and so we are not in the grid. We are outside of the classical way of we are looking at the Earth, and for us it should be an accelerating power, and in fact in some cases it can slow us. So I guess the best stuff we could have is to find a new way of procurement between us and Europe. If I can just 2 minutes, and we are also the proud co-leader with Euroconsult of the New Symphony Consortium. And we have been selected by the European Commission to propose a solution for the next generation of European connectivity, secure connectivity constellation. And on this part, I must admit that European Commission is the first in the world public entity giving people like us the opportunity to present a solution, and a brand new one. So we gather 22 other SMEs in Europe, all operative, all specialists in their domain, from ground to space, with a lot of heritage, but real heritage in space or in ground regarding the part of the project. And yes, that's a big, good news, I guess, for all SMEs. And I hope that this first step will be followed by a new step. It's also depending on our work, perfectly clear like that. But yes, on the procurement part, it's complicated, but on the state of mind open to SMEs, giving the chance to SMEs with New Symphony, to be honest, it's a very, very good step. So let's continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm happy that you mentioned New Symphony, because there was a call earlier on one of the stages to get somebody from the New Symphony on stage, because you had the 90 seconds here of fame on stage. So you missed it. So I'm happy that you brought it up. Nadine, tell us about Exolaunch's work for Europe. So what can Europe do for you? Is there anything?
Yes, actually there are 2 things, but let me start with what we are doing for Europe, so that everyone understands why I'm here and what we're doing. So for everyone who doesn't know Exolaunch, we are European, also really the global leader in launch and integration services, and also provide separation systems for our customers. So last year, or up to last year, we launched 200 satellites into orbit for several customers. Amongst others, Unseen Labs' newest satellite, Bro 5, I believe, launched 2 weeks ago on the Falcon 9 Transporter 3 mission. We are very happy to be working with you. And this year alone, we have 100+ satellites already manifested to launch with us. So we are a very important link in the launch on the space transportation service chain that Europe actually wants to establish, right? And we are a German company, we're a European company, and we are very happy to be here. And with the services that we provide, having reliable, cost-effective, and for our customers, effortless access to space, we can have our customers focus on the thing that they are best in doing, building satellites, developing new technologies, and making life on Earth better from space, while we take care of how they actually get there, so they don't have to worry about that.
Just to jump in there, the Transporter 3 mission was not a European launcher, wasn't it?
No.
It's just as far as I remember.
No, that is completely true. But we are also, we are also having already agreements signed with European launchers. We are very much looking forward for the micro launchers who are going, at least they're saying they're going to launch end of this year, but definitely they will be launching sometime soon. So we are very much looking forward to establishing like a fully European launch service chain, but we strongly believe that we belong there, that we are a very important part of that. We see that with our customers that are coming with the manifest that we have already for this year and for many years to come. We have already customers asking us if we can provide our launch solutions. So this is what we bring to the table when we speak about European New Space, and very specifically what Europe can do for us. We are currently developing a new OTV, a new space tug, which will be called Reliant, because we anticipate that there will be a need, and we know that there will be a need for in-space transportation.
OTV stands for?
Orbital Transfer Vehicle.
Thank you.
Check. did my homework.
No, it was not a test, it was just for me to understand it and maybe
All right,
for the audience.
Yeah, so it will be a vehicle that helps to transport our customer satellites to very distinct orbits, to do very precise deployments of satellites or constellations in space. This will be the new thing that will definitely be happening, and we are building the this space tug Reliant, and there will be a Reliant Pro version also that will be tackling the problem of space debris that has been mentioned today as well. And for that, we're very specifically looking for funding within Europe, because we are, as I said, a German company. We want to stay a German and a European company, so we are very specifically looking for funding, and we do appreciate the opportunity to actually speak to the people to speak to when it comes to funding and investment. So we very much appreciate the opportunity to be here. And then last point, the second thing that Europe can do is actually what we've talked about today over and over again, boosting the European new space industry, because without new satellite players on the market, without new companies, we are out of business, right? Our business relies on a very vital new space industry in Europe, so this is actually the second thing that Europe can do for us.
Thank you very much. And I mean, the day can't be better than with the Cassini announcement, and as you
exactly.
just heard,
we are
1
delighted.
billion over 5 years. I mean, a dream comes true. But before we go into the second round, Geraldine, Guillaume, anything to add, to respond to what you heard from our colleagues from the new space or from the startups? I don't want to call you startups, from the businesses. So,
yes, certainly. First of all, it is our belief, and I'm sure we share this with the EC colleagues, that in-orbit servicing, services in orbit, mobility in space are new markets for tomorrow. And certainly one of our goals is also to explore the new markets and support them, because we believe this is also a source of innovation and growth in space. And for you, obviously, we would be happy to help you launch European, first of all. And our Director of Space Transportation has an initiative for launch tickets on each mission that could be reserved for such demonstrations. So first of all, this could be an answer. Second, as mentioned also by Guillaume, access to funding is indeed something we are working on with the agreement that we signed today. We also have an agreement with the European Investment Fund at ESA, and we will have, hopefully in the Ministerial Council end of this year, a new optional program at ESA called Scale Up, and specifically aiming at helping new entities active in new markets of space to scale up. So yes, we will have a range of options to support you.
Perfect.
Guillaume.
No, I mean, I should say first that indeed, I mean, space is becoming more and more an enabler, not just for space, but for the functioning of the economy, for the security, for many applications that citizens use, and that's more and more. So really, you know, we spoke about we were talking about digital decades. So in a digital decade, space will be the solution, will be the backbone. So we really need to bring around the table all the different good solutions, good ideas on how to make it happen. And clearly part of the solution is within those new space actors that do provide good, very good, excellent solutions. Change of mindsets. Indeed, we are very happy that we push boundaries in the way we are designing secure connectivity. The fact that we have different studies running in parallel is very good, because in a way you can challenge the ideas right from the beginning and pick the brain of the best companies, of the best players. And this is how you really construct the best system. And this is how you make a difference. We will come later than other constellations. So if you want to make a difference, we need to come up with the best ideas, with better innovation. That's the way to get there. So we're very happy to really have with us this new mindset brought by new space actors right from the start. Now we will think about the future of Copernicus as well. And I think Copernicus is a major opportunity for new space companies as well. There are already many actors providing excellent services, but the way we want to design Copernicus in the future, I think we should do the same. We should really bring to the heart of Copernicus, those new actors, how we want to think about the future of Copernicus.
But we're doing this panel now with the panelists here, with the businesses on stage. I mean, I don't know if any one of you is involved in Copernicus, because they're here to address their needs. I mean, that's the dialogue we want. And I mean, as much as I love your answer as a politician, Nadine asks for money.
No,
very clearly.
Exactly, and the money, I mean, it's very good to see that ESA is working on that initiative, but now there will be money. There will be money. Cassini is up and running. What are the next steps? So basically that the European Investment Fund will team up with venture capital funds across Europe. And then during second semester 2022, those venture capital funds will make deals with space startups, companies. So, and here we're really unlocking this space investment capacity. It's exactly what we need, because what we are facing today is that, as you say, you need equities to scale up, but but private investors are not willing to invest because they perceive these sectors too risky. So we need to unrisk that sector. And then the fact that we want to act to use public procurement to give you boost as well, this is really something we have in mind, and we want to do that.
Thank you very much. Ricardo, anything to add from the Portuguese point of view? I mean, if you just translate these demands you just heard from the panelists to Portugal, how you deal with that? And I'm not asking you to pay Nadine now.
Yeah.
That's out of scope. No.
That's another story. I pay attention to the intervention of the Minister Colau that focused. We need to focus space in the users, in particular in new services.
Mm-hmm.
I think the entrepreneurship particulars their interest is in the new service because there are new markets. And this is the problem. Sometimes we are putting the focus, and this is something that distinguishes ourselves in Europe and the US. They put more focus in the service, new companies. There are some very good examples in Europe, in particular, I'm thinking for the ISI, for example, on the SAR providing service. But we need more companies like ISI. And particularly when we are tackling some real problems of the international levels, the territory management, for example, maritime applications, these are services. And nobody cares, in agriculture, for example, he doesn't care about if the satellite is A, B, or C. What he really wants is to see a service working. And this is, at the national level, this is what we call in technology forcing, again, because we need to put in this machinery the people and new service and tackle the real problems of the persons. It's space for people at the end.
Thank you. So, second round, and yeah, we have a few more minutes left. So, Nadine, back to you. Does Europe, does Germany, in your case, have the right models and policies to boost new space and your growth? If not, what's needed? Okay, money, we had it already, so check. Yeah.
Well, we are definitely seeing it moving in the right direction. So speaking on a German national level, I believe I saw you there as well. The Federation of German Industries just kicked off the New Space Initiative in December last year, where they gathered German non-space and space companies and associations to come together and to help policy and decision makers actually go in the right direction and make the right decisions to foster the German new space industry, which is a very good first step. And Excellent, we are very happy to be one of those companies to be helping to pave the way. On a more international level, as you already mentioned, Clément, the New Symphony Consortium is definitely also a very appreciated great step we can go. Then we have the ESA Boost program, right, which is also helping a lot of specifically startups to grow, to come up and grow and get their ideas out. In Germany, Boost has been focusing on the micro launchers for now, which again, we are very excited to see them lift off successfully in just a few more months. And this will be great for us. And as I already said as well, we are talking to them. Of course, we want to be working with them. I just want to comment on what you said. Yes, the Falcon 9 is an American launcher, but what was said in the panel before, why limit us to the European market? Just because we are a European leader and we want to work with all European launches and be part of the European space transportation service chain, why not be the global leader also at the same time? That doesn't, one isn't taking away anything from the other, right?
That's right, but we want to develop
We
Europe.
just need to grow, but that's okay, we can do that. And then, of course, we have this conference, again, that gives us the opportunity to get together with the right people and discuss how we can work together. However, and this is like what actually still can be done and where Cassini is a great first step, we see that specifically startups and companies that have like very cutting-edge specialized technology have it a bit easier to find funds and people to and support in Europe than companies like us that have been around for a while. So Exolaunch has been around for 10 years. We are well established, and we used already, like, we have services and technologies that are commercially viable. We built ourselves with no external funding, a very, very strong base. But we feel that companies like ours that have this very strong base lack or tend to fall through the cracks for R&D grants for now. So now with Cassini, that is not specifically targeting startups, we finally have also the opportunity as an already established business to find the external help to further grow. And this is very much appreciated and very much needed as well.
You're suffering your success.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. However, Clément, are you Unseen Lab better without institutional Europe? What is needed to boost new space in its growth from your point of view?
Yeah, I guess I will join globally what Nadine said, and I'm pretty sure what Nicolas will say. Yes, it's logical. But yes, we are living, I guess, a moment where mindset are changing, and it's very exciting for us. We created Unseen Lab 6 years ago, and to be honest, we were quite on our side. We worked in our garage for the history, all by ourselves, and we demonstrate that with very limited capabilities, with limited funding, we could produce an operative and state-of-the-art new kind of market and be the leader in Europe and almost in the world on this part. Now, as we said, we're talking about acceleration and scaling up. For a long time, at least in France, I don't know in Germany, but startups were very well accompanied for the very first steps. And the complication arrived when you started to develop your business and where you were alone in the desert, and it was complicated. To be very straight, I guess it's changing. Cassini is also a very good example. It's more down to scaling up and not starting the companies. Very good for us. And I guess it will push the private investors to follow on this side. If we want to be very clear, what we see over the sea, over the Atlantic, for us as a European company, it can be complicated. Because we see very, very, very small companies, early companies raising a lot of funds based on sometimes you don't really know what. And we feel to be more advanced, more efficient, established on the market with a lot of happy customers, and not considered as much as this kind of companies. So we feel that the wind is moving, and it's very good. I hope that the next steps of Unseen Labs will be in Europe, and that will be able to raise funds in Europe, mainly to stay a European company. I guess it's a matter of sovereignty and a matter of we are European, so why should we have to move? But to be honest, we will not put the company in danger, and if we need to raise money out of Europe, we will do so, because we are impatient people. New space guys are impatient because we are going fast, and we cannot wait for the world to change around us. And happily, the world is changing, so that's perfect, and it's the right moment, and it's a matter of time. And now I guess we all must move quickly. First on procurement, because procurement means capacity of fundraising, and then fundraising, and with that, the future of European companies will be bright, I guess.
Great. Good. And a happy panel. That's unbelievable. We are here to discuss. So, Nicola, what is your point? I mean, does Europe, does France in your case, have the right models and policies to boost any wave growth? Or are you in a similar situation? Established company, no access to startup funds. So how does it go for you?
Yeah, definitely. I would like to mention that 5 years ago, the situation were completely different. When we started our companies, we were just crazy and doing something impossible. A space startup, but just, what happened? No, it's made for institutions, big players, that's it. Too complicated, too hard. But it's no more the case. It's no more the case. In 5 years, the number of possibilities that have been developed, think, and implemented by institutions is just incredible. And today, the situation is completely different. First, because for the very beginning of startups, there is many possibilities with all the ISA Incubation Business Center. In France, we have also the BPI that can bring grants, etc., etc. And it has adapted a lot. And I think also, because at the very first question, you were asking, what can bring Europe to us? But we should also say what already bring Europe to us, because why we are able today, even if on our time it was very difficult to start a new company, it is because we have the talent, we have the know-how, we have the industrial infrastructure, and we hire people from all space companies that are convinced by the way we are doing things. So it's now a question of generation, because I started my career working with the first people hired by the French Space Agency, so the pioneer of space. And now we have to change our mind, and we want to take the plate, we want to change the world, and we want also to be capable to maintain Space Europe at the highest level compared to US and Asia. So I think there is a lot of huge things that are already implemented, and maybe there is a small stage to get the full panel of capabilities is this procurement aspect. Because we are here, we have products already validated, industrialized, etc., etc. So use us, we are here for that.
Point taken.
Very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for the open statements and the open words here. As we are almost running out of time, we have enough time for a last round where each of you can give us your final words, tell us your dreams about Europe, so where we want to go. So whatever it is, what drives you in this context of this panel, so maybe what you can do for the new space scene. So I start with you here.
Okay. Yes, I want to make Europe the space hub, and I think we are already doing that. I can take a very simple example, for example, Loft Orbital. Loft Orbital, Californian startup, who has implanted in France and now has raised a lot of money, and who is giving business to Airbus. Airbus is also working with new players, and this is together that we are going to be competitive, not being completely opposited, but together. And yes, Europe have all the things to make entrepreneurships in space the best place to do that.
Thank you very much. Ricardo.
Well, sometimes there are some complaints that Europe is a really institutional place to make business in space, particularly space. And there are also some kind of complaints about the lack of venture capital in the investment, and it seems that we don't have millionaires in Europe to taking the risks to see space as a real business. But we should not forget that the most part of the market is still an institutional market, and particularly when we see the Earth observation, for example, is almost, the end user is almost institutional market. So I think you're right, we are in a very completely different situation that we had 5 years ago. There are a lot of incubators, a lot of initiatives to boost the entrepreneurship in Europe. I think we are also, we have a unique quality. We are responsible. I think Europe acts in a responsible way to do the things. And this makes a difference. And you see Copernicus as an answer and a model to follow, and probably to follow for the new space using Copernicus-based idea.
Thank you. Geraldine.
Well, I really hope that indeed, with the combined efforts of the public entities in space, ESA, of course, the European Commission, the national agencies, etc., but also the private actors and the investors, we see more unicorns in space. We already have one unicorn in space, Lilium. It came from the German Business Incubation Center, one of our 22 incubation centers. So I hope that in the next 2 years, say 2-3 years, we see more unicorns incubated in Europe and growing.
I just leave that in my mind, so seeing a lot of unicorns in Europe running around.
Yes,
great.
absolutely.
Jim.
No, I mean, I think for me, we need to be up to the challenge. That's very clear, that we need to be up to the challenge, and I can reassure that we want to be up to the challenge. And this is not just about policy or just about words. We are really taking actions to act fast, because we know that now everybody is willing to get access to finance now, basically. So you have many companies that go for Series B, Series C investment round, and they need to get fresh money. So we really, decided to act very fast, and we are mobilizing all the instruments we have to do that, including procurement. I can reassure that we want to, indeed, we have a big weight as public entity, Commission, ESA, we have a big weight when it comes to public procurement. So we very much want to use procurement to speed up the scaling up of certain companies. I'd like to, when it comes to your company, I think it's important that you speak to EIB as well, because in terms of, I would certainly imagine that you can get access to certain loans. So what we are doing now is we are building bridges. So we are talking to you, all the companies, all together. Today, and tomorrow, we do have many speed dating meetings with more than 20 companies, 20 startups, to ensure that they get what they need. So as you see, we are mobilizing us to ensure that we are up to the challenge.
Thank you very much. Nadine.
Yeah, I strongly believe that within Europe we have the right, brilliant minds, a lot of motivation and enough money to actually establish like a European new space or space identity. There has been a lot of praise today for the institutions here, which is totally right with everything that has been happening, what we already said, but I still challenge institutional Europe to, and we said that before, and I have to agree 100%, to change their mindset and to be willing or more willing to accommodate the new space way of thinking, because there are enough companies that already grew a bit enough to go elsewhere if they have to, right? And also I feel the startup and the new space scene is confident enough to just seek investors elsewhere if they don't find it here. But it would be so sad to not keep those brilliant minds here, because they want to stay here, we want to stay here. So I challenge institutional Europe once again, keep up the work. Everything you've promised sounds amazing, and we are totally willing to work with you. I do think we speak for all of us, and I challenge you to follow through to what has been said today and during this conference. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Nadine.
Yes, to conclude, I guess I would join what Guillaume said. It's you have a very happy panelists of new startups, because we are very happy of what we are hearing right now. Now, I guess the next step is to transform the oral and the announcement into facts. And in a very short way of time. So that's what will bring will make European pave the world, pave the new space world, honestly, with a new number of startups. You have 3 examples here, fully operative, ready to scale up and ready to accelerate. There are also smallest companies, not as advanced as our companies, but ready to be in a few months or years. So I guess, yes, if I can finish on that, the announcements are perfect. Now, let's work together. To be honest, it's also on our side to make it happen in the next few days, or next few, few months, like that. But it's a common work, honestly. The small companies must also deliver something useful, because we are not here to ask money for money. We are here because we can bring something to Europe, and with our product and with the European Commission and ESA, I guess, yes, everything should be perfect.
Thank you very much. Thank you all, you our panelists here, for this very interesting discussion. I mean, I haven't expected it goes that way, but I mean, I wouldn't say I'm a born optimist, but I see here's hope. I mean, and Europe has visions. Europe has the spirit to move together forward. And that's, I think, we couldn't see that better than on this panel here today. And thank you very much. I mean, we made it on time. Now we can count down.
Thank you, Thorsten. What about the bell? Ring the bell.
I mean, we have to do it once just to see that it's working. So, but thank you again. It was a pleasure to moderate this panel, and I wish all of you all the best for your visions. So, and don't forget, become a space watcher. It's a habit. Thank you very much.
Mouse. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon. We shall start the session 8 dedicated to startups. But before starting the session, I have one announcement to make, is that the Belgium Prime Minister, Alexander De Croo, will come and make the closing of this session. So just to warn you that the end of the session will not be the end of the afternoon, and that the Belgian Prime Minister will be there. Now, welcome to this session. So, as you can see, it's all startups. I have seen that the mantra of the session of the conference is from vision to action. And I shall quote the Chancellor Helmut Schmidt, who used to say that if you have a vision, you have to go to a doctor. And, but you will see that with these guys, how they transform vision into action. So you will, the session will be made with 7 young enterprises, which are represented by their founders. 5 of them are on stage, and 2 of them will be online because of personal reasons, not because they don't like you, but this is the reason why we have accepted to have them online. So it's 7 young enterprises, which is a sampling of a lot of other young enterprises in Europe, because I would like not to give the impression that the young enterprise in Europe are made only of 7. So it's a sampling of all young enterprises which are changing the space sector in Europe during this period. So these 7 young enterprises represent a diversity of objectives. They are not doing the same by far. A diversity of technologies, a diversity of nationalities. So it's a lot of diversity, except, as you can see, the diversity of gender, because even those who are online, they are men, and we are sorry for that. So the session this afternoon will be made in 3 parts. The first part will be individual presentations by each of them, just presenting their objective and even their dreams. And after that, during the 2 following parts, we shall try to show that in spite of their diversity, there is a lot of common aspects between these different enterprises, and also their common commitments to make the space sector in Europe changing and becoming more competitive. So this is the plan for this afternoon, and I would like to call for the first presentation Yome Sampera, who is the founder of Sateliot, a young company, and he will explain what he is doing. Yome, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Was supposed to have in some slides, okay? No, there was no slides, okay.
I think that
I will do it without.
Okay.
No problem, okay?
Yes.
This is a satellite IoT tracker. With this equipment, you have, in this case, for a boat, okay, you could have it, the geoposition and some other data in all places of the world, okay? This has full coverage everywhere. The point is this, it's that it's not based on a standard. It has no economies of scale. Then it costs around 300 euros each. In the world, there are some millions of devices like this. And this is exactly the same, but this is for mobile coverage. This is an NB-IoT or 5G IoT device that it does exactly the same function, but only where you have coverage of the mobile operators in 10% of the world. But we are at the brink of a global revolution, because in the world there are already 120 countries that have coverage with this kind of equipment, because the 5G IoT is growing 84% year by year. And because we have been working for the last 2 years inside the 3GPP, which is the global organization that set up the standard for the mobile industry, in order to extend this standard to non-terrestrial or to satellite industry. We are deploying the first constellation that connects directly the 5G IoT devices of the world from space. Today, there are 2 billion devices like this one. And this means that for the final user, it's zero equipment cost because they already have it. We provide to the mobile operators a coverage extender at zero infrastructure cost. And for us, it's a super scalable business model. All this is based in our patented technology. We are connecting, for the first time in history, a LEO constellation to a 5G core in order to do mobile to satellite roaming. We have our own radios that minimize the required number of satellites. And we have our own implementation of 5G IoT over a satellite that makes our satellites fully compatible with all the devices of the world. We have had a huge commercial engagement. Today, we are already negotiating commercial agreements with mobile network operators of the world that represents more than 1 billion subscribers. And at the same time, we are signing with final users contracts every month for more than 1 million euros of sales. We are a group of serial entrepreneurs that have been working for the last 10 years in the industry. We know a lot of telecom, 5G, and satellite, but also about high growth. Our last company, we take it from 2 million euros to 150 million euros in just 5 years. We really believe that 5G and satellite is a disruptive combination, because by 2025, it will be more than 5 billion devices like this one. Because 90% of the world has no mobile coverage, and this is not going to be better in the next years. And because we are deploying the unique satellite constellation that connects directly with 5G IoT, commercial and modified devices. This is an opportunity for Europe to take the leadership in the 5G satellite. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would like to call, to ask Jan to come to the podium and present Lunar Grid.
Hello. First of all, thanks for the invitation to this panel. I think it's a great honor to represent the European space startup ecosystem at this conference, and we're truly glad to be here. I'm Jan. I'm the founder and CEO of the Lunar Grid, which is a Luxembourg-based startup developing technology for wireless energy transmission. As the moon is becoming more and more interesting for space exploration, being it as a destination or a stepping stone towards further exploration, it is envisioned that the whole lunar economy will kick off in the next decade. And this lunar economy will consist of a multitude of systems, being it rovers, habitats, all of them which need energy to operate. And as it's proven, it's not efficient to send each of these systems with their own standalone power source. So that is why the Lunar Grid is building an energy distribution network to provide power to all actors across the surface of the moon. And for this, we've built a first prototype that we're now scaling up to a full functional product. But I'd also like to take the opportunity here to speak the vision of the European startups in the space sector, as space is hot and also startups are hot. So there's an obvious consequence that the industry is growing with a lot of innovation projects, hackathons, acceleration programs, where I'm glad to mention that we were recently getting involved with Fit for a Start in Luxembourg. And this is fantastic, of course. It's really great to see the economy growing and the ecosystem growing. But I think there's also still some opportunity for improvement. This opportunity is mainly deeper rooted in the European characteristics. For example, one thing I very admire about the Europeans is they have a very good general sense of realism. They grasp reality very well, and this also transforms into the very great quality of startups I see in Europe. But we should not let this realism withhold us from pursuing bold and innovative ideas. And therefore, the first message I'd like to bring today is dare to dream within these borders of realism. As the lunar grid to some might seem as a very futuristic concept, there will others who tell you that there is a sound foundation for it to happen. And I think there is still a lot of opportunities open that we could pursue within Europe. And added to this dare to dream, I'd like to add, we should accept failure as an option. These days, I see failure is still being looked as something negative and dark, whereas I'd like to turn this around. I'd like to be failure having it looked as the valuable experience that was gained. As in the end, this experience, this is really key. This is bringing the ultimate value of generating a startup ecosystem within Europe. And lastly, I think we can all learn of working together. And I think startups can and are providing a great example for this. Startups, they don't care so much about the difference in culture, in language, in gender, whatever. They're working on a common project. And the only thing they care about is getting the job done. And I think that in itself is very powerful and is very unifying. And I think we can learn from that within Europe. So very shortly, this was an introduction to the values that we carry at the Lunar Grid, with the very bold vision of powering the lunar economy. And I'd like to encourage people to dream within the borders of realism, to accept failure as an option, and to work on a common project and focus on getting the job done. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. And so next one will be Stanislas from Venture Orbital.
Yes, does it work? Yes. Thank you very much, Jean-Jacques, for the invitation. And thank you very much to the event also for allowing young European startups to, of course, pitch their companies and share their concerns and also their hope for a better European ecosystem, space ecosystem. Venture Orbital System, well, basically, I'm Stan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Venture Orbital Systems. We are developing the first European launcher dedicated to nanosatellites, exclusively to nanosatellites. Our rocket Zephyr is a 17 meters tall rocket capable of putting up to 70 kilograms into low Earth orbit, offering a responsive and affordable service at dedicated orbits. We also have been working for the past year closely with nanosatellites manufacturers and nanosatellites operators to develop an infrastructure of services, a full range of services from idea to orbit to accelerate their business models. The first flight of Zephyr is planned in late 2024 in Europe. We took a massively different approach to the design of the product. We use additive manufacturing for complex parts, such as rocket engines, but also we took into account the industrialization and the cost of the parts and the rockets from the beginning of the project, meaning that we can have an affordable and cost-effective rocket for our customers, but also profitable service for the company. We also are developing rockets like software to make fast iterations and also speed up the process and learn launch after launch. We are 30 people full-time right now, doubling every year. From young, exciting talents, from seasoned experts working in our rocket factory 45 minutes from Paris in Reims. We also have an amazing pace. We have been developing our first rocket engine, fully 3D printed in less than a year. It is currently printed and ready to be fired in May 2022. And that pace, coupled with our development philosophy, our technologies and our team will allow us to offer a reliable, an affordable, and a responsive service for nanosatellites and microsatellites operators in Europe and in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stanislas. So now I give the floor to Sylvain, who is online and who represents Ypres Space, another small launcher.
Yes, hello. I hope everyone can hear me. First of all, I want to say that I'm really happy to be here and to be part of this panel. I'm sorry to be online and not physically present with you. I was supposed to be here with you, but unfortunately my train got cancelled last minute due to weather. So again, I'm really sorry for that. I'm Sylvain Bataillard, co-founder of Hyperspace. So Hyperspace is a French company with our offices, production sites, and testing sites based in around Bordeaux. We are building a micro-launcher based on hybrid propulsion in order to lower costs of access to space for small satellites. At Hyperspace, we want to tackle the issue of sending microsatellites into space in a different way than most micro-launchers do. We are developing a new propulsive technology, the hybrid propulsion. Well, to be more precise, it's not in itself a new propulsive technology, since it's been known for many decades now. But we are developing a new architecture, allowing it to yield the maximum performance, making it scalable, while having very low development and production costs. To explain a little more, currently in space propulsion, we have two main technologies which are mature and widely used, solid propulsion and liquid propulsion. Both has advantages and drawbacks, which are diametrically opposed for both of these technologies. Liquid propulsion has high propulsive performance, but it's expensive to design and to control due to its complexity. On the other hand, we have solid propulsion, which is very simple to design and produce, but cannot be throttled and has a low propulsive performance. A third technology exists, hybrid propulsion. It relies on a liquid oxidizer injected in a combustion chamber, which contains the solid fuel. It allows reignitability, throttleability, and is inexpensive to design, produce, and test, thanks to its relative simplicity. However, it's not widely used currently in the space industry because it suffers from a technological barrier. That barrier impedes its propulsive performance. This barrier is due to the architecture of hybrid engine. So there is currently two problems, inefficient combustion and low regression rate of the solid fuel drain. Those problems can be solved thanks to our patented architecture, which lowers the need of regression rate and ensures an efficient combustion throughout the entire utilization of the engine. With this innovation, the propulsive performance of a hybrid is equivalent to liquid propulsion engine with full throttleability, reignitability for approximately half of the cost. Also, since our engine is using polymer as a solid fuel, we are currently using recycled polymer on our demonstrator, and we are assessing the supply chain for biosourced polymer in order to reduce the carbon footprint of space launch. So we propose a cheaper, quicker, and also greener access to space. We are currently in a testing phase on our small-scale demonstrator and in the design phase of our full-scale prototype, which uses a lot of experience on what we learned during the test of our demonstrator. So the test of the full-scale prototype is expected to be during 2022, thanks to the seed funding round we closed last year. And our main competitive advantage and expertise is on the propulsive technology. For our launcher, we associated Hyperspace to key industrial partners in order to build a complete industrial chain, from the engine to the structure to the guidance, navigation, and control, and as well as ground segment. So the first launch is expected to be at late 2042, thanks to our technology and the industrial chain we built around us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sylvain. And now I give the floor to Setu from Reorbit.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques. Is it working? Yeah. October 4th, 1957 marks a very important day in the history of mankind. Sputnik 1, the first satellite, danced around the Earth as a loner. 64 years have been passed, over 10,000 satellites launched. Satellites are still orbiting the Earth as a loner. They don't have the capability to talk to its neighbor. So today's satellites are very different from Sputnik. They're very advanced, they're very sophisticated. Yet, if you actually take a step back and look at how satellites are manufactured, they're no different from Sputnik, meaning that every time a satellite is manufactured, the hardware, which is the most rigid part of the system, comes first, and the whole satellite system is built on the basis of the hardware, whereas software, which is the most flexible part, comes merely at the application level. Also, today's satellites are very highly manual, meaning that for every single decision that's been taken up in space, there's a human element involved back in Earth. And finally, satellites today are strongly monofunctional, meaning that from the day the satellites are conceptualized, from the day they are dead, they follow a single function, which is its payload. So let's assume there's a satellite up in space, and one of its smallest component, like a power unit or an OBC, is broken. Today, you cannot reuse the satellite. You have to just dump this one, creating tons of space debris, regardless of 95% of the satellite still being functional. And now we are speaking about going to Moon, going to Mars, mining an asteroid. And with this current way of building satellites, where we tend to push everything into one metallic piece of box, will not take us to these applications. That's what Reorbit is trying to change by making satellites in a very completely different manner. So we're building satellites based on the software-defined architecture, meaning that we bring software first, and the hardware is the last thing we bring. So this is no different from how a gaming PC is built. Also, going purely software would also open up a lot of applications that are not possible today with the current set of satellites. Like, you could open up the whole satellite being very autonomous so that you could take away the human loop in the operations. Also, you could make satellites to talk with each other, connect with each other. So you could make satellites almost like a Cisco router that's flying in space so that you could have a web of data that's flowing. We are finding great traction for this platform. So we already have customers who have signed up for our platform, and the contracts are worth more than $30 million USD, and we have already generated about $1.5 million of revenues in the last financial year. We are also actively discussing with customers that are ranging from very low Earth orbit all the way to lunar orbits, worth about $300 million USD. And all of this is not possible without a great team. And we have a great team that's a blend of experience coming from some of the biggest companies like ICEYE, INVAP, Airbus. And also we have dynamic youth who's pushing our technology forward from ISRO, ESA, and GKN. So to conclude, if you take parallel from the computer industry, long gone are the days where computers are discrete, computers are custom-made. And today we cannot imagine computers without distributed architectures. We cannot imagine computers without internet. So why satellites should be different from computers? And that's what we want to do, really redefine the way satellites are built. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophie. So the next one is Stefan from Vioma.
Thank you very much. So I would like to start with a little story, just to show how important satellites have become in our everyday lives. Yesterday I went to visit the Mannequin Piece. Before going there, I checked the weather. Then to buy a ticket, I had to use the credit card for the metro. And finally, I used Google Maps to navigate the small paths there. So all of this would not be possible if we hadn't satellite. But satellite operations is becoming more and more complex and dangerous, because satellites are sharing space with thousands of decommissioned satellites, upper stages, and hundreds of thousands of fragments, man-made fragments. Just to give you an idea of why is that a problem, a 50 kilograms satellite carries the same kinetic energy in low Earth orbit as the 200-meter, 400-ton Thalys train traveling at full speed. Now imagine this train collides into your satellite. Such collisions produce new fragments, which then can be involved again in subsequent collisions. That's the infamous Kessler effect. In the worst case, in the future, we will not be able to use space anymore as we are today. That is why we at Vioma, we have a mission. We want to provide safe passage through space. We do this by launching cameras into space. With these cameras, we can locate the objects in space, and we can build a catalog of space objects. Given this catalog, we can then predict dangerous situations, and we can warn satellite operators of a looming collision. Now you might think, surely someone is already doing this, right? Well, partially. So we've heard it already this morning from the Commissioner that Europe right now is heavily dependent on non-European data, mostly from our American partners. Secondly, even all the observational capabilities combined, we are barely tracking 5% of all the dangerous objects right now. Dangerous objects meaning 1 centimeter and bigger. And this is the gap that we want to close at Vioma. Where are we now? We have built a great team with excellent specialists in astrodynamics, also mission analysis, and spacecraft engineers. We are participating already in 4 European projects. We have raised venture capital money, and we have already built a platform and onboarded our first pilot customer for our on-demand tracking service. So where are we heading from here? We also have already our design ready for the cameras, which will be integrated and tested this spring. And these cameras then will be launched in 2023, so next year. And by 2025, we will have a full constellation of cameras in space. By that time, we will be able to fully map all objects in space and predict dangerous situations and also propose appropriate countermeasures. Remember that each collision that we avoid in space will mitigate the Kessler effect. Each collision that we avoid in space will make it easier for future generations to use space as we are today. And each avoided collision will make it easier for us to go and visit beautiful places like the Manneken Pis. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stefan. So the last one is Frank, who is online. So Frank, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jean-Jacques, for your kind introduction and the invitation. And sorry for not being in Brussels. As you have heard, my name is Frank Koch, and I founded Orbit Recycling for 2 reasons: to bring sustainability into space and to make Europe in space great again. Now, space agencies around the world express their interest in the Lunar Ground Station. And for Europe, autonomous access to the moon appears to be a strategic subject. But we as Europe must once again become pioneering nations, or else we will continue to sit on every possible backseat in international space cooperation. So Orbit Recycling's answer is new, something only an outsider could imagine, with no limiting heritage. Orbit Recycling is extending the European Green Deal into space by turning waste into value. Within the next decade, we will recover raw materials from space debris for constructions on the moon. So as you know and heard today, mankind polluted not only our whole planet and our ocean, but space as well. Over 9,000 tons are circulating Earth, endanger not only our precious space services like Copernicus or Galileo, but also our astronauts like Alex Gerst as well, who delivered, by the way, a very interesting speech this morning. So, but instead of relying on the noble cause of space debris removal and asking for public removal fees or incentives, Orbit Recycling solely take benefit of the value of space debris, the recycling potential. On Earth, this potential is already fully recognized, so it's therefore time to lift this treasure in space as well. Over the past 2 years, we searched the huge space debris catalog for the most suitable objects for recycling. So over 40,000 objects were analyzed in regards to size, weight, composition, and we even engaged with the Castle Gauss Observatory in Italy, as well as with the largest European space radar, the Fraunhofer FHR TIRA in Germany, to understand the tumbling behaviors of these objects. In a nutshell, old Ariane 5 upper stages seems to be the ideal objects and top recycling candidates. So one stage alone contains more than 2 tons of aluminium. This amount is enough to cast a double-wall moon station with 55 cubic meters on the moon. And with all existing Ariane 5 upper stages around Earth, we could cast a lunar ground station twice as large as the ISS in the colors of Europe. So our concept reduced the amount of dangerous space debris by hundreds of tons, and several billion euros of European tax money could be saved with our concept of turning waste into value. The technology behind was validated in a recent study with ESA, and with 3 independent universities, we studied different ways to tuck the upper stages from their current orbits to the moon. This year, together with Cislunar Industry and Neumann Space from Australia, we will validate a first propulsion system running on solid aluminium. Together with PTS from Berlin, we will open a moon rover testbed this spring in the north of Germany. And here, technologies and manipulators to grab metal fragments from the lunar surface for recycling will be studied. And finally, over the next 3 years, we enhance our aluminum casting and regolith process in a shared PhD with ESA and TU Berlin to cast perfect wall segments for the moon station in regolith. You see, space debris is not just a dream of a lunatic. We offer a concrete solution for Europe to become the leading region in the world in a sustainable space exploration. All it takes is the political will to turn waste into value. So back to you, Jean-Jacques.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank. Okay, that ends the presentation of each enterprise. And as you can see, they are already showing the difference. The startups, they are so used to make pitches that they are the only ones to keep the time. They have kept the 4 minutes that I have allocated to each of them. So thank you very much. This is already one of your differences. Now, maybe there are other differences, and this is where I would like to open the second part of the session, and it's to have your views on what's your difference, not in terms, again, of objectives, but in terms of startups. What means a startup for you compared to, let's say, the normal industry? So, who starts? You, Jaume, since you were the first one, you are relaxed now.
Okay, thanks, Jacques. I think that the main difference is as commented, it's no heritage. Okay, we start from scratch. We see the industry with a new eyes. Okay, some of us we come from other industry. I come more from the mobile industry than the satellite one. Then this is a huge advantage because we don't have to. We don't have a backlog, okay, of all our history. At the beginning, this sounds something negative, okay? When you say we don't have heritage in space, heritage it's key, okay? In our case, innovation it's against heritage. Innovation is against history. You start with nothing. That you look at the final user, the need of this user that is ready to pay, and you build it from scratch.
Yes, thank you. So it's no heritage. Who wants to either to take that particularity of startup, as mentioned by Jaume, or other ones? Again, what I wish is that in the next 10 minutes, you are able to draw the difference, what you are bringing in terms of difference.
I would say I mean, no heritage is definitely something I would agree, but also in addition to that is the speed at which we could actually deliver the results. So if we say like the bigger players are like the engines of a car, we are more like the lubricants, or making it smoother for technology and innovation to be pushed at the rate that the other companies wouldn't be able to do. And the reason that is heritage for sure, But also, we have no strings attached as the big companies, so that makes us easier to take big decisions that probably some of the guys like Airbus or Thales wouldn't be able to take.
Okay, so who wants to intervene?
Yeah,
Stanislas.
I'll add something else. I absolutely agree with the heritage part. And another thing is risks. Because, I mean, a startup is risky by definition. 9 out of 10, and I think it's not even the right percentage. I think it's even more than that. I mean, most startups fail, whatever the field is. So, and in space, we are not used to taking risks, especially in Europe. But risk is an opportunity. It's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to fail. It's an opportunity to learn, and it's also, I think, the basis of innovation, of quick development, and of course, it's way easier to take risks and have failures when you are a startup, because people expect you to fail at some point and to pivot and to learn, etc. So of course it's simpler when you're a startup. But also the fact that every risk that you take might be the end of the adventure. I mean, you have that in mind, and of course it makes you take decision differently.
Okay, so who wants? Jan.
Yeah, well, maybe tackling back on the heritage that was mentioned. I feel like the heritage, or the lack of heritage in the startups, is still seen as a weakness from time to time, and even sometimes a port of exclusion for certain contracts. And I think actually every startup is taking a blank sheet of paper and is redrawing the map. So inherently, we will bring a new and innovative way of dealing with these systems. And even more, I think the heritage, it's good on one side, but it's also, you gain some weight over the years. So in the end, heritage could also turn against you, where startups really make the difference and have the benefit of being agile and addressing the market needs that are current and not having to deal with these long processes. So I think we are already making a difference there, and sometimes, as mentioned before, there is a risk related to this non-heritage part, where I think ESA has a lot of experience already, and also other industry partners, which could easily be combined with the startups. The startups can bring in the new and innovative ways, and ESA could then bring in the experience. And together, I think we can make a real difference. So I think from the startup side, we are really open to start this dialogue to bring in the innovative approach and benefit from the experience of ESA and speed up the whole development of the European space sector.
Stefan.
Yes, I think following up on everything that has been said already, what translate this into is basically speed, right? I think we can go from registration of a company to launch of a satellite within only a few years, and I don't think this would have been possible 10 years ago. However, that of course requires that there's a whole ecosystem ready of satellite integrators, satellite launchers, and this is what we're seeing right now in Europe, and this is a very exciting time to be a space entrepreneur, I think.
Okay, so Sylvain, do you have something to add?
Yes, I would like to go back on heritage and innovation, because I think it's really important, it's really interesting, because I will speak about propulsion because it's what I know most. Legacy space has been using mostly liquid propulsion, which is based on research and development efforts which have been mainly done during the Cold War. So this propulsion technology is now completely mastered, it's completely mature. So a lot of people are using it because we know perfectly how it works. At Hypersat, we did a different choice and decided to rely on something which has a lesser heritage than liquid, since very few research has been done in comparison in hybrid propulsion. Well, since to be fair, there is an unmatched volume of research compared to in liquid propulsion.
Okay.
So the comparative performance step up is really different in something new than in something that you already perfectly know for the same for the same funding effort, I think.
Okay, thank you. And Frank.
Yeah, I think only with these fresh ideas you can get something which everybody calls disrupting, right? If you stay in your comfort zone, means in your classical industry, you only have iterations. You will get a better launcher, you will get a better satellite, but really new ideas can only come from outside. And that's what startups are all about, right? They have experiences maybe from other industries, or they bring in experiences from other industries, and this will actually bring the disruption. And this is the chance for Europe actually to think out of the box and engage with other industries to make the space industry even better. So I think it's not only the question of money why the US is so strong in space, it's also they think differently, right? They were first in thinking about these reusable rockets, so why not having these disruptive ideas by listening more to startups who have these fresh ideas, which can only come from outside.
Okay, so thank you. I think that, again, to make a wrap-up of what I have heard, that you consider that your difference is no heritage, is to go fast, is to take risks, is to look for VC's money, so that and it's interesting because it's I must say that this is what you bring. But it could be taken also as a disadvantage because to have no heritage, you can be accused to have no solid ground. To go fast, you can be accused to go too fast or to take risk. So this is the interesting part of this round, is that each of your characteristics could be at the same time taken as a big advantage, but could be taken as a weakness also. And this is where the relationship between the startups and the institutions are so important, because each side should understand the other, meaning that you have to build up a mutual trust between the institutions and the startups. And obviously to build up a mutual trust, you have to bring something, because you cannot just ask to receive something. So, and I would like maybe to close the session on that. What are you ready to bring to the institutions and to have in return their support and their trust? So, who starts there?
Maybe I can go there. So the thing that we could actually bring on table, concluding all these points, is the rate at which we could actually push the market. Because today, space is growing fast, but then space has to grow much more faster in order to actually get this thing going. And then that will not happen if there's no technology that has to be going fast. But also cost is an important factor. So taking risk, pushing technologies would reduce cost, ultimately benefiting the market. So that's what we bring onto the table. But then in order for us to push that, then we need to also have sufficient, say, monetary or funding instruments where we could actually take these risks and make it at the speed that we could do. So not necessarily just from the institutional side, but also we have the VCs. One of the biggest problem, at least I see, is that today European VCs are still not, they haven't got their head around how they should actually tackle space startups. One, space is too far for them. So that's somewhere, that's an interesting topic where the institutions and VCs can probably start work together, so that the institutions can help VCs to understand more about space, which in turn would help us to get the fundings and fuel this growth.
So you ask the institutions to educate the VCs.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. Yes.
But you can also make something for the VCs. It's to lower the cost, because I always quote Jeff Bezos, who said that I have been always interested by space. But to be interested in space, you have to be rich. And this is the reason why I have created Amazon. So this is the way that Monsieur Bezos is revisiting his life. But just to explain that investing in space requires a lot of money. And maybe this is where you can also bring something from your side to convince the VCs that you are not only interesting, but you are cheap also. So who else? Yes, Frank.
Yes, might I add something? I think it's the wrong question, right? That means failure is a weakness, and I don't think so. So it's fair to be cautious with public money, right? To check everything. But if you check everything in details, it will take ages before you get a solution, and that might be even outdated at that time. And I think Corona showed us what's possible if we need something fast, right? Some of these companies failed, others succeeded, but overall the public money did its purpose. It helped the European citizens by getting vaccinated, finally, and in a very fast way. So hopefully we transfer these learnings to other programs, also to space. So accept 30 to 40% losses of public money, but the results will be at least 100% better than today. It's fast, fresh solutions and no iterations. So I think we should be brave and take this risk to lose some of the public money to get better solutions.
Okay, so who else? Jan, do you want to add something?
I could add to what we bring to the table is already with a startup. We're taking a big risk personally, but also on the development. And as I mentioned earlier, startups could really be seen as an example in some cases. Like there is failure involved, like accept the chances of failure is already a pretty big start. I mentioned also that we should work together, and startups are so much focused on that. So I think startups they bring a whole culture of young and bold ideas to the table, and I think together with some experience, knowledge on the topics, we are ready to start the dialogue to build new systems. And as the funding was mentioned earlier, I think there's some topics that we could tackle still off, but we are there. We are ready to engage and build these systems. So I think that's all what we already have to offer just sitting here.
Okay. Jon.
I think that what we add to the table is that we create new markets. All of us, we are not taking a market share of an establishing market that is already there. We are creating from scratch, okay? New applications will appear, having 5G IoT everywhere. New applications will appear, new markets will create from zero, from nothing, okay? And this is richer for Europe in the future. And of course, in a change of this, you have to invest if you want to maintain it in Europe. Because now I think that it's clear that we are doing it with a huge disadvantage of the US competitors, that they have a huge amount of tons of money that coming from public administrations and public institutions that we don't have it here.
Maybe just quickly, a quick point to that is it's tons of money and also the speed at which they get the money. That's a very important point. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe Stanislas and...
Yeah, to be pragmatic on the subjects, on what we can really bring, you know, what we can really offer to the institutions to also make the change. I think I've read earlier today, someone's talking about space policy and debris, and we have experts on here. So, but he was saying that you know, people from the space industry, startups, etc., cannot just hope that technology and regulations will solve the problem. We have to be, you know, to have an implication. We have to be part of the change. And I think that's something, that's one of the first things we can bring, is to be active, to you know, share what we think, but also share solutions, be part by developing innovative solutions, building new market opportunities, etc. So that's the first point. And the second point is also working with the ecosystem, whether it is startups, like Jan said, like the YES initiative and many more initiatives in Europe, but also working with already established players, I mean, I'll give an example. We are currently at Voss working with tons of suppliers and partners, industrial partners from everywhere around Europe. And I mean, we are building wealth for these countries, for these expertise that Europe, ESA, and the different space agencies have built in the past 40 years. So that's also something that we can bring, activities.
Okay, thank you. So, Stefan,
yeah,
do you
I
want
think
to add something?
So startups generally are very agile in adapting to new problems, in adapting to new markets, and I think this is what we can bring to the ecosystem. But each new product, each new service, of course, relies on already existing components, and this is where we can work together with already established companies. I think it's not either startup or established companies, it's really together. There are different problems. For one, you need 2,000 people working on it, and for the other, maybe it's sufficient if 15 people are working on it. So it's, together we solve many of the problems that we're facing. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. I see the time, and as usual, I am not very efficient because we are already 12 seconds after launch. So I shall have to close the session. Thank you very much. I must say that I have, as usual, learned a lot. And I think that the startups, again, they are not bringing all solutions, but they are bringing new solutions. And as Yom was saying, they are also opening new markets, which is good for space because it's a demonstration that space can be more and more useful. So thank you very much. I must say that I hope that the momentum that we are creating with these sessions dedicated to startups will be as efficient as last year, because last year we made the first session dedicated to startups, and all the startups of last year, they were in the regular sessions of this year, so rendezvous next year, because you will see these guys not anymore as startups, but as part of the regular session. So thank you very much, and see you next year.
Thank you, Jean-Jacques.
Thank you very much.
The IEC is coming back to where it was for the first time created in 1951.
While France is a driving force in the space sector, the International Astronautical Congress is actually organized in the city of Paris.
So it is an opportunity to people all around the world to come in France and visit also and interact with this ecosystem. For these reasons, it's important for all of us to go to Paris.
Dear Prime Minister, we are really honored to have you here with us today for the 14th edition of the European Space Conference. Thank you for taking your time in your busy agenda. We are honored not only because you are the host of the conferences, but also you have representing a significant country, important player in the European space domain. We already had today the pleasure of welcoming to the conference ministers from across Europe, France, Italy, Germany, Belgium. We will have the pleasure tomorrow to welcome the Portuguese minister and also the Switzerland minister. Madame Wilmès, the Commissioner Breton, and Chris Peters, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, has opened the conference and launched the debate in a very dynamic way this morning. We had fruitful discussion with all the CEO of the industry, but also a lot of panel with the startup. We also have interesting discussion with a member of the European Parliament, and we also have now with us the pleasure to have Mrs. Ehrenfreund, the President of the European International Federation Association, also Joseph Aschbacher, the General Director of the ESA, and I don't have to present him to you, the Minister of the Scientific Policy, Thomas Darmin. I'm really pleased to welcome you, to give you the floor. Thank you for coming.
Good evening to some of you who are in this room. I've understood that actually quite a few of you are following this conference from a distance. On the Belgian side, of course, extremely happy to be able to be the host for this European Space Conference here today. As all of you know, Belgium was one of the founding members of the European Space Agency in '75. This is actually my date of birth, which was a bit striking. And I have to say that today, almost half a century later, so by that you more or less know how old I am, we are, as Europeans, at a pivotal moment related to space. We as Europeans, we are obviously being challenged by the classic space powers, being Russia and being the United States, but more and more also by new ones. And if you look at what has happened over the last 10 years in the space domain, it has really developed in a way that we would have not have thought 25 to 20 years ago. It is more than ever clear that we as Europeans, we cannot afford to fall behind, and especially not afford to fall behind in the domain of technological excellence. It is, and I think it has been discussed here broadly today, a matter of sovereignty. It's also a matter of building up strategic autonomy. And actually, if you look at the economy in general over the last decade, so many economic domains have become much more geopolitical than we would have thought. Semiconductors has become a highly geopolitical domain. Healthcare and biotech has become a highly geopolitical domain, and the whole vaccine discussion has really brought it to the forefront. And in vaccines, Belgium has played since decades a very important role, but now that has come open to the public. Now, the fact that access to technology, the fact that having a vibrant business community that leverages that technology is becoming more and more geopolitical. In your domain, this is not new. I mean, this domain knows since a long time what the importance is of having access to that technology, of having access to that autonomy. This is not new, but you obviously have a lot of experience that you can share with the rest of the economy, because a big part of the more classic economy, if I could say so, is discovering what the consequences are of being way more geopolitical than before. And I'd have to say that I'm extremely happy to see that the current European Commission is playing that role. The European Commission understands that our economy, our global economy, is becoming much more geopolitical, and that the link between policy, politics, a vibrant private sector and an academic sector, making those linkages is actually at the core at being successful today and being successful in the decades that come. It is about security, it is about securing ourselves, about strategic autonomy, as I said, but it's also about survival. It's also about survival as humankind, it's about understanding what is happening in climate change, about taking a distance at the situation in which we are. In the end, I think that this domain is about understanding ourselves. And it has always been about understanding ourselves. If you look at the evolution of space technology over the last decades, very often it has pushed us to question ourselves. It has pushed us to look at ourselves in this world in a different way. In the end, it is about investing in our future. And that is why a strategy that takes that into account and that takes that element of better connecting what you are doing with the rest of the economy, with the rest of the world, taking that into account and increasing those linkages is something that we support. And this new strategy that the European Space Agency is pursuing is something that has the full support from the Belgian side. Better linking what you are doing with the private sector, with member states, with academia, and so on. And I'd have to say that on the Belgian side, we are very, very eager to collaborate on that. We are, by size, a rather small country, but in this domain, we're actually quite big. If you look at the net contribution, Belgium is the 5th biggest net contributor, something that actually a lot of people don't know. I'm actually quite sure that most Belgians don't know the access to technology that we have in this country, and I'm very happy that our government has taken the decision to really build on the strength that we already have. And we have with Thomas Dermine someone who's really into this topic and who has an incredible amount of energy to put into this. You have to know that Thomas and myself, we have actually quite a history in this room. Most people here wouldn't know that, but the Belgians know that actually the Belgian government, this Belgian government was formed in this room. And Thomas was actually what we would call the Sherpa of one of the political leaders, which is part of this government. And then a few days later, he becomes state secretary, which I think was a very good choice. You understand that I defend my team, that I'm actually very happy to have Thomas on my team. As I said, we have in Belgium access to quite a lot of knowledge and expertise on the technological side. We, of course, also have a history of people active in space, of astronauts. Not only Tintin, which, of course, was the one who inspired so many, but also Dirk Frimout and Frank de Winne. And actually, if you look at the new selection process, we see that actually a whole new generation is ready to step in their footsteps. Out of the 22,000 candidates, 1,000 candidates are Belgian, which puts us in a per capita ranking on the 3rd space after France and Luxembourg. Why it is so important? Well, it is important because it inspires young people. It inspires girls and boys to pursue a career in science. A career in science that we all know what the importance is today, to interest people in being interested in science and in being interested to put their energy, their imagination, and their ambition into progressing science. Progressing science not for the sake of it, but with the ambition to progress humanity. And I think that over the last 2-3 years, we've shown a great example of what we are capable of. I mean, would you have thought 2 years ago that by now we would have so many vaccines that work, that have been administered to billions of people throughout the world? It is an incredible feat of science. And we have done it because in a very proactive way, we've put together everything we have in this world. In knowledge, in financing, in stability that governments can bring. And I think it has been hugely inspiring to people to show what we are able of. Have we solved everything? No, obviously we haven't solved everything. But I think it's been a great showcase to show
that if we put ourselves together as humans, what we are capable of in leveraging science. And I think that what we do in the space domain is actually a very comparable example of what we are capable of. So, if I can finish with one message, is I would hope that you continue to inspire people. This is a domain which obviously is hugely inspirational. It has been hugely inspirational for myself, looking as a young kid of what we are capable of, and to my huge, not even surprise, satisfaction, I see that my two kids, they are 10 years old and 13 years old, when there is a space launch, they want to see it, and they are enthusiastic by what they see. And so it's good to see that what inspired me 30 years ago actually is still very inspiring to kids today. And of course, very happy that we on the Belgian side play our role in this. We play our role in this on the technological side, but we also play our role in this in bringing people together. This is something which we really have at the core of ourselves in Belgium. We are a place where people meet. We are a place of diversity. We are a place where ideas meet. And it is at the core of our policy to continue to be that place in the world where ideas meet, very different ideas meet, and great things can be done. And it's great to see that you continue to be a partner in this. I would like to thank all of you for the contribution you have done today. I understand that this is not the end, that you will continue tomorrow. Well, I will be following you from a distance, because this is a domain that actually I'm very interested in, and I'm very happy to see that our State Secretary is developing a strategy that puts Belgium at the forefront of what is happening in this domain. Thank you very much, and enjoy your stay in Brussels.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Mr. De Meen, I'm pleased to leave you the floor.
No, thank you. Just a few comments, and I think that our Prime Minister has given a clear direction, a clear ambition for Europe, for ESA, and for the role of Belgium in that space ecosystem. Yeah. So 2022 is a very important year, with the ministerial meeting coming up at the end of the year. And I think that now we all have to roll up our sleeves, from academia, from the private sector, from the public sector and the different member states, to come up with a very ambitious agenda at the end of the year. It's a question of ambition. It's also a question of putting the means. And actually, it's true, and I always make that comparison, that the value we get from space is huge. If you think of the role that Thomas Pesquet has in promoting science and STEM among young kids, if you think of the spillover on academic research, if you think of the output for our industry, actually what we get is huge, and what we get is relatively cheap. Belgium, as mentioned by the Prime Minister, is one of the highest country per capita contributing to ESA. It's about 25 euro per year. On average for across member states, it's 10 euro per year per inhabitant. So the value we get from space is huge, and actually the money we put in is quite limited at per capita level across member states. So now we should work indeed on a very ambitious agenda, and that's work we should do. But we should also work on an ambitious financial plan to give ESA the means it needs to fulfill its ambition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe we give the floor, I'll take that from you first. Maybe we give the floor to whoever would want to speak first. Maybe Ms. Ehrenfreund will take the floor first for her concluding remarks, and then we'll finish with Mr. Aschbacher. Please, yes, as you wish. Thank you.
I have been mic'd up, yeah. So
you've been mic'd up, so you don't need that. Perfect.
Good. Dear Prime Minister, dear Minister, dear Joseph, dear ladies and gentlemen, and dear colleagues, It was a really, really long but very, very successful day. And the space economy is definitely expanding and becoming increasingly global, with numerous space activities and innovative technologies emerging around the world. So space applications are an integral part of our daily lives, and the space sector is also increasingly integrated with other economic sectors. That is something what has been discussed in many sessions today. And we are asking ourselves here the key question: what is the role of Europe in today's space economy and also in the future? And we tried to find some answers. So during this 14th European Space Conference, we discussed so many things: how space is key for monitoring climate change, ensuring the security of space and terrestrial assets, and supporting how we support autonomous transport and many other sectors such as energy, agriculture, and disaster management. Strengthening Europe's launcher ecosystem and keeping Europe's space domain operational, and embarking on new endeavors such as building a European secure connectivity constellation are among the pivotal goals to ensure a global, competitive European space sector with strategic autonomy. And tomorrow we will still follow up with a lot of exploration, industry, research partnerships, and in particular also really the topic of international cooperation in these rather difficult times. So we had a really, I think, a whole day of discussions about boosting European space entrepreneurship. It's everybody's most favorite topic to date. And it's really vital to pursue. And just looking at the numbers from the Space Investment Quarterly, it says that we are, over the last 10 years, there has been $250 billion of equity investment into approximately 1,700 unique companies in the space economy. And the growth is actually expected to continue. But most of these investments, namely 76%, according to the last quarter, 2021, are made in the US and China. We have discussed that we are running behind Europe and concerning venture capital investment and also entrepreneurship. But we have also seen great examples and great initiatives today, which, pave the way forward. And I think it's also wonderful that we had this joint statement this morning from many different organizations how to boost space investment in Europe, and where all the space stakeholders used by ESA, the EU, the European Investment Fund, all work together in order to make that happen. And we have also seen really great pitches of startups in Europe just at the end, moderated by Jean-Jacques Dordain. And then you really have the feeling, we have the possibility, we are getting there, but we have really to invest a lot. We have to, this more traditional approach in Europe must be combined with faster and more flexible and riskier and more unconventional initiatives. And we all know that we have to offer young innovators enough support to speed up radical innovations. And of course, we have also to encourage venture capital firms and angel investors to recognize the great potential and impact the space sector has for many other economies. That is something, I think, which is really an exercise which we all have to pursue. There is a lot of venture capital, in particular in all over the world, but in Europe we have really to focus it and encourage it for the space sector. So tomorrow, I think there will be a lot of discussion also about how to enhance Europe's activities in space science and technology, and how we foster stronger space partnerships between industry and research organizations and build so-called innovation ecosystem in order to address the entire space industrial value chain. This is something which we discussed since a long time, but I think it is really important to manifest these kind of partnerships. When we look at several financial analytical studies, such as, for instance, the experts of the US Chamber of Commerce, they estimate that the global space sector will grow to a turnover as high as $1.5 trillion by 2040, 2050. So Europe should aim really to have a considerable share of this turnover, and that requires action. Discussed a lot about the downstream sector and how to boost it and what kind of initiatives are in Europe, and that is really crucial. The growing downstream sector is starting to embrace the need for processing big data in the space sector using artificial intelligence and cloud computing. The Earth observation downstream market has evolved very rapidly over the past decade, but it is rather fragmented. But there is an incredible potential, which was also partly discussed in the sessions today for this market, since the space services and applications are an important backbone for sustainable development and contribute to all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And obviously, also with satellites, we have this unique potential for observing more than 30 of the 50 essential climate variables. So space monitoring will be essential also for the fight against climate change by helping companies evaluate the carbon footprint of their supply chains and providing the data to support environmental, social, and governance scores. That is something which will come more and more. Space will actually be a really, really important factor for the E in the ESGs and scores for all the companies. So Europe's green ambition and the successful Earth observation program Copernicus that also really intends to integrate commercial initiatives requires really strong effort to encourage the public and private sectors to use Earth observation data. And there are numerous new business opportunities which have been discussed already partly in the panels today for innovators and companies to pursue that will actually support the European Green Deal, the international climate agreements, and of course be consequently for benefit citizens on Earth. So in a little bit in a summary, the current activities fostering entrepreneurship and facilitating the emergence of space hubs across Europe need to measure up with the rapidly developing new space sector and activities worldwide. We have discussed that, but I have noted a few of the comments today. We are up to the challenge. Let's work together to make it happen. So it was actually a very positive atmosphere in the sessions, in particular this afternoon, and that innovative funding instruments are developed. So with the rise of this entrepreneurial spirit and a lot of new possibilities for entrepreneurs, we also see that we have many, many young professionals entering in the space sector. And that in turn has to be supported by an entrepreneurial and also interdisciplinary space education, like we offer that at the International Space University. So in the future, we will need tens of thousands of highly skilled employees in the space sector in order to design, manufacture, and operate innovative space technologies and missions and be entrepreneurs. So at the end, I want to focus on the topic of international cooperation, which will be actually discussed in detail tomorrow in many sessions. As the president of the International Astronautical Federation, this is a very crucial topic for us. For 70 years, the Federation has been continuously working to connect the entire space community, overcoming political and geographical boundaries, and also to focus on common goals and endeavors. So with more than 430 members from 72 countries worldwide, the IF has really an extraordinarily strong network of space experts. So I have to see, it has been discussed several times today, that geopolitical rivalry and unsustainable approaches for operating in space are posing risks. And the times are different. We can even really feel it in the last years, how it changed. We also see that at our international congresses, though we do believe that international cooperation is the key for a lot of things in the future. We must work together to address the issues of space traffic management and encourage responsible and sustainable activities in outer space. And in a time when humanity is faced with so many global challenges, from climate change to the COVID pandemic, poverty, and a lot of security threats, just to name a few, it is really crucial that we prioritize global collaboration and peace, both on Earth and in outer space. So space is a frontier. We have discussed a lot about applications, space applications today. Tomorrow we will also really be hearing about exciting space exploration missions and also human exploration. The future will be that we will rely increasingly on space assets for our economy and everyday lives. But we also discussed that European citizens are not aware of the impact of space applications and services and their economic benefits. So it's our responsibility to convey the importance of space activities for society through communication activities and also by engaging with citizens. We have heard that in several panels today, that is still a crucial exercise we have to do. So, to summarize, we need effective international cooperation, multi-stakeholder partnerships, and the support of society to respond to our future challenges on Earth. And the motto of the 14th European Space Conference, a new area for European space, turning vision into action. While we have heard a lot of actions today, and I think there were a lot of positive discussions, we have new initiatives, we have accelerators, we have planned partnerships, we have a boost of entrepreneurship, which is supported by many agencies. So there is a very positive tone to this first day of this conference. It is time to act to build a globally competitive European space sector and to take this really great opportunity. And I also want to thank the organizers. I know it's not easy to organize a conference in the pandemic for this really wonderful first day. Thank you very much.
Brilliant bridge that you did, in fact, between today and tomorrow. And so, not last, but of course, by no means least, Director General Aschbacher for some final words.
No, thank you. And I will sit here. I will be very brief, but really to first and foremost thank our Belgian hosts, the Prime Minister, Alexander De Croo, Thomas Dermien, who has been here, and who are giving such a strong support to space and to all of us to make this happen. And I think this is a very special moment because you have shown leadership from the highest level in government. You're coming here to address this community, and that's exactly what we need. We need political leadership. We need, of course, the conference says vision to action, but we do need leadership. And this is a point I really have been making also in the context of the ESA Agenda 2025, which is our strategy of where and how Europe needs to go forward to be more ambitious and therefore raise the profile of space. And your presence, Mr. Prime Minister, is exactly what we need. We need to bring space to the top level of our countries, of our governments, because this is what we need now. And I'm saying this not only to have top-level politicians addressing space, because I'm really convinced that space is so important for all segments of society, not only the space sector or the space ministry or space minister, but really all sectors of society, agriculture, environment, fisheries, and many other domains of government. And therefore, it is a very bright dossier, a very bright domain. And therefore, I think it is so important that you have been spending the time to come to us, addressing this community. And I'm really grateful for that. And I think this is what Europe needs. top-level leadership, top-level decisions. At some point of time, we are preparing this at the ESA level. Thomas Dermine is very closely involved with us in preparing the dossier, together with all the other member states. But we do need this very top-level government support, and once more, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for giving the messages, which have been very encouraging, and really appreciate that you're hosting us here and that you're having us here and being such a wonderful host of this conference. So thank you from my side, not only on behalf of ESA, I think for everyone in the room here and everyone who is connected. So very, very thank you, and a big applause to Belgium and to all of you.
So I think nothing more from me needs to be said. I think that concludes it absolutely perfectly. Thank you very much, Prime Minister, for being here. It's an absolute honor. Thank you, Secretary of State Dermine. Thank you, Ms. Ehrenfreund, Director General Aschbacher. Thank you, everybody who's here today and who followed us. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Take care.